Thank you so much. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We have been on a journey to finalize our maps, and we've been working through this process for the last few weeks, where we started with visualizations, went into our draft maps, and are now finalizing our maps through this visualization exercise. We're very excited about working on the Southern California region today. With that, I'm going to go to roll call. After roll call, we will go through the run of show for today so that the public is aware which regions we're going to be speaking of and working through, and as well as approximate times, but they are approximate. Depending on conversation and discussion, we want to make sure we have meaningful conversation around all of Southern California and across the rest of the state. So let's start with roll call. Ms. Kaplan?
Hi, good morning, commissioners. Commissioner Ahmad. Here. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Fornishari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sinai.
Aquí.
Commissioner Taylor.
I am here.
Commissioner Toledo.
Present.
Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Chair, roll call is complete.
Thank you, Marcy, and I have a quorum. Today, we'll be starting with the VRA region of Southern California. Those regions include Orange County, San Diego, Imperial, and the Imperial Valley and the Inland Empire. We will be after that at about 1 o'clock. I anticipate moving into and focusing on the non-VRA areas of San Diego and Orange County. We'll be having lunch at around 2:30 for a 30-minute break. We'll be doing a 30-minute lunch today. Then coming back at 3 o'clock to continue on with San Diego and Orange County. And I'm saying San Diego and Orange County because it'll be, we'll be figuring out which of those we'll be prioritizing based on our review of the VRA. Then 3 to 4 continuing on in San Diego and Orange County. Then moving on to the Imperial and Inland Empire to 6 o'clock. And at that time, we will assess and see if we will be looking at some of the refinements we have been making over the course of the last couple of days. And we have about 5 refinements that the line drawers have been working on. If we have time, we'll do that. If not, we will do that on Monday, or if we need to, whenever we need to ensure that we have appropriate discussion in the Southern California and also up in the regions where we still have some resolutions and conflict resolution to work through. So, Commissioner Yee.
Chair, yesterday was mentioned some possibility of meeting tomorrow, Sunday. Is that still a possibility?
Everything's a possibility, but we'll hopefully we'll be able to get through enough that we will meet on Monday.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the goal is to meet Monday and to finalize. So the goal is to finish as everything we need to finish. I think it is possible. I've been working with our staff team, and we believe that it is possible to work through our issues and be able to just focus on refinements at the last few refinements on Monday if we need to. We actually think we might even be able to do that and just go through and be able to meet on Monday just to look through the map if that's necessary. So with that, let's go to the VRA districts. We have Savon and we have Andrew here today with us to walk us through them. We've had, I don't believe we'll need a closed session for this, but let's walk through them. And then if we need to go into closed session to clarify any issues with commissioners, we will. Savon, can you walk us through the VRA districts, please?
Absolutely, Chair. Let me start with where we left off on Tuesday, I believe, or Monday. I can't even remember at this point when we were last together, but we were discussing the MPH district. And just as a reminder, the changes that we made in that session were we first changed where we were splitting the Coachella Valley in order to keep some more COIs, LGBTQ COI together, as well as native lands that had been split because the line previously kind of went straight up the center here. So we moved that line to go north, splitting Indio Hills from Sky Valley. That created some deviations, which I'll talk about how I addressed in a second. Then we were looking at MPH and what we did, and this Southwest Riverside district. The first thing that we did was we removed the split that had previously been in the northern portion of Menifee. And then we also added this small unincorporated area here. We were discussing splitting East Hemet and the southern portion of the city of Hemet. And I was given direction to explore several options offline in terms of where to split Hemet, and also just kind of exploring options in order to raise the Latino CVAP of MPH in order to make it a higher likelihood of electing candidates of choice for the Latino folks living in this district. So what I came up with as what I thought was the most efficient solution was splitting Hemet at the 74, removing all of East Hemet. This keeps the Valle Vista, East Hemet, COI together. There were several people who had discussed these three cities as having a lot of connected interests. It does disrupt a request from the African American community to keep Hemet, East Hemet, San Jacinto, and Moreno Valley together. So I just wanted to point that out. However, there really wasn't another way that I found in order to raise the Latino CVAP. So that was a trade-off there that unfortunately seemed like it might need to be made. So again, I split Hemet at the 74, and then in order to rebalance population, I added the city of Beaumont in, and that fixed two problems. That maintained the Latino CVAP of MPH above 50%, and it also fixed the overpopulation of this district from the addition of those Coachella Valley cities. I can talk about the other situations that I tried based on commissioner direction, but this was the best solution in terms of accomplishing those goals that I stated previously.
Thank you, Savon. Let's take some questions about this district in particular, because I know this is an area that we have been working on. Commissioner Sadwani, and then I also want to hear from our VRA council as to the district. Just overview. So Commissioner Sadwani, then Kennedy.
Yeah, thanks so much for this, Sivan. I'm wondering, they had given the direction when we last looked at this area to try Winchester and moving Winchester into Sika. And I'm just wondering if that, if you had attempted that rather than the East Hemet. When I had looked at it myself, it looked like changing the Winchester and South Hemet into Sika would have been enough to further balance the population and increase Latino CVAP slightly higher in MPH. So I'm just wondering if that had been explored.
Yeah, so I did add Winchester. I was looking at the notes, and it's possible that I misunderstood that direction because I actually had written that adding Winchester into Southwest Riverside, not into Sika. I can do that really quickly just to see what those impacts would be. When I did move Winchester into Southwest Riverside, it didn't have a positive or negative effect on Latino CVAP. So I don't think there's very much population, but I'm happy to just visualize that really quickly for you.
Yeah, can you visualize that very quickly for us? In the meantime, let's hear from Commissioner Kennedy, and then also we'd like to would also like to hear from Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering about that small bit of the northeastern corner of San Jacinto and why that was excluded from the rest of the city. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. There is actually, it's a little bit hard to see with the yellow overlay, but this is a tribal area that actually includes part of the city of San Jacinto. So that was prioritizing the direction to keep tribal areas intact. I can also look at including the rest of that tribal area within the MPH district in order to not separate it that way, and remove that city split. Just one moment.
Thank you, Savon. Can you put up the
Yes.
that's what you're doing.
Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Let me just make this bigger.
Let's take a look.
All right. So moving Winchester into Sika from MPH would that would not, as you can see, have a major impact on Latino CVAP of MPH. It would maintain permissible deviations for both those districts. And if you want me to continue visualizing this, I can just quickly commit this change and then remove East Hemet back into this other district to see if that would make a difference, positive or negative.
Let's try it. In the
Okay.
meantime, let's hear from Ms. Sadwani, see if she has anything else on that. And if not, we'll hear from council.
Yeah, that had been my thought. In our draft district, we continued to pair East Hemet with the Moreno Valley. There had been communities of interest testimony about keeping those two regions together. And based on the draft district, my thought had been putting Winchester with Sika, and possibly that might mean having the split in Hemet be at a different place in order to balance the population, right? Perhaps further south, or I think let's take a look and see what happens when East Hemet goes back in. But
yeah, absolutely. So adding East Hemet back into MPH would actually have a really positive increase in the excuse me, it would decrease to 49.99. So that's below the 50% we were looking for. And it does maintain the deviation, but we would have to play again with where we were splitting Hemet. The other split that commissioners had asked me to look at was at Stenson, which I could add in just to visualize that really quickly for you all.
And just to be clear though, from the draft, you've also added Beaumont.
Yes.
So
I think that going back to the draft and playing around with Winchester, East Hemet actually, and taking Beaumont back out would be my preference at balancing them, because I had looked at this previously and it seemed like the Winchester split with South Hemet both of those going to Sika would have had the impact that we had wanted on the draft. And I think that's what I was trying to say last time.
Okay, let's play it out. If there's COI testimony to back that up. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I just wanted to reinforce Commissioner Sadwani's thinking on this. I do think, I think that's hopefully going to be a better swap. And in terms of communities of interest, Beaumont, Banning, and Cherry Valley do make a lot of sense in terms of being together.
Thank you. And is Mr. Becker here to give us a little bit of context over the VRA in this area?
Yeah, I am. This is, first of all, could I ask the line jars, can we get permanent boundaries that are darker than the kind of yellow that we have now, so we can clearly see the, on my screen, it's very hard to make out. It looks like the green. If that stays, that's great. But I think that's just a select. Something dark. Yeah, thank you. And can I just confirm maybe scroll over so I can see the label a little bit, the MPH black percentage, is that 14.83?
It is.
Okay, thanks. I think, look, this is a challenging area. This is definitely on the low end with regard to Latino CVAP, but given the Black cohesion, we're seeing the significant Black populations there. I think this likely is satisfies the requirements of the Voting Rights Act for this area.
Thank you.
All right, so just finishing up making those swaps as recommended by Commissioner Sidwani. I put Beaumont back into the high desert based district. Then we took a look at moving Winchester from MPH into Sika. I moved the split in Hemet south to Stenson, and then put Hemet back into MPH as well. This would have a Latino CVAP of 50.47 for MPH, and it would make the deviation of Sika below the permissible range of 5%.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. And Savon,
Yeah, but,
can you also put the Latino the Latino heat map on so we can take a look at it?
Absolutely. One moment, please.
In the meantime, we'll hear from Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, does this include, like, I thought that the numbers went much higher. It was in the 51. When you went, just did the first, exactly what Commissioner Sablani said. I'm not sure about this, the area that's red right now.
Yeah, it was at 51, but remember that we were still moving things around. So the deviation was at negative 6.57. So that wouldn't be a legally compliant district because it's above 5% deviation.
Sorry, was that when you took Beaumont out?
Yes.
Okay, because I thought at that point I was looking at, I see. So wait, so you needed to add more population back in, and this is when you're grabbing
more population from Hemet. Exactly.
And yeah, I think it'd be helpful if we can see the Latino heat map.
Yeah, I was just looking.
Yeah, our original draft, we had cut into the city of Menifee slightly. And I think that had been adding to the population. When we had changed that, that was when I think you started pulling from some of those other COIs from Beaumont and elsewhere.
Yeah, so this is where the previous split in Menifee was. That's at the 74 as well. So I can definitely look at adding that back in as part of this selection to visualize that. Give me just one moment, please. So that would still leave the MPH deviation at around 50, or excuse me, the Latino CVAP for MPH at 50.68. And we're still looking at a high negative deviation for SECA.
Thank you, Savon. Let's hear from Commissioner Kennedy, then Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair. Just a reminder that you were going to look at moving the tribal lands as well as that small portion of San Jacinto into MPH as a possibility. Thank you.
Would you like me to do that now as well as part of this rearrange?
I would.
Okay, perfect. Give me just
Thanks.
one moment, please.
And then Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I was just thinking, not knowing how much actual population is in that March Air Force Base portion to the east of, that's the 215.
Mm-hmm.
There's little portions, there's that big portion and one right up above. I'd say using the 215 as a boundary may help us both population and Latino CVAP.
Okay, but we can try it. And I'm just making sure that we have COIs to support all of this. I mean, this is a VRA district, so improving the CVAP is the priority. But if you have CVAP that's community input, that's even better.
Does anyone know what is that small portion of? It looks like Eastern Riverside, east of the 215. That's kind of hanging out there.
Yeah, that's what I was also referencing.
Oh,
that might, that might work
right
too.
there. Is there a reason why we excluded it last time? Because it looks like we went around it. Savant.
That's because it's part of the city of Riverside, so that would introduce a split into the city. Is that what you mean?
Yes. So that
Yeah.
would be a split in Riverside. Okay, and we're saying
Yes.
we're comfortable with that because it's VRA. Okay.
And
Okay.
I also feel like just generally in these regions and probably throughout California, freeways tend to be a fairly good boundary instead of, maybe slightly more random streets. So I feel pretty comfortable using freeways as boundaries for this portion of the map.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Is there-
Vasquez, does that mean that you would like me to remove this selection and move the split and Hemet back to the 74? Because right now this is at Stenson, which, as I understand, is a community defined kind of boundary and a major road, but I'm happy to move it back to the 74 if you would feel more comfortable.
No, I think especially if we have, I think it's just an absence of strong community of interest testimony. Using a freeway is more probably better. Thanks. But thanks for asking.
So just want to make sure that everyone is comfortable with all of these changes in the VRA district. Our priority here is getting a CVAP that allows a protected class to be able to elect people of candidates of their choice. But just want to make sure everyone here is comfortable with all of these changes. I see a consensus on moving forward with all of these. Savon, can you please try to incorporate these and see how it affects our CVAP and our deviations?
Absolutely. So just kind of highlighting those changes, we're adding the northern portion of Menifee back to where it was in the draft version of this district. We're also moving the split in Hemet south to Stenson, adding in the small portion of San Jacinto that had previously been cut, and adding the tribal lands that are on the outskirts of San Jacinto to keep that intact. Adding the portion of the Air Force Base that is east of the 215, as well as a small portion of Riverside east of the 215. Those changes would make the Latino CVAP with MPH 50.58. And as you can see, would have no major impact on the other districts that it's pulling from, although I would still point out that SECA still has a high deviation or a high negative deviation. But I'm happy to commit this change, and then we can look at balancing that out later. Just wanted to point it out so it doesn't go unnoticed.
Thank you. That would be the SECA would have, we're balanced in MPH, right? And then, so all of these changes actually left us with a lower CVAP than we started with, if I remember correctly. But are we saying, is it, because I'm seeing a 50.58. Am I seeing this correctly, Swan?
Yes, it would be 50.58. And again, that was removing Beaumont, which had previously raised it just slightly higher, but keeping that COI intact.
So the reasoning for these changes would be to keep communities of interest together. So let's talk about these. Let's make sure that these changes make sense. Commissioner Vasquez, Kennedy, Turner, and Sadwani.
In consideration of increasing the Latino CVAP, I'm also wondering if we can sort of go into, I'm not sure what that is. Again, keeping the 215 as a border, there's a little piece, you can't see where I'm pointing, up north where your pointer is, Savon.
I do want to also, before we move on, sorry, Commissioner Vasquez, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
I did want to ask a question for council. This is an area where we have African-American, I believe, and Latino, high Latino and African-American CVAPs. And I'm curious if we have crossover cohesion in voting for the two groups.
Yeah, we generally do see cohesion here between Latinos and Blacks. That's one of the reasons I made the statement about the district in the kind of the mid 50.5 to low 51 point something percentage range. That I think that's likely compliant with the Voting Rights Act. Now I want to be careful. That's not to say that cohesion means 100% cohesion all the time and equal turnout. So we should be a little bit careful about that. But with these percentages, I think, and especially given it's clearly not possible to get them significantly higher. So I think this is a representation of what of a really good faith attempt to get them to the point they are, and likely to very likely to satisfy Voting Rights Act considerations.
Appreciate it, Commissioner, our Director, or Mr. Becker. And let's go back to Commissioner Vasquez. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make the observation that this is an area that has both high Latino CVAP and African American CVAP, and we certainly received a lot of African American and Latino testimony around it, around the COIS. Vasquez?
Got it. So going a little bit more north of what we're currently looking at, was just, again, trying to think if we could get some of that, go a little bit more west of where the current boundary is. Right up there. Again, just given the observations we've had about Latino CVAP, this may or may not be a worthwhile change, but
it may be.
And I'm thinking probably not, probably just more of that, the portions that look like they have higher Latino concentration. So not going south of the 215. Yep, that's what I was looking at.
So I'm just looking at the testimony that I'm getting from other commissioners. Looks like Hemet, San Jacinto, East Hemet, Bahia Vista, and Homeland are communities of interest that requested to be kept together, and just we're just looking through our COI testimony. The Commissioner Vasquez, anything else here?
So
just wanted to
Vasquez, just quickly, this portion is actually unincorporated Riverside that's on the other side of the 215. Do you still want me to maintain everything? I'm happy to clip it to the 215. I just wanted to point out that this is not technically in the city of Riverside, so I can either snap it to the border of the city of Riverside or continue along the 215.
Let's continue along the 215 just for consistency's sake. And then also just wanted to note that that southern portion got cut out in your.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm done.
Oh, no worries. This is great. While Savannah is working on these changes, we'll hear from Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. One, I am not recalling any input, and I may just have overlooked something, but I'm not recalling input wanting to split Menifee. So I would back out the split of Menifee and instead include Bahia Vista in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. So let's look at our deviation. Our deviations are looking, we still have some negative. All right, so let's Bahia Vista.
But it looks like that didn't actually have an impact on the Latino CVAP. It remains at 50.58.
And Sivan, I think Commissioner Vasquez, the Riverside part east of 215, you accidentally.
Oh, right here. Yes, yeah. Sorry. Yep, you're right.
That piece right there.
Thank you.
And then we'll go to Bahia Vista after this.
All right, so I just grabbed that little portion of Riverside on the other side of the 215, and now I will move to Bahia Vista. And Chair, would you like me to remove this addition in Northern Menifee or keep this and add Bahia Vista?
Let's hear from Commissioner Sidwani.
Can we just take a quick look? So what are we dealing with in the deviations at this point? What's in the box?
Yeah, so I would just caution against moving additional population out of SECA without maybe looking. I can zoom out and we can take a look at options to move population back into SECA, just because removing another city is going to push it even past -6%.
That was my concern. And I was actually going to suggest, I understand the desire to keep San Jacinto whole, but my sense is if we maintain that break, right? If San Jacinto that red portion that we have highlighted now stays in SECA, it might improve the balance between those two districts in terms of population deviation and maintain the Menifee cut.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many people are here, but
I don't know either.
Yeah, let me just remove it and we can see what that does.
Okay.
So we did also receive quite a bit of Spanish-speaking testimony, as you will receive, because we had conflicting testimony in this area. The Spanish-speaking community did not want to include East Hemet and Hemet in our VRA area, and as they were concerned about the CVAP. But we also received much testimony wanting to be in this area as well. So we received conflicting, and I'm sure you all remember that.
So Commissioner Sadwani, that does look like it slightly improves the Latino CVAP to 50.64 from 50.58.
Yeah, but it doesn't improve the deviations between SECA and MPH.
It does not.
Or
not in a meaningful way. Yeah.
Got it. And Commissioner Toledo, I know you just mentioned the East Hemet issue. I mean, was it more specific than that? I don't recall. I mean, either way, East Hemet's going to be in one of these VRA districts.
It wasn't so much that no, they just didn't want to be in the VRA. The feedback that we got was that they didn't want this region in the VRA area, but it doesn't look like there's any way to exclude it from a VRA area too, because they also have significant population.
Well, I mean, it looks like we need to pick up population somewhere for SECA to get it under 5.
Yes, it does.
And
do you have any suggestions for that, Commissioner Sadwani or Savan? You've looked at this quite a bit. Any suggestions on where we could add population without reducing the CVAPs? Or hopefully improving it, right?
Right. Well, what is that unincorporated area right next to Menifee? Could that go into SECA? Yeah, right there. That's currently in the Southwest.
Yeah, maybe a more just in terms of like making a bigger impact population-wise. This MBCV district is overpopulated from adding these cities in from the Coachella Valley at 13.02. So I would recommend, before going kind of inland or towards the Inland Empire districts, which are already kind of like at an okay standing, it seems like, that it might be more efficient to do a swap just between two districts to kind of minimize that ripple effect. And that initially was the thinking behind adding Beaumont, was it was kind of the easiest swap just in terms of number of steps and disruption to the area. But we can definitely look at doing something else there instead.
No, thank you for pointing that out. I didn't realize we were so far over deviation in this next district over.
Commissioner Fernandez.
No, Savan just mentioned, can't even pronounce today. Beaumont, but that's not the district that's under, right? SECA is the one that we have to find.
So SECA as is balanced. It would become negative. It would become -6 if the
right
in red were committed. Yes.
Right. So we'd have to find population for SECA, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to confirm.
Would the La Quinta, is it La Quinta? Quinta area?
La Quinta.
Would that be a good, I don't know about, I don't remember
No.
the koi's in that area. It doesn't sound
No.
like it's a good move. I think that, if I remember correctly, the koi's there were with Palm Springs, but this is a VRA area, and we do need to make cuts, right? And we do need to make the get population in, and we do need to make sure that the VRA districts are sound. So we need to figure this out. Commissioner Fernandez, Kennedy, and Vasquez.
No, I was just wondering if some of that unincorporated area could be brought in. I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know if you'll get to, what are you going to need? At least 5,000 or something like that to bring it down?
What's the population number that we're looking for?
Well, it's at negative, Siobhan, if you can move it up, negative 6.12. So that would be at like a 5,500 to 6,000. Right. Yeah. And I was trying to think, instead of moving an entire community, maybe we can look at some of that unincorporated above and below. Right.
If there's a good split in the community. I'm not as familiar with this area. Commissioner Kennedy, might you have some suggestions on how to resolve the population?
If we remove the area in Hemet that is currently proposed to be added, what does that do to our numbers?
One moment, please. Also, apologies. I'm going to be putting myself on mute. I have someone leaf blowing right outside my window and vacuuming in the hallway of my apartment. So I'm just going to be making those changes, but I might not respond right away just while those background noises are going on. So just one moment, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Vasquez, does either of you have additional potential changes or places to add population into these areas that are surrounding and wouldn't impact Latino CVAP or would actually improve it? At this point, that's what we're looking for. Any suggestions?
Well, I think what we just saw is the CVAP go up, and that's a fairly dense population in that part of Hemet.
And it looks like the CVAPs have gone in the right direction too.
CVAPs have gone in the right direction. It leaves MPH still slightly underpopulated, but less so than what we started with. Although, I also still believe that getting that bit of Menifee out is important. So we may need to look at other options.
Okay.
Another option might be that we find a midpoint between 74 and Stetson for a split in Hemet and see what that does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I was maybe Commissioner Kennedy, can you remind me sort of what the issue with Menifee is? Because I was going to propose actually bringing that line further south to improve the population in MPH.
My sense is that Menifee sees itself more as part of that 215 corridor going down to Temecula, and very much part of the Southwest Riverside community.
That makes sense. Although, just given the population distribution, I'm wondering how much in terms of communities of interest, even the Latinos in Menifee may feel some affinity with MPH folks. Again, feeling like freeways make for pretty distinct geographical and community boundaries. So that's my suggestion, is to bring that line actually south using the 215 as a western border, and maybe bring it just about to Winchester, and including that little piece.
Would commissioners like me to try that now?
I don't see any opposition. Let's try it. Let's see how it impacts the CVAP and deviations. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, that unincorporated area to the north, I mean, is there no population there? I almost would prefer to do that versus cut up a city if we have enough population, but it may be minimal.
So just stopping here before I go too far, because now the Southwest Riverside is quite negative. I could look at, re-adding these red portions that are in the same districts to see if that would put the deviation back in a permissible range.
Well,
yeah,
we're also having problems with our Latino CVAP. It keeps falling as we add this area too. So that's a consideration as well.
right. Well, and that's I think generally what I've been trying to solve for is that the surrounding areas of all of these districts have very low concentrations of Latinos, if any at all. And so I feel like we don't really have a choice except to grab surrounding population from other cities that have some Latino residents to maintain our Latino CVAP.
So I think we have to go back to our priorities. Number one is population, and we're trying to achieve that. Number two is VRA, and then keeping communities whole, not splitting them is number four. Right, we're trying very hard not to split, but if we could do minimal splits, that may be an option. So, Commissioner Vasquez, do you have a suggestion for a cut in one of the more? We never like to cut communities, especially ones that are in COIS, but in some cases like this, we may have to, especially when there's legal requirements to do so.
Right. So it seems like there's quite a bit of dense population in Menifee. So Sivan, I'm wondering if you could just bring that southern line up to be more even with Winchester. So even like right where the Latino concentration population ends, if we could start by just like bringing that line north a little bit. There we go. That gave us a couple of percent.
It's back up to where we started, but we still have our deviation issue.
Right. But in our deviation, it gave us a couple of more percent. So I feel like for this district, we're going to have to break up cities even more, because that's where the Latino populations are. And if we are trying to maintain our Latino CVAP, we're going to have to grab Latino populations from different cities.
That's right. And so I think so if we zoom out, I think the options are, and I think Sivan can help us, maybe Mr. Becker as well. If we zoom out and we look at the Latino CVAP, it's pretty, at this point, the only places we're seeing is in some of these, either La Quinta, it's one of these communities, right, that in this area that could potentially populate, or in the other side of the SICA, area. Oh, no, but that would underpopulate. But so it's one of these Palm Springs, La Quinta areas. If there's any good splits that could potentially get us the population from those areas, potentially Sky Valley would be another place. Zavon, do you have any suggestions on where we can move the population into Sika that could potentially then feed into, allow us to go into Sika and feed and move population up into MPH?
So the issue actually now with just these changes are only pulling from Southwest Riverside.
Yep.
So Sika remains balanced at negative 0.96 deviation. So Sika actually is fine. What would need to happen would be that population would need to move into Southwest Riv. Because if these changes in red were committed, that deviation would become negative 8.24. So it would be looking at surrounding districts, potentially from SCCA moving into Southwest Riverside, but MPH would be fine. So we wouldn't have to move anything else into MPH.
Okay, so we'd be fine with MPH, and we'd need to move population into this other area. Any suggestions from Mr. Becker or from the floor?
Sivan, can you show me, I forget what the district is named to the north of SCCA right now, the one that isn't a VRA district?
Yes.
And can you show me what the deviation is there?
Yeah.
So it's significantly overpopulated right now. So I think the way to look at this, first of all, it's admirable that we're trying to accommodate that Voting Rights Act covered area as much as we are, and I think this effort has been very worthwhile. I think it's very clear that we're going to be in maybe the mid 50% to maybe at most the mid 51% range. There's probably not much more that can be done given the population there. My guidance there is that in that range, as long as the Black population remains roughly where it is, given the cohesion that we're seeing, we likely see a district that will comply with the Voting Rights Act. So I'll just say that to begin with. I'd probably start with focusing on the number one criteria right now, which is population. And the easiest way to address that issue is by shifting population from MBCV into MPH. That's going to, depending upon what that population is, we don't want population that is going to reduce the Latino CVAP too much there, but if it goes down a slight amount and starts getting us within deviations, I think that's probably where I would focus. Not having the Latino, well, I guess is that the Latino CVAP heat map is on, but it's a little bit hard to see, I think. But that might be where I'd start first rather than starting from the western edge of MPH, just because of the population disparities. You don't want to create too much of a ripple effect. And I'm happy then that might create some question marks around the MPH district and Latino CVAP. I'm happy to come back to those as we get to them. So
Perfect, thank you. So with that advice in mind, any suggestions on what populations to shift? Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Sidwani, Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes, my suggestion was going to be Palm Springs, maybe take that unincorporated area to the west and then down, and then the southern portion of Palm Springs until we get to the desired amount. It was either Palm Springs or La Quinta. So I would like to see the Palm Springs.
So Chair, I'm happy to look at that. I will need to commit these changes in red in order to add population to a different district.
Any concerns with adding those? Commissioner Fernandez, I see your hand. Kennedy, I see your hand.
Yeah, I would not want to do the Menifee, because if we're going to pull population from the MBCV, then we need to not pull it from Menifee.
Okay. So there's not consensus on that portion. Any other portion that we don't have consensus on? No, so let's, everything except for that piece, we have consensus on, or general consensus, rather.
So should I remove the portion of Menifee that I'm circling with the hand?
At this point, yes.
Okay.
Of course, everything is still, everything's on the table, but for now.
Would you like me to commit those changes so we can look at pulling in population from other?
We have general consensus, yes.
Okay. All right. So the next thing that you wanted to look at was adding all of Palm Springs into SECA.
No, not all of Palm Springs, just, you see the unincorporated area? Right there, yes, and then south. And then
So I
kind of like move south up.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I believe this portion is
Tribal lands.
Oh,
Change the a little bit easier to see. So these are tribal lands, and then it's also a U.S. landmark area.
So let's hear from Commissioner Kennedy and see if he has any suggestions on where to bring population in.
Thank you, Chair. Savannah, if you could zoom back out a little bit. What I'm seeing is that the, where'd it go? So JRC is 2.09% overpopulated, and it might be possible to shift a small portion of the city of Riverside, which is already split from JRC into NPH. And I think that would be more likely to resolve our deviation issue without making our CVAP situation worse.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Sinai.
So on the southern boundary of the SCCA, we have split Anzo Borrego Desert Park. So Borrego Springs, kind of where the population is separate from the state park. I don't know if it makes sense to move it north or south, but it would be good to have it whole. And I don't know if that would help with some of the issues that we're having right now. So it's on the other border, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, Savannah, any thoughts on any of those two suggestions, and whether they might help with our deviations?
I would just caution the commission about removing any more of the city of Riverside from the JRC district, as this is another potential ERA, and it's, it's at 51.58, but Mr. Becker, you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, but I wouldn't necessarily encourage lowering that any further, which I think removing Riverside would potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, I just say again, I would see what can happen on the eastern side of MPH, not the western side, because it is the 51.45% in SCCHR, the 51.58% in JRC are all at the lower levels, as is MPH. You'd be robbing from Peter to pay Paul. It doesn't.
So I'm going to make a suggestion, and let's see what happens with the CVAP. I'm worried about the CVAP, but can we look at potentially Beaumont, a piece of Beaumont? It is populated. It's on the, deviation is our number one criteria. Let's hope that the CVAP doesn't go down too much. But it looks like we need, there should be enough population there. I'm not sure what the COIs are. I'm doing this just for population purposes. If there's strong opinions, let us know, but enough population. Let's hear from Commissioner Sidwani.
Here, before we explore Beaumont, is there population in this piece above Moreno Valley and bringing it all the way up to the county line? Or no, this is mountainous, I think.
I think it's mountainous.
It's mountainous, and that's where we have the Moreno Valley burros living. Chair, if I may,
sure.
I believe that we can take a very small piece of Riverside from JRC to NPH without damaging ourselves in JRC. So I would ask that we explore that.
Let's explore it quickly. So let's see, what little piece would you be interested in taking?
Well, along the lines.
Hopefully it
of-
works.
Along the lines of Commissioner Vasquez's
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
earlier statement, let's try that piece of Riverside that is north of the 60 right there. Yep.
Okay. We'll test it out. So
For continuity issues, that would potentially isolate Highgrove and Grand Terrace, which are part of JRC. Believe there would be like a small portion that would maintain it intact, but it would definitely make it less contiguous than it is now. Do you want me to look at adding Grand Terrace and Highgrove as well as that portion of the city of Riverside? Or let me just add the portion of Riverside and see what that does and how it looks. One moment, please.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, please, Mr. Becker, interrupt me, but I mean, voting rights trumps contiguity. So is that a serious contiguity concern?
So that to me, let me just see, which that's that totally separated part without a part that's attached.
Well, I think Savan is actually taking more than what we were looking at.
Yeah.
I think there was the Southwest Riverside just right there. I think Commissioner Kennedy was asking for what looks like Mount Vernon Park and UCR Botanic something or other.
So to be clear, and I want to make sure, so contiguity and compactness are two different things. Contiguity literally means that there's not some separate part that's unconnected. And I don't know if that's been a problem yet. Compactness is a separate issue and it's lower down on the criteria. Again, criteria: equal population, Voting Rights Act, contiguity. I hope I'm getting this right because it's a Saturday and who knows if I'm getting this right. And then the city boundaries, county boundaries, COIs, other topographical and political kind of boundary considerations come forth. So I'll right now, I'm not seeing a compactness issue. If there were a compactness issue, I'll let you know for sure. I'm definitely not seeing a contiguity issue, but I might have not heard the full issue. In either case, I would not advise bypassing contiguity, by the way, for VRA, even though it's below it theoretically. Contiguity is an important consideration.
Commissioner Kennedy, I just wanted to confirm that you were instructing me to remove this portion of the city of Riverside from JRC and not the portion from Southwest Riv that Commissioner Vasquez was mentioning, that I got that instruction right.
Yeah, I think we could go there next perhaps, but if we can look at that, it says what, Hunter Park? Yeah, that part, so not Highgrove, not Grand Terrace.
Yep. So Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Fernandez, while Savan is working through this. Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm sorry, Chair. I think I missed it. In the beginning, the very first move we had contemplated was, I believe, to dip into Hemet. And then that was removed, and I don't remember why that was removed as a potential.
I believe it was for population purposes, deviation. The Sika and the it made the deviations not. Commissioner Shadwani, was that for deviations, Commissioner Shadwani? That was a couple moves back. Feels like a chess game.
Right. But it just seems that the MBCV district, that has it's a high deviation, and that would seem like the appropriate place to try to balance everything out instead of trying to balance it from one VRA district to another. That's just my concern right now, and that's what we're doing right now, and it just seems counter to what we should be doing.
Yes, but it looks like we've achieved what we wanted to achieve.
So at this point, we have compliant deviations and CVEPs that are better than where we started. So let's hear from Commissioner Sadwani and others.
Yeah, we have achieved it, but we've now created this odd neck right through here.
There's contiguity, but it is an odd neck, yes.
It is an odd neck. I'm with Commissioner Fernandez on this one. I feel like we were going in a better direction by trying, because we have all this overpopulation in that MBCV, right, further east. So rather than, what is the saying, robbing Peter to pay Paul, or what, I don't know, whatever that saying is, like we're trying to shift between these VRA districts when we have a massively overpopulated district right next to it. So, you know, taking that piece from Hemet, which is already cut anyway, it's a city that's already cut, and populating MPH I believe, I can't remember, there were so many changes, had left Sika underpopulated, but then Sika can be populated by MBCV. So
yeah,
I think that would be my preference, rather than creating this tiny little neck here, which looks a little odd.
Let's hear from Mr. Becker about the neck, and then let's also hear from Commissioner Turner. So first from Commissioner Turner, then from Mr. Becker about the neck.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that when we initially made the adjustment, I think it lowered the Latino CVAP to an area that maybe we weren't comfortable with. However, our VRA attorney, and he'll speak to it in a minute, suggested that with the way that the African-American voting occurred, that it was less of an issue or a problem for him, but we still continued through that path. And so I think that's how we got where we are. That does create the neck. I would be in favor of going, you know, kind of just reversing a bit to see if there was a way that we can accomplish what we initially started out.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. And then Mr. Becker, comment on the neck.
Yeah, that's okay. I did not expect to hear the sentence, Mr. Becker comments on the neck today, but so I think, and maybe Sivan can tell me, is the current shaded area, is that consistent with the boundaries of High Grove?
Yes, High Grove boundary is, the city of High Grove is excluded from this selection.
That's correct. So that is not split. That narrow portion along, and I'm sorry, the screen is very small. I don't know what that freeway is. Is it 215?
Yes.
Okay, so that narrow portion around the 215, that's because that's part of High Grove, correct?
Exactly.
And
then that would also cut Grand Terrace off, which is that was the contiguity issue that I was worried about. But the city of High Grove would protect the contiguity.
So it's the current configuration from a compactness perspective, excuse me, is better with the shaded area included in, is that the JRC district?
Yes.
It's better with it included. I don't know that it raises huge compactness concerns, given that you've managed to keep certain cities together and not significantly bypass nearby populations, which is the legal standard. You know, I think it doesn't appear to me that the exclusion or inclusion of this particular shaded area has a major impact on the Latino CVAP, correct?
Actually, it has a positive. I would say this is the highest we've seen at 51.14 for MPH. It also raises JRC from 51.58 to 51.63. So not, you know, like a huge shift, but it actually.
Yeah, I'd say that was a fairly modest shift. I think I don't think that this portion. Let me just say this. I think this portion is not necessarily required for VRA purposes. You still have an underpopulation problem you're trying to deal with in MPH. This has the advantage of creating of not changing the Latino CVAP and MPH significantly while getting it under deviation. So I think there's not a ton of compactness risk here is probably the main if this section were added to MPH, which is as I'm interpreting it. Right.
So I'll ask a question. Do you see a contiguity problem? I think there's a path through.
There's no contiguity problem.
So there's no contiguity
This is a
problem.
compactness issue if there is one, and I think it's a relatively minimal compactness issue, given that there is a very significant effort to keep communities together as well. I think there's some significant justification for it. Again, I'm not saying this is necessarily where you want to end up or not. That's ultimately your decision, but I don't think this configuration necessarily raises legal concerns.
Okay, so let's hear from the floor. Sinai and Anderson.
Sorry, I'm not sure why my hand keeps raising. I swear I'm not doing it. Sorry.
No worries. Let's hear from Commissioner Anderson.
You're just ready, but Commissioner Sinai. Now maybe I missed it, but I believe this is the only population shift that takes care of the deviation problem in MPH that doesn't lower the CVAP. I mean significantly. This does lower it by 0.05, but every other one has dropped it into the 50 or 49. So is that correct? Was there one other version that increased?
The version that we started out with, which I'll just pull up again, was looking at swapping from MBCV and taking in Beaumont, and that did fix the deviation and have the Latino CVAP above 50. But in the direction that the commission has been moving this morning, yes, this is the option that raises it the most.
Yeah. So in which case I would go for that. I know it's kind of a bit like it is robbing Peter to pay Paul, but it solves our issues and keeps the LCVP 51.
So it does. There is an issue with population in the MBCV.
Oh,
district.
correct.
Can we zoom out and see how we would resolve that? What are the options for resolving that?
Okay, but as I said, I would do this because every addition we've received from the other side lowers it by more than 0.5, as opposed to this is a 0.05.
So we would have options around to fix that in other areas as well. I'm just trying to see if there's other non-VRA areas we could push population to. Sivan, what are your suggestions on fixing the population deviation problem we have because we have a very overpopulated district at this point?
Yeah, so I would definitely agree with Mr. Becker that the probably most efficient way to go about solving this problem would be to look eastward in terms of just kind of making some swaps on this side. You could look at returning to the configuration of the Coachella Valley potentially, or even, let's see, you could even, I guess, remove more of these cities and put them into MBCV, into SECA. Otherwise,
you're suggesting
I would say Beaumont, but the commission didn't like that suggestion, so I'm not really sure what direction you'd like to move in from here.
So we could potentially go into the Palm Springs, La Quinta area. I mean, that's one place where we potentially draw population. There's also a district above, I believe, that is underpopulated at the Big Bear, big city. I'm not from this area, so I don't know this area as well. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Kennedy and others who are more familiar than I am. I've seen the community of input testimony, but at this point, we're not really looking at that. We're looking at trying to balance population. So other than trying to reduce the splits. Commissioner Kennedy, Fernandez, Anderson, and then we'll also hear from others who may have ideas.
Okay, thank you. Sivan, what about right under Redlands in the SBCHR, that section right there, if we move that into the SBCHR, because that one's underpopulated and MBCV is overpopulated?
Yeah, I can definitely look at doing that. If I remember correctly, that lowered the Latino CVAP of SBCHR by adding that population, but I'm happy to visualize that. Again, because I'll be moving population into a different district, I will have to accept the pending changes before we visualize any changes to other districts. But I'm happy to take a look at that next.
Thank you. And potentially, is there any way to move population into non-VRA districts so that we don't impact them as much, or no? Like there, I see the VVHD population up there. They potentially could have a bigger deviation.
Well, what you could do is go from MBCV to VVHD and then all the way to 210. Because I mean, that's the other shift you could do because the 210 is under, but then you're talking about crossing quite a few boundaries.
Okay, so let's keep hearing from folks in terms of rotating population. Commissioner Anderson or Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. One thing we need to consider is that since MBCV is 13%, we've got to move like 40,000 people. And because it's an 8% difference, we can't just do it in one district. We have to do it in multiple districts. So could you, Siobhan, would you please back out just a little bit so we can see what is touching this district?
Yeah, let's see all of the districts. I'll zoom out as much as we can.
I think
while also being able to see this area.
Yeah, and I think that'll really help us come up with ideas. Oh, good. Yeah, so there's a couple of areas. No. Ooh, I see. We also have, is that correct? The one above, we have another, the one just a little bit, it has Barstow in it. What percentage is that?
1.36. We have some room to move population in there.
Oh, so and that's the only one attaching to this to the north. So there's just that one, Sika, and then correct, that one right there.
So they're the only thing.
Commissioners
Fernandez's suggestion of rotating population from MBCV to VVHD, then to other districts that are underpopulated in the other side might be a possible, although a complex exercise, but it's a possible move forward. Others, Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Vasquez?
Thank you, Chair.
And there's also the Beaumont possibility. It does lower our CVAP, but it could potentially get us into compliance as well. We hate reducing CVAP, but our number one criteria is population, equal population. So we always have to follow our criteria. Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, a rotation does seem to be the best way to go here.
Okay.
I think that there could certainly be some small changes, such as moving Homestead Valley into VVHD. The next possibility, given that there are other military facilities in VVHD, would be taking 29 Palms and the Marine Corps base and shifting those from MBCV into VVHD.
Siobhan, can you tell us in terms of the data, how many people are we shifting? Is it we see it 13.02, so we'd have to get it below 5. What's the population that we'd have to move?
That is a good question. I just asked Andrew to look that up. In terms of moving population, I believe, was it Commissioner Anderson who said it was around 40,000?
Yes, it would be more like 37 something or other, but yeah,
so
you consider 40,000.
Looking at some of the suggestions that Commissioner Kennedy just mentioned, it looks like Homestead Valley is only 3,000 people. And then, Andrew, if you could also look up 29 Palms in the Marine base to see, but I do not think that would be sufficient population concentration. Also, the Morongo Valley cities do constitute a COI. We have a lot of testimony asking for everything from Morongo Valley to 29 Palms to be kept intact. It looks like 29 Palms is about 26,000. So it would be a start in the right direction, and I'm happy to look at that. Again, I would need to commit the changes first to the MPH district, but I can definitely do that at the chair's direction.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I can look at moving Homestead Valley, 29 Palms, and the Army base that is above the 29 Palms Army base into VVHD from MBCV. However, we still do have the pending changes moving a portion of the city of Riverside from JRC into MPH. So I would just need to lock that change in order to make a change to the VVHD district. Yes.
So I'm going to turn to the commission and get see if we have a general consensus. I look and seeing a lot of yeses. I'm just scrolling down because I don't have the luxury of having the huge screen in the conference room. So yes, it's we have consensus. So let's move forward with that, and then let's also highlight the area that we are speaking of as well. And then we'll go to Commissioner Vasquez and Fernandez.
I think before we start working up in this Desert Valley portion, I do think we should zoom into higher population areas. I think you can take, rather than going south and grabbing the southern portion of Redlands, I think if we start by going east and taking the northeast portion of Redlands, sort of right next to Yucaipa, or Mentone. Yeah, I think if we could start with Mentone, and then maybe portions of Highland, it might be more helpful now to turn on the Latino heat map again, just so that we make sure maybe start with Mentone, moving that it won't get us all the way there, but hopefully it'll get some population that we can then start working on the Desert Valley portions.
Commissioner Vasquez, you're asking to move Mentone into VVHD or into?
No, sorry, into SBCHR.
Oh, okay. Would you like me to visualize that change now?
I would.
All right, give me one moment while I make that happen. So that looks like it would push the deviation of MBCV to 11.08. So moving in the right direction. It would lower the Latino CVAP of SVCHR to 51.11%.
That feels tolerable. Yeah, I think at least we should start there because Mentone just has so much population. That's probably going to be the best we can get out of, it looks like, the west side of MBCV.
Chair, would you like me to just comment on that briefly?
Of course, yes.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Vasquez is right. I think this is still, I would be careful about going much lower than that in terms of Latino CVAP, but given the composition of the rest of the district, I don't think this raises significant Voting Rights Act concerns.
There's no issue with having this. This is not a protected area.
The SBCHR area is a Voting Rights Act area. This slightly lowers Latino CVAP, but it's a relatively small lower. The lowering of that CVAP, the composition of the rest of the district, I think, is consistent with Latinos being able to continue to elect candidates of choice given this composition. So I think it's not a significant concern if you were to choose to add it in. That's obviously, there might be other considerations, but from a Voting Rights Act perspective, this doesn't raise red flags for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez, Fernandez, I just want to hear from everybody and see what you guys think.
Oh, sorry, I'm done. I'm good with this.
Okay.
Yeah, so earlier I had suggested underneath Redlands, that population, but then also I'd like to go back to like where Palm Springs is. And Sivan, is there any way to like, if you highlight like La Quinta, can it show what the CVAP is just in La Quinta? Is there a way to do that?
Yes, I will need to just deselect this quickly, but yes, one moment, please, while I.
'Cause my thinking is if it doesn't lower the CVAP and you move La Quinta into the VRA, I think that fixes the deviation, because, oh, maybe not, because it's actually lower than I thought it was.
Yeah, so it looks like the change in population would be.
No, it's too high.
Yeah, so it is the right amount of people at 37,000 more or less. And it looks like the change in Latino CVAP is about 8,000 people.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'd go back to maybe the Redlands, or if that doesn't work, then we could do the Mentone that Commissioner Vasquez. I just didn't know what that was, right underneath Headlands.
Yeah, let me look at Redlands quickly as well.
Can I just comment that I think adding Southside Redlands is going to lower the CVAP and SBCHR too much.
And it did. Okay, thank you.
That's where my parents live. That's where I grew up.
All right, so let's see. So where are we with deviations at this point?
So moving back, it looks like Southern Redlands is out, as is adding La Quinta. So we're back at looking at Mentone, and that would again make the Latino CVAP 51.11 and the deviation negative 2.7.
And we still have 11% deviation in the MBCV, right? So it brought it down slightly to 11%.
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai?
I did raise my hand this time.
Oh,
I almost forgot why I raised my hand. Originally, I raised my hand just to say, just to remind us that this is one of the few areas that the community collaboratives were really excited that we got right. So I just wanted to remind us of that fact. And obviously we need to make some of these tweaks, but just to keep in mind that those who live there, we haven't received unanimous support in most areas. We have one split to Coachella Valley, or do we have two?
Coachella Valley is split once. Oops, excuse me. Just turn off the heat map for a moment to make things go faster. The Coachella Valley is split right here where the hand is moving.
Yeah, so I guess where I was looking at, when you had the heat lamp on, there was a little corner by Palm Springs and Cathedral City and I was wondering if there was a way to go into Palm Springs that grabbed that piece and the tribal communities. But I don't know if that's possible, but I just wanted to explore, because I have a feeling, well, the heat map doesn't show it. Anyway, that was just a thought.
Very populated.
Yeah, it's very populated there compared.
It's very dense, but I'm not sure how dense the Latino community would be in. Maybe there's some neighborhoods or something.
Well, when the heat lamp's on, there's that little corner, but I don't know.
We're getting to it. Yeah. Commissioner Anderson, and then I'm going to turn again. Commissioner Kennedy, do you have any suggestions in this area? I think between you and Fernandez, you guys had some ideas.
Yeah.
That was one concept. The other concept still on the table is Beaumont. We are trying to meet the first requirement, which is equal population. Even though it is a VRA area, the equal population trumps VRA. Let's go to Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I believe we should do the Mentone because remember I was saying we have 8 percentage points we have to move. That can't be done in one district unless it's a pass through, like Commissioner Fernandez was saying. Say like take some from MBCDD all 8, throw it to VDH and spread it out from there. But otherwise, I suggest we do this. That'll help a little bit. And if we do another area, and then also the what Commissioner Kennedy said. But I would do what Commissioner Kennedy said next, because we have to take from there as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy, is any
Yep.
suggestions on possible areas, possible splits, possible community that could be?
So, yeah, I'd be interested in hearing from Commissioner Vasquez if we're going to move Mentone into SBCHR. If we then moved Highland into VVHD. Again, the next one after that might be to move Homestead Valley into VVHD, and as a final step, again, cut between Joshua Tree and 29 Palms and move 29 Palms in the Marine base.
Joshua Tree sounds familiar.
Joshua Tree is where the EY of Yucca Valley falls.
All right, so let's take that one step at a time. Savon, what is the first step you need from us to go through this?
Yeah, so I would just point out to commissioners that based on the changes that were made to the Antelope Valley District, that had raised the VVHD deviation, and the way that we fixed that was actually moving Highland out, as Highland previously was already in VVHD. Highland is about 55,000 people, so we would need to split it. And it would be like an either or if you wanted to move Highland out or the 29 Palms Marine Base Homestead Valley. I would say that's one option, and then Highland is the other option if you wanted to move in this direction.
Okay, so preference for one or the other, Commissioner Kennedy, so we can ask the commission.
My sense is that Highland probably makes more sense. I mean, that's kind of where you get on the road to go up to Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead. But I don't have as strong a feeling on that as I have had on some of these other things that we've been discussing.
Okay, so how about we, because we're going to break for lunch in a sec, or not lunch, but for a 15-minute break, how about we just give general direction to the line drawer to explore some of these things during the break? Let's see, what is the general, so can you give your general direction of what you're thinking of so that she can work through it over the break and see if it helps us with our deviations?
Yeah, so I would proceed with the Mentone shift. I would explore the Highland shift into VVHD and looking at the possibility of, whether there are opportunities to shift any excess population from VVHD into 210 or I guess that VVHD reaches around the Antelope District, so it could go see what the options are for the Santa Clarita District. I mean, do we move Agua Dulce and Acton into the Santa Clarita District, for example, because I believe we've had some call to do that.
Okay, so Savon, if you would during the break explore that possibility and work to get us to deviations that are in the appropriate bounds. Commissioner Anderson, we have to go to break. Do you have a quick?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. In addition to, I agree with Commissioner Kennedy with the one caveat, I'd rather not cut Highland up, sort of all or nothing, but then try all the other things that he was suggesting. Okay,
so Savon, if during the break, if you could go through and implement those things and see if implement by exploring. You can always reverse if it doesn't work out. But if you could try that. In the meantime, we are on a 15-minute break for our staff and consultants. Thank you, and commissioners. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's visualization session. We are working on our maps for the Inland Empire. Let's take a look where we are. Can you go through, Sivan, some of the exploration that you did over the break to get us to appropriate deviations?
Absolutely, Chair. So I have gone ahead and made snapshots of 2 different options that would put the MBCV deviation back into permissible range. The first one would be taking a portion of Highland and moving that into VVHD. And then per a recommendation earlier from Commissioner Fernandez, looking at La Quinta and adding a portion of La Quinta into SECA. So let me just pull up that snapshot so you can see what that would look like.
And thank you so much for the 2 options.
Absolutely. I will just say that this swap definitely is going to have, this swap fixes all of the deviations. The other swap, which I will talk about next, does leave VVHD overpopulated. So then you would be looking at making changes into the LA County districts. But let me just look at this one first. So let me make this bigger so you all can read it. So actually, I guess we don't need this because the changes were, excuse me. Okay, so we moved this southern portion of La Quinta into SECA from MBCV. SECA is now at 3.29% deviation, and Latino CVAP is still in comfortable range at 56.46. Then we went up to Highland right here, and you can see that that line shifted slightly to incorporate this portion of the city of Highland into VVHD. And VVHD is now at 4.01 and MBCV is at 4.19% deviation. So that's option 1.
And this fixes all of our deviation problems?
It does.
Okay, so this is one option. And
option 2 would be looking at 29 Palms and Homestead Valley as recommended by Commissioner Kennedy. One moment while the plan restores. So as you can see, the Marine Base, City of 29 Palms, and Homestead Valley, and I'm happy to move this line down to the freeway or make adjustments, just kind of as a rough visualization of what this move would look like. It would correct the deviation of MBCV to the permissible 4.69% deviation. However, then you run into the issue where VVHD is again overpopulated at 7.76. And you then need to look at moving population out, potentially into one of the LA County districts or into one of the VRA districts we have in the Inland Empire.
Okay. Commissioners, any preference on these? Commissioner, I'm going to go to Mr. Becker first, and but as you're thinking about this, think about your priorities and also deviations. Mr. Becker.
Yeah, just a piece of advice. If you want to go down this path, you might want to look at those areas on either side of 29 Palms, which are probably very low population and unincorporated, that might be included for visual compactness reasons. This is not a concern from legal compactness reasons because there's not populations there. I see Commissioner Kennedy nodding his head. I think it would be advisable to try to include those if possible, but unlike
Thank you. Thank you. So we have the 2 options. One is the La Quinta option, including portions of La Quinta. This is was proposed by Commissioner Fernandez. And this is the second option. Commissioner Kennedy? You're on mute, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thanks. I think the second option is far better than the first. I guess I'm a little bit confused. If we do Highland, are we talking about doing Highland or part of Highland and one or the other of these? And again, I go back to VVHD already wraps around into northwestern LA County, and so I would see us being able to shed some population there, as I said, possibly moving Acton and Agua Dulce into the Santa Clarita district, because I think we've had some feedback in that sense. But if you could clarify for me first, this is moving part of Highland and 29 Palms and Homestead Valley.
Siobhan?
Much for that clarifying question. There's a glitch going on with Maptitude. I've already contacted Caliper Tech Support about it. You can see it's happening over here with La Habra as well. Just something weird is happening with the software where previous selections remain highlighted, but this is not actually part of the selection. Unfortunately, according to tech support, there wasn't a way to fix it. So it's going to be like a slight visual blunder. I'm really sorry about that. But just to clarify, yes, the option was moving a portion of Highland into VVHC. We could also look at, instead of moving La Quinta, just moving Homestead Valley. And the intention behind moving La Quinta was to keep the deviation issues kind of localized to this area. But if you're okay with things spreading into LA, then we can definitely look at just moving Highland or a portion of Highland.
Yeah, I think that's far better. I mean, my preference would be moving Highland or a portion of Highland, number one, and number two would be, Homestead Valley, 29 Palms, understanding that one or both of those might involve rotating some population counterclockwise into the Santa Clarita district from the far western part of VVHD. The La Quinta idea is a complete non-starter for me.
Okay, so let's go to the Santa Clarita area so we can see where we would rotate population into potentially. And then Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Vasquez as well. Or Vasquez and then Sadwani.
Yeah, I'm
okay, I see it.
Okay, actually, yeah, can Siobhan, can you just play out what the LA County changes would look like? I'm feeling sensitive already to the fact that we had to split up Lancaster and Palmdale for VRA consideration. So I'm feeling as protective as Commissioner Kennedy is feeling about La Quinta. I'm feeling pretty protective of the non-VRA portions of the Antelope Valley.
Yeah, absolutely. So just thinking those through in order, we would be moving population from MBCV until it was at permissible range. So that would potentially be a portion of Highland, a portion of Homestead Valley, or 29 Palms, depending on which direction the commission would like to go in. That would then overpopulate VVHD. And so then from what I heard from Commissioner Kennedy, potentially looking at moving Agua Dulce and Acton into, I would guess, the 210 district, as this is underpopulated and SCV is already at a high deviation. But Commissioner Kennedy, if you had a different idea that I'm not capturing, feel free to correct me.
Yeah, the idea was to move it into the Santa Clarita Valley district. That might allow you to put some of the San Fernando Valley back with other San Fernando Valley portions and out of the Santa Clarita Valley district. My understanding from community feedback is that there are some strong ties between Santa Clarita Valley, Agua Dulce, and Acton. I would not touch Palmdale. I would not touch anything else, but I'm recalling input that would support moving Agua Dulce and Acton into the Santa Clarita Valley district. And then we've of course heard from San Fernando Valley that they, as much as possible, would like to be self-contained, and I think this would contribute to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Vasquez, Sadwani, did you have a response to that, Vasquez, and then Sadwani? No. Okay, Sadwani.
No, I'm open to looking at what that would look like.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not completely sold, but I'm open to it.
Okay. I think we're all open to ideas. Commissioners said, go on.
Cities, just in hopes that might be helpful for commissioners. I can turn it off if it's distracting, but just in these conversations, I thought it might be helpful.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to note that I turned on population for the labels of cities.
Okay.
So that's the number below the label. I can turn it off if it's distracting, but just because we're talking about moving relatively significant numbers of population around, I thought that might be helpful, but I can turn it off.
You can keep it on for now. And Commissioner Sadwani, and then and I do, because I know where Mr. Becker has to leave in a few minutes, I do want to go through and just play out all of the VRA district, just make sure that we're so we're aware of any issues that we might have, and then come back to this area. Commissioner Sadwani.
I'm certainly open to this exploration because I did hear the testimony last night about Agua Dulce and Acton. But at the same time, I want to hear more from Commissioner Kennedy about why La Quinta is a non-starter.
Yeah.
We are talking about VRA districts, and that is our second priority. So we have to build those districts in such a way that they are going to perform. La Quinta did decrease the LCVAP, but if not La Quinta, then where? Right. And I don't understand why this is a non-starter. We cannot continue to put communities of interest over the needs and our number 2 criteria over and over again. And I mean, we see this often, not only in VRA areas, but I feel like in many places in the map, we end up putting lower income communities at risk and at stake in order to maintain some of these communities of interest for higher income communities. And I just want to name that and point that out because I'm not comfortable with it. So I'd love to hear more about what makes La Quinta so special. And if not La Quinta, I mean, we've also received testimony to bring in parts of Palm Springs as well into the VRA district. Let's explore that as well as an option, because I think we're at a point exploring all of our options, but it makes me feel uncomfortable that we're maintaining one COI and then sending off this huge ripple throughout the rest of our map, because I'm really concerned about the longer term effects of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. All right, so that is, I mean, we're at this point, we're dealing with number 1 criteria, number 2 criteria. Number 1 criteria, even before VRA, is equal population. So equal population, VRA second, and those have to come way before communities of interest, which are number 4. But in the meantime, while we all digest this and think through, and Savon thinks through some ideas, let's and commissioners as well, and come up with a specific direction. Let's go through, Mr. Becker. Let's just go through the VRA districts that we have still remaining, in terms of just over any guidance that you might have on any of them before you have to leave. So if we could just go zoom out to our VRA districts. And as we look through the Southern California, and of course we've received a VRA guidance throughout this whole process. There's not much change in this area, but let's just make sure that we have that in the record.
Yeah, I think most of the levels at which the demographics of these districts are hold on. I need to look at that. We didn't talk about the South San Diego, San Isidro district yet. Okay, I wanted to say the labels were overlaid on top of each other, so that's fine too. You can zoom back out, thank you. I think the demographics of these districts in the Voting Rights Act areas are likely to be compliant with the Voting Rights Act considerations in those areas. The deviations are obviously of continued concern, and you are all working through that. I would just really stress, and this echoes some of the points that have been made recently. Number one is equal population. Number two is VRA. They stand above the rest in that order. Everything else, even contiguity, which is a very, very strong consideration, is below those two. I don't advise breaching contiguity for any reason, and we can discuss it if there's a reason that you absolutely have to. But outside of that, the criteria for considerations are well below equal population and Voting Rights Act. And I think once that hierarchy is really pursued on these, it will help answer some of these trickier areas where, you know, there are several districts that, although the levels of Latino CVAP are high enough, I think, under with the Voting Rights Act considerations in districts like MPH and JRC as they currently stand, you really don't want to get much lower. So I think that's the advice I would leave with. Unfortunately, I have to run out at this point.
Mr. Becker, if just guidance back to the district we're working on at this point, I think the rest of the districts you said were pretty fine, and we've talked about it. But in terms of this area here, your recommendations for, we have two paths forward, either, and if you give guidance on which would be preferable from a legal standpoint in terms of compliance with the Voting Rights Act, whether it would be preferable to take in population from one of these more populated areas or do a rotation in terms of getting us through and meeting all of the requirements in the most efficient manner.
I think either is a way of going about it. Time constraints are probably going to deal with those more than any others. I would really stress, though, this is, we're at the point probably where I think there is some time spent taking population from underpopulated districts and giving population to overpopulated districts. I think in general, at this point, if you're looking for a way to kind of focus your efforts, removing population from districts that are overpopulated and not adding to it is a good plan. So, I think the rotation idea, and I think what you meant by that was the population being added from VVHD to 210, and then population being added to VVHD from MDCV. That's a perfectly appropriate way to go. It might be difficult to add population from MDCV into MPH given the Latino CVAPs and maintain those kinds of areas. So I certainly can understand that approach.
And the other approach as well, which is the urban area. Either Beaumont or Beaumont would be reducing the CVAP in MPH, or either some of the Palm Springs or La Quinta area.
Yeah, I don't recall what the Latino CVAP would be with Beaumont added into MPH. If you want to show me that again, I can take a quick look.
Yes, one moment, please.
And I hate reducing Latino CVAP for the record, but the number one criteria is equal population, and so
I had advised before. I think this district, I think this is very close to the district you were looking at before. It's probably not exactly the same, but the levels or the demographic characteristics are very similar. I believe this district is likely sufficient given its demographic composition to protect the rights of Latino voters in this area.
So, and I hate adding reducing CVAP, as everybody knows, but in VRA areas, but we have to follow the criteria. So, and this is an option. I'm just leaving it out as an option. There's also options that would reduce the CVAP in the district below that even less if we go through La Quinta or Palm Springs or some other area. But and thank you so much, Mr. Becker, for your guidance and support this morning. I know He made a special effort to join us today.
No problem. And I know Dale is on right now as well.
And we have Dale. Thank you. All right, let's go, Ms. Anai, and then let's have a discussion about which strategy we're going to take. Commissioner Sinai.
Hi, I think my initial thought about not taking La Quinta in was in mind keeping the VRA districts and how different La Quinta is from the VRA districts. But when looking at how not to disrupt, not to make as many disruptions, and it is still Coachella Valley, and it's adding a little bit more of Coachella. I'm okay with doing La Quinta. That my initial reaction was, wow, La Quinta is so different than East Coachella Valley, but I understand where we are right now.
And these are difficult decisions, putting one koi over another. Appreciate your compromise, Commissioner Kennedy.
I'm simply trying to propose options that I feel are more natural. If colleagues are going to insist on this, I'm one member. I'm just telling you, given having lived in the area for the last 17 years, these options are the ones that I think are most natural, and including La Quinta falls last on my list.
Okay. And is it still a non-starter? Or what do you feel? I have to ask the question because it was posed by the commission, and that's my job.
Well, I believe the other options are better options.
Okay. So you would be open to this if the rest of the commission.
I'm one voice,
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Vasquez, you had your hand raised. No, okay. So I just want to get a feeling from the commission on where we are. We have the two options, one to continue to go through and rotate populations. The other is to find a population center, such as, and the option on the table right now is La Quinta. And Commissioner Fernandez proposed it. It's visualized. We have the visualization. It's already been played out. That visualization corrects all of our deviations. We could continue the exploration as well. And could do both. It's up to the commission. I don't want to. So I just want to hear. I want to get a general sense of where we are in terms of consensus. Do we have a consensus on one of these two? Commissioner Vasquez, then Mr. Drechsler.
Maybe we could hear from Andrew first.
Let's hear from Andrew.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Savan and I explored. So this was just an option that we explored, and just wanted to be clear. In the option that we explored over break, we took part of La Quinta, and we took part of Highland and put it into VVHD. By doing these two changes, it did bring MBCV and the other deviations within permissible. You can see that we have MB, their VVHD and MBCV are both below 5%. SICA went up a little bit, but and as we noted, the Latino CVAP went down from just over 57 to 56, but we just heard Mr. Becker say that would be okay. So I just wanted to clarify that the La Quinta and Highland were sort of in combination, and we could do one or the other. So just wanted to flag that Highland was something we also moved as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Commissioner.
Yeah, we could also look at Homestead Valley instead of Highland. I would say Highland is more densely populated, but the break was only 15 minutes long, so I couldn't try all of them, but we can continue kind of moving blocks around if the commission would like to continue exploring.
So let's see if this is an option. I want to see what the general consensus of the commission, Vasquez, and then I'll look around and see if we have consensus on. And I'm going to ask specifically on the La Quinta option, Commissioner Vasquez. So think about that. And we'll go to Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Kennedy, and then we'll need to see if there's consensus on this or if we move to another option.
Yeah,
Vasquez?
I'd prefer this option that doesn't force us to rotate a whole bunch of population, right? Especially right now, because I think there are other places where I don't think we're done with the Inland Empire. And I do think we need to get south into San Diego. So I'd prefer this option right now. There may be, if as we're making adjustments to other places of the Inland Empire, maybe we have to go back and it will force the rotation of the population. But right now, I'd prefer the option that gets us, that moves us forward time-wise, to be honest.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy, and then we'll take then I'll look for consensus. Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay, again, my number one, my preferred option would be Highland, because Highland is the gateway to Big Bear. And if we take all of Highland and that resolves the overpopulation in MVCV, if we need to rotate Acton and Agua Dulce from VVHD into Santa Clarita Valley and put some of the San Fernando Valley back with other San Fernando Valley communities, I think that's the best solution. Alternatively, moving Homestead Valley, we certainly heard from that area that they would like to be with VVHD. I'm certainly happy with that. I think the justification for moving 29 Palms and the Marine Base, given that there are other military facilities in VVHD, that's the next most logical step to take. So that's where I am. Thanks.
Yeah, difficult decisions. It's difficult decisions because we're dealing with communities of interest and communities and keeping communities whole, and also our legal requirements. And the number one legal requirement is a deep, and these, our list order in which they're at. So I want to look at the commission and see if and I'm going to pose this one at a time. La Quinta, if La Quinta is an acceptable option, please just let me know. Just say yes or no. I'm looking around. I see no no's at this point. I don't see any real yeses. It's like all of us are uncomfortable with this move, and all of us know that it's the probably. So is what I'm seeing. So I see a consensus of maybe. Commissioner Sidwani and Vasquez, can you help us?
Look, I'll say this again. For me, it doesn't have to be La Quinta. I just feel like what in the Central Valley could it be then? Or in the Coachella Valley, right? We haven't just looked at all at moving this line that's in Desert Palms here further into Sky Valley, Thousand Palms. I don't know the nature of those places. Whatever this pink one is next to Indian Wells, we haven't explored Palm Springs. And just saying that there might be other options that don't set off these massive changes throughout the map. If we want to go the route of massive changes, to me, that's a take-home project, because that we don't have time to do that here live today. And that brings in Jamie's, expertise for the LA areas. And, I just wanted to lift again, right? Like there is a disparity issue that's going on, and it's not only here in this map, but, I think that we have to be cautious about that as well. I don't know the full profile of La Quinta, so but I do want that to be a consideration as we're making these changes, and in particular to not break up vulnerable populations wherever possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I'm reluctant right now to not do La Quinta and do all of Highland, mostly because there are some changes I'd like to look at in the San Bernardino, Rialto, Fontana area, and that may have impacts. So adding Highland to to the SBCHR or the VVHD we might have to undo that.
Okay, so let's look for general consensus. At this point, we're not looking for perfection. We're just looking for, can we live with this? And that's the question. Can we live with the Quinta option? And I'm just looking for a nod. I don't see Mr. Kennedy on my screen anymore. Everyone else is saying yes, but I don't see Mr. Kennedy. Is he here?
Wait, hold on. He ran out of power.
Uh-oh, he ran out of power.
Here.
There he is. I see him in your Zoom.
Yes, you go.
I was going to see if I could borrow your power adapter.
Oh, okay.
So I see
Do you
general
want to comment,
consensus.
Phil? Here, go ahead.
No, I've commented.
Okay.
So at this point, can Commissioner Kennedy, would you be opposed? Because I have general consensus from the rest of the commission.
If you have consensus, go ahead.
Okay, we have consensus.
Did
We
you
have
hear
general consensus to
Mr.
go
Kennedy?
ahead.
Okay.
And when we know that this is consensus on, can we live with it? We know we don't like this at all. We hate breaking communities, but we have to meet our 1 and 2 criteria. Thank you. So let's go ahead with this. Certainly, if let's make this move. Siobhan, you have it already in your snap file. So let's make.
Yes, Chair, the changes are already represented on the map being displayed.
So we've addressed all of our deviations.
Yes.
And I am gonna. Okay, let's move on to the next VRA district. I won't even go there. Commissioner Turner.
Chair, just can you name that change out loud for Kim and those that's doing the transcribing?
Oh, thank you so much. Siobhan, can you go through the changes that were made so that we can have our note takers capture this correctly?
Yes, absolutely. So the changes that were made to fix the high deviation MBCV was adding a northern portion of Highland into VVHD from MBCV, and then also adding the southern portion of La Quinta from MBCV into SICA. Those were the 2 changes that were made for population balance purposes.
Thank you so much. And for the record, Kim, can you also just note that this was not something that was difficult for us and something we didn't want to do, but we're doing because it's the option that would move us forward at this time. All right, so let's move on to the next portion of our VRA map. Siobhan, can you take us to the next map?
Yeah, absolutely. I heard Commissioner Vasquez say that she wanted to talk about the Rialto Fontana district. Is that all right with you, Chair, if we move to that one next?
Certainly, especially if there's a specific direction in this district.
All right, I'm ready to make changes as directed.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yeah.
Commissioner Turner, or others?
At least for me, we've received some testimony about a large portion of Black communities of interest that are right now currently being separated between the 2 VRA districts, San Bernardino, Rialto, and portions of Fontana. That I think we've seen some proposals of swaps. So moving, at least let's just start with Rialto. Moving Rialto into SBCHR, and moving probably Loma Linda and maybe some of Redlands into probably that JRC. I think that this might require some rotation, but I wanted to flag that pretty consistently we continue to get this input about Black populations being split in the San Bernardino region.
Commissioner Vasquez, if it would be helpful, I actually have the Black Census and Redistricting Hub assembly draft. Let me pull that up so you can see what their proposed districts were. And I'll just turn off.
And Commissioner Turner, while we're waiting on that.
Yeah, I was just going to inquire of Sivan, like we're attempting to be responsive to the different community of interest testimony we're receiving. They're doing the same. So in bringing up, I'm wondering if it's the revised maps that they've sent or some of the original ones.
This was the, these were the plans that were presented in October to the commission. I don't have, if there was an updated plan, I do not have access to that currently, but I would be happy to pull it up if someone.
I believe there is new input from them based on our current draft maps, because and so I believe there's input that has come in via public testimony as of, I believe, last night or even today, with suggestions on how to improve this based on our maps that were in the district viewer. So maybe if anybody has specific direction around that, if you've seen it, and I will ask Marcy to pull the information. It's in our database, but if anyone has it and is able to provide direction, if that is or provide recommendations on how to link communities together or not. I mean, at this point, we're communities of interest again are number 4. But when we are able to do them and we can do them, we try to. Ms. Vasquez, Commissioner Turner, Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, so the proposal that the Black Hub has sent has Rialto, bring in Rialto and portion of Fontana above baseline. Then moving Redlands and Loma Linda into the JRC district. Yeah, that's what I remember. Into the JRC district first. Would you like me to read all of their proposals in this area?
If they make sense, so if the proposal makes sense and you think it's viable with this and you can do it without impacting too much of the other districts. Commissioner Turner? We might be able to, because we have a deviation of 1.69 here and a negative around, so we might be able to.
Yes, and I think Commissioner Vasquez can continue. I have the same COI testimony input that she has, so I don't have a different.
And you're in support of making these changes?
Absolutely.
I'm just going to ask the commission as a whole, anyone opposed or maybe opposed is anyone not wanting to go through this exploration? I don't see anybody who's opposed, so let's continue. Commissioner Anderson.
No, not opposed, but I definitely want to have us look at it to see how it affects our CVAPs everywhere, and if it causes a whole nother population shift.
Yeah,
but I do agree.
So you're supportive of exploring with the caveat that if it impacts our CVAPs or the deviations that we may have to.
I'm exploring with the caveat that, but I do understand that this is indeed what we've heard quite a bit. So I like pursuing it.
Okay, so we'll continue pursuing and Commissioner Fernandez, Kutagawa first, and then Fernandez. I think you're on my screen this way. So Fernandez first, and then actually Kutagawa is no longer on the queue. So
no, I just undid my hand.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I did the wrong button first.
Okay. What's your feedback?
Yeah, I would just agree. I think it's worth looking at. I know that the Black community has grown quite a bit, and if there's a way to maintain the Latino VRA district and also, really ensure that this COI can be kept together, I think that would be. I think to Commissioner Sablani's earlier points, I think we need to make sure that communities that have been oftentimes marginalized are ones that we should ensure that they have that opportunity to elect the candidate of their choice as well too. And so I would agree.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Fernandez, and then Commissioner Turner.
Yes, I agree with in pursuing, and I believe the direction, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Vasquez, I think it stayed within the 3 or 4 districts, so it wasn't
I think we're doing
major
some
impact to the, right, thank you.
Right. I think we're doing some rotation within these VRE districts. And my read on this is that it should preserve more or less our obligations to the Latino community in this area while also keeping Black communities of interest together.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa, you're on the queue, and then Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, so as Siobhan's doing this, I mean, would it help to read off some of the other direction as well too?
So I can only make changes into or out of a single district at a time. So it would be helpful to get a sense of how things are going to move, but also we won't be able to see those changes visualized and their impact until we commit those changes, although we can always revert back to the draft that we have. So it's not, permanent.
Okay,
so
thank you.
If you're working on this RCFR, there are some other directions that I can provide for this one too. Or are you working on the other one next to it, the SBCHR?
So currently the area highlighted in red was direction from Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Vasquez to move Rialto and the portion of Fontana north of Baseline Avenue. So that is the portion
to the
that's
SB8,
highlighted in red that would move into SBCHR.
Yes.
Would you like me to go ahead and get this change so we
Let's hear from from Andrew first.
Yeah, and I was just to clarify Commissioner Kutagawa's question. We're only adding to SBCHR for right now. So thank you.
So let's focus on this district, and then we'll focus on the next commission, and then we'll ask Commissioner Kutagawa to read it out after we do this. All right. So let's see.
I have a comment.
Okay, Commissioner Vasquez, and I think Turner was first, and then Vasquez was second. So let's go with Turner, and then Vasquez.
Yeah, and mine will be quick. I just want to say that for this particular community of interest testimony from this group of organizations, and some of the ones that we've received before, I think they've all been very responsive to VRA as a priority. And I think most of what I see always refers to that first. And so I just wanted to name that I don't think from any of these coalition groups, I don't think any of them are asking for something counter to VRA or counter something that does not respect the Latina CVAP, because we understand the population being one, that being number 2. So I just wanted to name that for most of these requests, it's basically saying, get with full respect to the required CVAP, this is what we need to be able to also have representation. So I just wanted us to be comfortable in our explorations and knowing that we're not trying to put one over the other. I think that they're trying to ensure that they both are done. Thank you.
Thank you. That was my interpretation as well. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yep, my interpretation as well. Just wanted to flag that I'm not sure how much of a difference it will make, but maybe doing, because I don't have the new shape files up, although I just sent them to Marcy. There's this portion, this northwest portion above the 15 of Fontana that I'm not sure is always included in visualizations we've seen. I think I heard someone reference this as like the black triangle. So maybe let's start with not having that portion, just because it may make things easier when we're moving population within our maps.
So one question for Siobhan, and I'm going to ask you because it may speed things up. If you have shapefiles, Siobhan, from that we've received, would it be quicker if you uploaded those shapefiles and then came back like in 5 minutes for have them loaded up for us to look at that, or is it quicker to do it this way?
Yeah, it sounds like it would be helpful for commissioners. Obviously, we have the written directions, but just to see those changes played out on the map already seems like it would be helpful. If you give me like 30 seconds to stop sharing my screen so I can grab it from my email and upload it to the map, I can do that right now.
Thank you. So let's take a five. You only need 30 seconds. You need 5 minutes.
Let's say a minute or 2 minutes to be close, to be safe.
Okay. So in the meantime, if there's any additional discussion in this area around any additional direction that we want to do, or I just want to see what any conversation discussion for this area. Sounds like we have had our discussion, and we'll just be looking to integrate the feedback we're getting from the community and maintain our VRA districts. It's a good time to go get some coffee so we can keep up our energy, or some tea in the case of Commissioner Anderson.
So actually,
Already heading that way.
The file that was shared by Marcy is the same shape file that I already have loaded in for the Black Census Redistricting Hub.
Perfect.
So yeah, just wanted to. So the lines that I bring up, let me share my screen again. So these lines right here, this is the same, this is the shape file that was shared by that organization.
Okay. So it looks like this is the portion of the area that they would like included.
Great. So should I change those lines to match what they were in the?
Can you are the lines that are shaded the ones that are asked, or can you? I'm unclear of what is what.
Lines. Let me turn off the labels for. So the black lines are the districts that were sent to me from the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. Everything that is these lines in red and green are the current districts. Let me change the Black Census to, I'll change it to purple. So hopefully that'll be easier to see the difference.
So I guess the question is, are we taking out areas that are protected in doing this? I see that there's some portions that are not included in the district that that wouldn't be in a VRA district potentially. Or am I not looking at that correctly?
It looks.
I'm looking at Loma Linda. I'm looking at because there's some areas that potentially might not be in the district if we move in this direction, and that may be of a concern.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So it would be this portion of Colton, Loma Linda. It would take out all of Redlands, and it looks like Highland would also not be in.
So I don't want to create a compliance problem before we. So I just want to check in with council whether Loma Linda, whether the areas that are in yellow that are south of the purple line, whether those are in a protected VRA, whether those areas require protection from the VRA.
Yeah, I would be uncomfortable moving those out of a VRA district.
Okay, so VRA council is advising us not to move out the areas that are shaded in yellow from the VRA district. Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go back through the COI testimonies. I don't think these are the latest lines that were sent through.
It may not be.
It doesn't line up with what I've seen. So anyway, let me spend some time and let me look for it. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair Toledo, as far as I can tell, the written instructions that were sent do match the purple, but That's just what I received. That's what I downloaded from the Airtable and what was just forwarded to me by Mark.
So at this point, according to our according to the email we received this morning or the public input that we received this morning from the group, it would not include some of our protected areas. Is my understanding from the line drawers based on their interpretation of that email. Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I'm curious, Council, if there's maybe some nuance to your advice about some of these areas, given that geographically the Latino population in Loma Linda and Redlands in particular is not evenly distributed throughout those cities. And so I'm wondering if there's sort of a compromise that we can make about drawing a line that protects the populations in those cities that need protection while also helping us accomplish this particular goal of keeping a Black community of interest together.
I think that's a good suggestion. Could we see the CVAP overlay in this area?
One moment, please. Let me turn off the yellow just temporarily. Oops. Sorry. Actually, let me just.
Sivan, do you want to just decommit that change for now?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, thanks.
There we go.
Hopefully that's a little easier for commissioners to see.
And the red is the Latino CVAP there?
Yeah, so the darker the red, the higher the percentage concentration of Latino CVAP. I can, yeah.
It looks like it's a very dispersed population, that it's all throughout and not concentrated, which makes it hard in this VRA area.
I mean, it is true though that Loma Linda has fewer concerns in that regard.
Yeah, and I think at one point when we were visualizing, we did cut, well, even right now, the cut in Redlands feels good to me in terms of, like, if you just look again at the south side of Redlands, there's not much concentration of Latinos on the south side of Redlands. That's already cut in our current visualization. So I'm wondering, we might not be able to follow the Black Hub's current visualizations perfectly, but if maybe we can start with this Rialto and Fontana portion, and then at least put Loma Linda and Grand Terrace in with JRC and see where that leaves us.
So in light of Commissioner Vasquez's comments, which have been very helpful. So my position now is I would be comfortable with you all exploring a visualization that moves Loma Linda out and Grand Terrace, with the caveat that we'll go back and look at it offline. But for exploration, I'm comfortable doing that now.
I'm comfortable with exploration as well, if council is. Would it be just the Loma Linda area, or are you comfortable with the whole area that's under the purple?
Sorry, yeah, I think it's actually part of Colton. So Grand Terrace is already in JRC, it looks like.
Got it.
And so it would be Loma Linda and that portion of Colton as well.
And that area of Redlands, in the northern part of Redlands there?
The northern part of Redlands.
Those we would
Yeah,
keep?
I think that, well, it depends on what council says. I mean.
So council, that's what I'm asking, council. Can you comment on the areas outside of Loma Linda? So under the purple, but outside of Loma Linda. It appears to have higher Latino CVAP base. It's hard to see on the screen, but it appears. Maybe if we, can we get just the Latino CVAP numbers for that particular area? Sivan?
For Loma Linda?
For Loma Linda, and then for this area next to it.
Yes, one
moment. Chair, I also just wanted to flag that we just received an email that is stating that the lines currently up are not the most recent submission from the Black Census Hub.
And that's what Commissioner Turner and I were starting to feel like. So how about let's go to another area and come back to this once we have the correct shape files, and we can work through this later. Because if we're working on inappropriate shape files, we might want to just wait until, because I believe they had already incorporated they're working through our draft maps based on the emails and that were the public input that we're getting, which are coming through our main email.
Just as a reminder, Chair, that all of the emails that we receive get posted as a part of.
Absolutely. And they're all coming through our feed. So we're all reviewing them live. So the more input we get, the better, especially from the communities who are living in these areas that we're working through. So Siobhan, would it be helpful to wait
to receive that from staff? If staff would be able to send that updated file, I can get that loaded in. In the meantime, what area would you like to look at, Chair?
So, and I'm just wondering if that's the most efficient use of our time is to just wait for the latest shape files and move on to the other areas, or do you want to wait for the shape files and do it now? What's most appropriate for you, Andrew?
If I may, Chair, suggest maybe we can move to other areas, and then over lunch we can make sure that we have the latest shape files loaded up and revisit this
and maybe
area.
work through I think maybe the direction from the commission, if the commission is comfortable, it's that you take a look at the shape files, that we look at the impact and get ensure that the CVAPs are appropriate, bring it back so that we can make sure the deviations, and let's see if we can make it work for this area. So if you could take lunch to do that, and that would be the surrounding areas. So that's having the ability to work through it, as long as the CVAPs and the deviations are within range, and then bring it back for us for visualization and further refinement. All right, so let's do that, and let's go on to another area. Next district, Savon.
Yeah, we can move.
And we're doing the VRA district, so let's.
Yeah, it seems like all of these districts were the ones that were going to be impacted. So I would suggest maybe we look at the South Bay San Diego VRA district next.
Are we done with this region?
I think the changes that were suggested, we're gonna kind of.
Yes, so these are these 1, 2, 3 districts are the ones that are left in this region.
1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I'm not sure. Was PCO included? Did PCO have?
I believe that's in the Los Angeles grouping, so I think we've already looked at that. But correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Sidwani and others. Pomona, we looked at that yesterday. Chino Hills, that was part of our.
And you looked at Orange County?
No, not yet. So we're moving on to Orange County and San Diego.
Okay. Would you like to do Orange County first or San Diego first?
Let's do
Orange County.
Let's do Orange County, and then we'll go on to San Diego, since we're already in Orange County, and it looks like a very healthy Latino CVAP. So let's take a look.
Yeah, so based on some of those changes that looks like you made in collaboration with Jamie, the current SAA configuration of this district is at a Latino CVAP of 56.11 and a negative 1.79% deviation.
Can you zoom in so we can take a look at it?
Absolutely.
And commissioners, please think if you have any direction for this area, let us know. Any comment or feedback. We're looking at the areas of Santa Ana, Orange. And this has been looked at various times. This has been developed with council, and we have, looks like a very healthy grouping. Commissioner Sidwani.
No, I just wanted to note that I think I've seen some testimony come in saying they really like this district in this draft. So Just wanted to say it looks good to me. I mean, are there refinements that could be made? Sure. But I don't think that they're necessary at this point in time unless we're starting to shift in other areas around it. So I think this is looking great.
Any refinements, minor refinements you'd like to make at this point, or moving on is your recommendation?
I would recommend moving on. I will just note for everyone that I do have some considerations further up in Los Angeles, in the Nila sort of area, that would potentially have ripples down into Orange County and beyond, possibly. I don't think that we need to go there now. I think we need to give San Diego its time. But I wanted to just note that that I'd love to hear more from my colleagues and try and get a sense from others at some point about their priorities for Los Angeles. But we don't need to do that right now.
Okay, so anything more on Orange County and specifically this VRA district in Orange County? Commissioner Sinai?
So just building on what Commissioner Sidwani said, I'm wondering if there's going to be ripple effects, if it just doesn't make sense to look at things. And so the ripple, I mean, it just feels like we figure something out, we change it, there's ripple effects. And so if it's not better just to go right now to the changes she's seeking of LA, since it'll have ripple effects, it sounds like, in Orange County and maybe further.
The only problem with that is it may keep us from getting to Southern California in a timely manner, because the changes that are likely will be proposed are going to be so, and also the line drawers aren't ready for, the Los Angeles line drawers wouldn't be ready to help us until 3:00. And even if we wanted to do the Los Angeles, that would be, there's staffing considerations at this point. So let's go down to other VRA districts in the southern part. So let's go, we can either go to San Diego, we can go to the Imperial area. So Imperial County, San Diego. Commissioner, yeah, let's go to San Diego. There's the VRA district. Also, a healthy CVAP. Sivan, can you just tell us a little bit about this district, where and what's included, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Sinai if there's.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently, this district has the San Isidro portion of San Diego City. It has Imperial Beach, National City, Bonita, and all of Chula Vista included.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Fornashari.
I just wanted to share, we've been receiving conflicting COI testimony around City Heights and the VRA district. And so I'm not going to give my thoughts on it, my opinions, but I wanted to lay it out for you all so that you could understand where, why it's conflicting and how it's conflicting. We're hearing from predominantly Latinos in City Heights that they would like to see City Heights, Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, Sherman Heights as part of the VRA district, which would mean cutting Chula Vista in half. City Heights is traditionally a Latino community, and traditionally that's been the kind of the configuration to help Latinos have a stronger voice. And a lot of it around environmental justice issues, or in the Bay right there. The other piece that we've been hearing from City Heights is from the immigrants, the refugee, the Muslim, Black, and Asian communities. Some of you may or may not know, San Diego was the first to receive refugees from Vietnam way back when, because of Camp Pendleton. And that's why San Diego has such a huge refugee community, is that it's still, we had built the infrastructure for receiving refugees. So we have a lot of Chaldeans, which are Catholic Iraqis. We have Muslim. We've just got a mix of a lot of refugees. And they have been moving to the east. And so that's what we have heard, going towards Lemon Grove, La Mesa, Spring Valley. And then we have a Black community in southeastern San Diego that wants to partner with that community. It is a smaller, Latinos is a majority in City Heights, but this community, this coalition of diverse communities has come together and has a greater voice. So it's a new way of looking at how to group these communities and give them a fair voice. So I wanted to share that because we do have two conflicting, and either direction that we choose to go as a commission is the right direction. I don't feel like there's a wrong direction. That the other piece I think is really important, that is, we have heard from Chula Vista and National City that they have asked to please be kept together. In the past, they have been divided. National City is a lot of Filipino and a lot of Latino, and people, split it sometimes for that reason. That these communities have really been working really well together with San Isidro. As I shared before, it's amazing what they have done regarding COVID, and they had some of the lowest rates around immigrant, not lowest rates of, highest rates of vaccination, I should say, some of the, but,
Thank you.
and development. So I just wanted to share that just so that people understand all the different moving parts, and to be able to put those coins into.
And that's helpful in terms of contextualizing this. I think let's put it through the legal lens. So I'll ask Dale. Number one criteria is population. Number two, and I know there's deviation issues up here, although we're in a 0% deviation here, so there's room to increase population. So if we wanted to, and then of course number two is VRA. So Dale, in our jingles, in our VRA analysis, were there any other populations in this area that need protection, so that are required to be protected under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act? So that is the legal analysis. So can you?
So I mean, we can draw one. We're required to draw one VRA district in this area. We're not going to be able to draw more than one. You do have a little bit of leeway and discretion in how you draw that one. So I'll leave it at that. This is not the only way to draw that district, and we have a little bit of flexibility.
With regards to the areas that Commissioner Sinai raised, and I think they're in the CVAP map, the heat map. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Sinai. But if we zoom out a little bit, it looks like there's a strong Latino presence above, to the north of this district. Is that the area that you're speaking of, Commissioner Sinai? That is Barrio Logan. Barrio Logan, I believe, is someplace else, but that is asking to be united and being part of this protected.
Part of it is Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, and then City Heights. So it kind of goes. I can't show you because I don't have the map, but it goes diagonally up.
So Vaughn, can you highlight those areas, or a way to highlight those areas? In the meantime, let's hear from Commissioner Nashari, but just to be respectful to the comments that we're getting, and let's hear from Commissioner Nashari, and then we will move on.
Yeah, I was just going to add to what Commissioner Sinai said about Barrio Logan, Logan Heights. I think Sherman Heights too. I mean, basically it's Barrio Logan, and then the area, that kind of triangle between, I guess we're in Southern California, so the 5, the 15, and the 94. And so that kind of little triangle there with Barrio Logan is kind of south of the bridge right here. It says Crosby Street. So bringing that area down, I mean, in order to do that, we'd have to probably move and keep Chula Vista whole. We'd move Bonita north. But we still have to make this decision on City Heights.
Yeah, so that's where
but
we're
I think,
at
I
this
mean,
point.
but a lot of the input we've been getting is about also including, Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, and Sherman Heights with the south. So it doesn't quite go that far past the bridge. That, yeah, you had, I mean, we'll go back
Yeah, that's probably good. And then up into the triangle.
And that's Barrio Logan, correct?
Yeah, you want to go a little past the bridge. Sorry.
All right, so let's see.
But
so,
we can get some clarity on that.
Commissioner Fornashari, does that look okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the definition's a little, grab the area by Logan.
And can we see the Latino CVAP? Because that might help guide us.
Yes, one more.
Just to understand where this, where the groupings are.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like anyone actually lives on this kind of coastal stretch right here. But moving towards the 5, I can grab population from right here if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'd more focus above in that triangle first, see where we wind up. This whole triangle up there.
This area that I'm circling?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the neighborhoods here, Commissioner Fornashari? Can you, because I'm not as familiar.
So Barrio Logan is already highlighted, Logan Heights, and then Sherman Heights.
Okay.
Is up in the left.
So let's try to highlight those areas and then see what the impact would be. We do have a compliant district as of right now. We have a district that meets the deviation requirements, the population requirements, the VRA requirements. We're looking to be responsive to the input from the community. And so we'll see if it's possible to include in a VRA district and see what the impact would be to surrounding districts as well. It may not be possible given the amount of population.
Commissioner Fornashari, should I just continue adding blocks in this area?
I just grab the whole triangle.
Okay.
And then move Bonita out. Would be my suggestion, but I've used up my whole minute and then some.
Commissioner Sinai, you're familiar with this area as well, and others, if you would chime in terms of if we're capturing the neighborhoods that are coming in.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that we don't have all of Barrio Logan right now, that we stopped at Main Street instead of going all the way to the 5. And then I was still trying to figure out, I'll look on another map just to figure out the north boundary, but for right now it looks good.
This may be something that also we can give direction to the line drawers to work through it during lunch. If we know exactly what the neighborhood lines are, because this seems like we'll know pretty quickly whether this is something that's possible, if we can do some of it and not all of it.
I believe the line drawers know these neighborhoods quite well.
Oh, okay.
Because they've worked in these neighborhoods. So, okay. But let me know, line drawers, if you need more.
Yeah, Savon, do you know these areas? Can you highlight the areas if you know them?
So historic Barrio Logan, I believe this is the northernmost border. It's at the ferry terminal, or the Marina Park, I believe, was what most people defined kind of the northern border as. And then Commissioner Sinai, you're absolutely right that the 5 is actually what divided the historic barrios. So there are neighborhoods on both sides of the 5. I would be happy to accept this change and then see if moving Bonita out would rebalance the population. Right now, it doesn't look like this has a negative impact on the Latino CVAP of CVSY. It would be at 55.89. So, but the deviation would be above 5, so we would need to move population out.
And this includes all of the neighborhoods, Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Fornashari, that were named? City Heights, Boys. Yep.
Besides City Heights, we're not looking at the City Heights piece.
No, sorry, not City Heights, but the Barrio Logan is what I meant.
And I also wanted to confirm in National City, we're using the National City boundary. We're not taking part of, what's it called? Paradise Hill.
We had part of San Diego in there on the left.
Yeah, that's what I was, not on the left, on the right, over by
the other left.
The 54. Yeah.
Right there.
we might want to take that out as well.
Yeah, I would be happy to do that. I would need to commit the change first because it's moving population in the opposite direction. So
I want to hear from Andrew and from Ahmed, and then we'll look at consensus, because if if we have a compliant district, we're just trying to be responsive to community input. Commissioner or Mr. or Andrew, and then Commissioner Ahmed.
Just real quick, I think the part of San Diego that is in this next to National City, I believe that was from COI testimony that wanted to be together, but that's my recollection. But we're happy to move that out. I don't know if any of the commissioners recall that specifically. I think that's why we were adding that in, but happy to move that out and maybe make the swap between the Barrio, Logan, and Logan Heights.
Thank you. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Council if this move that is proposed right now, if there are any considerations or risks of packing, given the COI testimony and the concentration of Latinos outside of the VRA district. Just wanted to clarify.
I think if it were done on a more extreme level, that could be a concern, but so far these changes are having a pretty minimal effect. So far so good from my perspective.
Any concern around compactness? It is looking, but it's not as I don't see any, but I'm just curious.
No, I think when you zoom in super close, things look less compacted than when you zoom out back to a normal level.
That's right.
So no.
Okay, thank you. We figured we'd ask while you're on the line. All right, so consensus from the group to add this in and to try to pull out some population. This is based on COI. This is actually competing COIs, as Commissioner Sinai so eloquently put it. There are competing COIs here, and we'd be prioritizing the COIs from these neighborhoods, and as Andrew was able to point out, deprioritizing some in the San Diego area. Commissioner Furnishari.
Yeah, this move's not really competing COI input. The City Heights is really the area that we have to kind of resolve amongst ourselves, because the Latino community wants City Heights to go south, and the other communities that Commissioner Sinai was discussing want City Heights to go east.
And that's outside of VRA area, right?
What's that?
And that's outside of VRA area.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, is there a consensus to explore this a little bit longer, just and from there go into the Imperial County? Okay. So it looks like we are okay with exploring a little bit longer. And then the next step here would be to take population out. It looks like the suggestion from Commissioner Furnishari and Commissioner Sinai is to pull out from San Diego area. Is that correct, Commissioner Furnishari and Sinai? Do you have specific direction, which areas?
Yeah, well, Bonita,
okay.
And I guess both. You think both? Yeah.
So the area that's highlighted, this is just that portion of San Diego. Do you want me to also pull in Bonita first? Adding this actually would put the deviation into a permissible range. So it wouldn't be legally necessary to continue, but if for other purposes you wanted me to continue pulling from Bonita, I could definitely do that first.
Commissioner Furnishari and Commissioner Sinai, and it looks like the deviations are correct. The CUPs don't change much. Is that correct? My eyes are a little bit strained right now.
Yes, that is correct. It looks like the Latino CVAP would actually slightly go up to 56.04. And again, the deviation would be at 4.82%. So it will be, yes, so that's, it was 0 before, so it's going to be more populated than it was previously, but it'll, satisfy that request from the
So we-
historic barrios to be in a VRA protected district.
So this change would allow us to be compliant. Commissioner Furnishari, Commissioner Sinai from a deviation standpoint.
I think, I mean, from my perspective, this is good because we've also gotten testimony to include La Presa with Spring Valley. And so, you know, we would need to add, that would be adding population to El Mesa and Esval. So I think if we just made this move, I think it would be good because we want to make another move that's going to add population.
Okay, so let's look at the consensus on the commission. Commissioner Ahmed, and then we're going to get Salvador joined us. Then we'll hear from Salvador as well. Commissioner Ahmed?
Yeah, I agree with committing just this change. I do see that there's testimony requesting Bonita to stay with Chula Vista, so this would honor that COI as well, while keeping in mind that our first two criteria are also being met.
That's right. All right, so it looks like we have consensus to do this. We would then go, we have a compliant district that meets the, that is responsive to the community input that we were receiving, we've been receiving. Let's see, anything else here, Commissioner Furnishari, Sinai, others? It looks like a healthy district. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, sorry, I had to get coffee, so I missed part of it. Don't go back. So did we move La Presa or we did not?
We have not moved La Presa. La Presa is still outside of a VRA protected area. It remains where it was. It has, we haven't been exploring La Presa yet. I think Commissioner Furnishari mentioned potentially in a different map, but we have not explored that right now. Commissioner Sidwani?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna +1 Commissioner Turner there as well as Commissioner Furnishari. I think to me that would be the next move, is bringing La Presa in with Spring Valley.
Okay, since we are here and it sounds like there's a lot of commissioners interested in that. Commissioner Sinai, do you want to discuss it?
Well,
Are you in agreement for it or?
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement on that one. I just think that the City Heights question is part of this VRA. If you know, because
let's discuss it then.
They would like to be in this VRA district. And so that's why I don't want us to start building that the next district without finishing up, you know, hearing what we all are thinking.
Okay, so if there's a discussion, there continues to be a discussion about VRA, potentially joining an additional area into VRA district. What is that area, Commissioner Sinai? City Heights? And
yes.
Can you highlight that area, Savon, City Heights, and then we'll come back to La Presa? Because I think that's a swap, right?
The request from the City Heights, you know, has been to cut Chula Vista to be able to add City Heights. So that's how you would keep the numbers.
Okay, so let's take a look. Where is City Heights, Savon?
So I do have COI shape files for City Heights. I don't have any loaded in currently, but my understanding is that it falls within the boundaries of these freeways over here, roughly by the 15 and
I see it.
4.
Oh yeah, I've been there. Okay, so Furnishari Sidwani, your thoughts on a swap? This is a big swap. This might be too much of a swap. So let's talk it through.
Yeah. So the choice we have to make is whether we, you know, we've got to choose between the input we've got. Whether if we take City Heights South, major surgery on the eastern side of this district that we have in place. If we take it City Heights East, then I think then we don't have to do any surgery to the VRA district, and except we have to figure out what we're going to do with El Cajon. We've got a lot of input on El Cajon, and so you know we've got some trade-offs and some you know decision points here in San Diego that we've got to work through.
Okay, yeah, it's the conversation that the commissioner that we've been wanting to have as a commission. Commissioner Dewani for the South Bay, San Diego area.
Yeah, I just want to better understand if City Heights came into the VRA district, what comes out, and is that problematic, right? I mean, it kind of is going to leave, I'm assuming, a Latino community hanging out there by itself from somewhere. That gives me pause for sure. And while I understand that the VRA considerations do not think about influence or other things like that, certainly from a scholarly perspective, the interesting thing right now about this La Mesa district, and I know I understand that we've received conflicting testimony, and I appreciate Commissioner Sinai kind of laying out the fact that there was this conflict so that we can have this conversation. What I see is a majority, a district made up of many different communities. That's generally interesting. I don't know a whole.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of the voting behavior of all of those different groups in this area. But if our VRA requirement is further south, I would just be concerned about cutting out communities that would then not be in a district where they could elect the candidate of their choice.
I too would be uncomfortable if there's areas that are required to have under protection. So, Mr. Larson, can you speak to that?
Well,
like which as parts of this district if Chula Vista in particular, because that's what we're talking about, Chula Vista or City Heights, and any feedback on that?
Sure. I mean, my concern would be what Commissioner Ahmad was asking about earlier, that if we start moving too many of these communities into the VRA, then we do start to, it might start to wade into an area of raising some sort of packing concerns. So I would just flag that, and if it's going to be explored, we would need to keep an eye on it.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Mr. Larson. So we certainly don't want to pack. And so, Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Silvani's question about what would this look like if we did include City Heights. We'd basically be moving Bonita and half of the eastern half of Chula Vista out somewhere. Then instead of this La Mesa S-Val kind of notionally going east-west, it would really go north-south.
So any strong feelings about this, Commissioner Fornashari? I mean, we have a protected class, we've protected them. So now we're doing this for COI purposes. So what are the COIs in the non-VRA areas at this point? Commissioner Fornashari, Commissioner Fernandez, and others who might want to speak to that.
I think Commissioner Sinai could better summarize what the COIs are. I think she had a really good.
Yeah, she gave us a really good overview, so maybe she has a little bit more that would be helpful in helping us prioritize, because at this point we're trying to prioritize. We know we're going to have to cut. Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Sinai.
Yes, I appreciate the background on this, but remind me, wasn't Chula Vista the anchor for this VRA, or did I forget?
Yes, that? Chula Vista was the anchor for this.
Right, and so now we're talking about potentially cutting it then. Right?
Yes, and then the anchor at that point would be City Heights. So it's a switch of our anchor from City Heights to Chula Vista, which is I think what Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Sinai are pointing to.
Okay.
So it'd be shifting our anchor. Our anchor would be going north rather than south. And of course, there would be impact to the architecture here too. And there's positives and negatives here. Any strong feelings around this? Or feelings is the wrong word. Any COIs or prioritization, or any? Because at this point we're prioritizing COIs. Any COIs that want to prioritize over others, and let's just be very honest about what those are, because I don't understand them so much. So Sinai and Turner.
At one point you asked me to clarify COIs or elaborate. What was the question?
Yeah, the COIs that are here that are conflicting. I think it's Chula Vista and City Heights, and then
Yeah,
also
so
just in terms
it's-
of our VRA, and if we could, if there's a priority, any suggestion or recommendation on prioritization of the COIs.
I would rather not be the one prioritizing the COIs because I'm from the region, and I think it's better to have a neutral person. I mean, you all do it collaboratively. I would like to just weigh in with everybody else and not lead it.
Appreciate that. Thank you for
so the COIs. The COIs, again, okay. So there's the Latino. Chula Vista, City Heights is the most diverse group available. The most diverse community we have. It is a low-income community, and there's a lot of other low-income communities on the west side, of the VRA district. The east side of the VRA district is wealthier, but they are Latino and Filipino, and they all work very closely together. A lot of the folks who work in the clinics and in the schools and whatnot live in Chula Vista. Chula Vista is also known as a model city in the country for a lot of different programs. The other piece is that Chula Vista and National City have been split in the past, and they've asked to be kept together. And in this case, it is, for me, it's for good reasons. The split has not helped in a lot of what they're building. City Heights is a very diverse community and has usually been considered with Southeast San Diego and National City and all that. But I think it's unique that there's a new voice in City Heights of the immigrants and refugees and such that are looking and saying, we'd like to go east. The other piece that was interesting about this is that all the advocacy groups in their maps drew it kind of going east. And the LGBT community originally had said that they wanted to go with downtown, the state advocacy. And then the local LGBT community said, no, we want to be with City Heights and go towards the east as well. So those are just the different COIs.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Turner. Then I'll give a sense of what my thoughts are. Commissioner Ahmed, just from hearing from all of you, Commissioner Turner and Ahmed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And it's very helpful just to have Commissioner Sinai continue to talk about just for knowledge of the area. I'm responding to input that's continuing to come in that speaks about splits of COIs in the area. So I've asked about La Presa, that particular area a couple of different times, but basically what's asking for is in this La Mesa area to bring in La Presa, Mid-City, and Normal Heights into the district, as well as the rest of Skyline, Paradise Hills, and a small portion of the southeastern San Diego by 94. So that will make sense to her, and she can probably talk about it a little bit more, but it is a community of interest that feels like it's being split for the La Mesa area. And then in the CVSY area, to move Barrio Logan into the VRA seat, removing El Cajon and moving that into Central South San Diego rather. So I'll let that sit, and then she can talk about how it fits in with what's said. But I want to make sure that those voices are at least heard in this particular area.
Thank you for raising those voices and vocalizing them. Commissioner Ahmed, and then we'll
Chair,
through the next steps.
Yeah, so with this swap, where my mind is at is that if we are starting to cut into Chula Vista, which is in a VRA district, and bringing in City Heights, to me, it no longer is a matter of prioritizing COIs. It bumps back up to VRA considerations because we don't know how that's going to impact the VRA district. So I think I just need more clarity on if that swap was to happen, are we then putting ourselves in a place where we're not completely or as much as possible compliant with the VRA?
So I think that's very helpful, Commissioner Ahmed. Thank you for raising that. And for me, my thoughts here are we have a compliant district. Our council has told us we have a compliant district. We've refined it to be responsive to some community input. Certainly, we can. I do see the potential of to connecting La Presa with the communities that have been heard. But at this point, in terms of prioritization, we have a compliant district. We've met our second requirement. And if we want to do COI unification outside of a VRA district, we can. And certainly we've received the input and we can certainly unite if the commission so desires. And I did hear at least three commissioners mention uniting La Prensa with Spring Valley. That is a possibility. We could do it outside of the VRA district and still create, it's a very strong district. It's just not a VRA district. It's a strong district for the diverse community. It's a very diverse community, 31%, very diverse in many ways. And so I'm sure economically and housing wise and all other ways. So I'm just wondering from the commission if we're comfortable with this VRA district, prioritizing what we had, because we had an anchor in Chula Vista, continuing with Chula Vista as the anchor here, and then maybe improving is the wrong word, but modifying the district above it to unify some of these COIs that we're receiving in that district there. So that's the question on hand, and let's see what people are thinking. Commissioner Fernandez, then we do have to go to lunch because some of us are hungry. Commissioner Fernandez?
I'll be quick. No, just quickly, maybe it's something we can give direction to and Savon can work on it. I would be very open to that. Yeah, I'd like to pursue it. So thank you.
Okay, so you'd like to pursue not the VRA district, not changing the VRA district, just modifying the district above it that has potentially some VRA considerations, but it's not within the VRA district. Is that correct?
Well, I was thinking both, but okay.
No, I'm just curious. I wanted to get the sense of the group because I'm not the one making decisions. You guys are. We're all doing it together. Andrew?
No, I was just going to say, just a reminder, over lunch, we are going to look at those other VRA districts and just wanted to be conscious of the 30 minutes of how much
do that first. Do that first.
Yeah,
and then,
okay. And then
we can come back to this. But
yeah,
you guys can
perfect.
think through
we might
it
do this live. Great.
Absolutely. All right. So anyone have strong feelings here? Either way, my suggestion, it's not really a recommendation, but would be to maintain the VRA district as is and then look to unify COIs above or around, but we can certainly modify the VRA district if that's the choice of the commission and the desire of the commission at this point. Commissioner Furnishari.
I support keeping the VRA district as it is and then moving forward with the moving La Presa in and following up on the input from Commissioner Turner. I think that was the direction that we were going to need to be heading anyway. So
yeah, and I agree. I would agree with that. I think we have a compliant district, as Council has said. Our requirement is that we have a VRA district. We have one that meets all the requirements, and they're outside of those areas. We could create a district that is responsive to the community. They're outside of the VRA and outside of working through our keeping communities together, working class communities together, because that's what I'm hearing from what Commissioner Shania said. It was really about working class people and keeping those communities and ensuring that we have all the working class communities together and they are able to unify their voice, because outside of VRA district, those are the considerations we're looking at. Commissioner Fanai.
Just on that SASVAL, we will want to look to see if we can also move towards the 5 and capture the LGBT community that has to be in that one. It might not work, but I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Appreciate it. That's very helpful. And so we will be think about all of the direction you want to give everybody. So think about any specific direction you would like to see in this district right above a VRA district that certainly is important, and we want to be responsive. And when we come back, we can give direction to it, try it out, and then move on to the next area. Thank you, and we'll be back in 30 minutes. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are moving along through San Diego, and we are at this point considering some swaps in the La Mesa Esval district. We are at negative 2.6 deviation. We're exploring the possibility of uniting La Prensa with Spring Valley. And I believe that Commissioner Fornashari and Sinai and Turner had some suggestions in this area. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I think to start with, add La Presa to El Mesa Esval, and then see where we need to go from there.
And we did receive community of interest testimony wanting La Prensa to be with Spring Valley for socioeconomic, housing, affordability reasons, and other transportation concerns.
Chair, I have highlighted La Presa, and the changes are reflected in this box right here. That would make the deviation of La Mesa Esval 4.52%. So that could actually be left as is without swapping population out if that was desired by the commission. And SESDC would become negative 11% deviated.
If you can scroll out so we can see SEDC. Okay, so we need to add population to the very large district to the east. Andrew?
I was just going to remind on the top of the district, SESDC, there was Rainbow, Fallbrook, Bonsall were some areas that they expressed kept together, possibly with this district. So just wanted to remind folks of that. Thank you.
Yeah, we certainly did get quite a bit of testimony from that region that they would like to be with the SE. Is it DC? My eyes are SDC region. Any suggestions or recommendations, Commissioner Fornashari or Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I would like to make some recommendations. Just kind of still trying to figure out and make sure there's no adverse ripple effects to San Diego, but there's going to be there's some suggestions that I'd like to make in terms of the impacts to Orange County. So perhaps before we go there, or do you want me to just start talking about Orange County?
So let's look at the first change. I want to see if there's consensus to unite the COEs of La Presa with Spring Valley. That was mentioned by Commissioner Sidwani, Turner, and I believe Fornashari, Sinai. Any opposition to that? It does create deviation problems that we'd have to solve up in the SESDC region. Saying none, let's do it, and then let's figure out a way to reconcile population. Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have recommendations on getting population into SESDC?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just get this all together, and I'll just try to make it as efficient as possible.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Fornashari? Or Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you. I was just gonna, if we can, Sivan, we can go up to the northern boundary of the, yes, thank you so much. And then, let's see.
That district ESC has is overpopulated by 4.41. Potentially, we could draw some population from there. That would be an option. I don't know if it's sufficient to address the the issue, but those communities did request, the communities of Fallbrook, Rainbow, and
Paula.
And Paula,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, they
asked to be
requested.
together. I don't know. I'm not so familiar with this area, so I'm commissioners who are, please.
Those areas, the Fallbrook, Rainbow, and Paula also asked to be with Temecula and Escondido. So I was trying to figure all that out. Okay, thank you. I just needed to look at it.
So there's conflicting testimony here. So
Right,
there was
exactly.
testimony to add to go east and to go north.
Yeah.
Commissioner
thanks. I just
Furnishari.
Yeah, so I think, we need to think about this as we have borders on 3 sides of this county, right? So we've committed to Imperial County being a VRA district. We have Mexico, we have an ocean. And so the way I look at this is we have to balance these districts. I have to use my hands and you have to see it. We have to balance these districts as we go up. And then we've got an interface with Orange County and Riverside to make the population all come out, is the way I'm looking at it. I mean, if you look at the yellow here, the San Diego is kind of surrounded. So, I mean, the only way to balance it out is to go up and west.
Would you like me to take a look at adding some of those northern San Diego County cities into SCSDC?
That potentially would also bring down because we could add a Rainbow, Fallbrook, but I see what your point is. There'd be a shifting population.
If we go a little further south, I mean, I think we're over in so we're over 4.5 in La Mesa Estal. We're
Negative.
over 2. I mean, we're over enough in these 3 districts to kind of balance that out if we want to go there. But we'd have to take some of El Cajon probably into SEDC. And then, I mean, if we took some from La Mesa.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Was there testimony to take out El Cajon from La Mesa, or was it to include it with La Mesa? And I remember that there was a testimony to COI testimony to move El Cajon, but I can't remember if it was where.
I think it went both ways, but I think Commissioner Turner had something.
So let's hear from Fernandez and Turner.
Yes, thank you. Actually, that was going to be my recommendation, to try to see how much we can take to try to make El Cajon whole. And some of the communities of interest that I reviewed had El Cajon with Santee and Poway, so that might help. So that would be my recommendation, to bring more of El Cajon in.
So your recommendation is to take out El Cajon out of the La Mesa SVAL district?
Yes, and to bring it into the SESDC.
Okay, so let's hear from Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I think it mirrored that, taking El Cajon out of SVSY, and move it to Central SD.
I believe that was I think what's being discussed at this point is moving El Cajon back to SESDC with the communities of Santee, Lakeside, Hamul. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So it's different so it's a different exploration, different district.
If I address that quickly,
please.
So this was a change that was requested by the commission. It's an intentional split of El Cajon that follows community of interest boundaries. This southern area of El Cajon had been identified as a lower income minority area of the city that had explicitly asked to be apart from Santee. And that was the intention behind that split where it is, as well as being in separate districts intentionally. And that was during live line drawing previously. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not unintentionally stepping on work that you've already done.
That's correct. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I do remember that, Savan, but there was also testimony to keep it whole and then also keep it with Santee and some of these other communities. So again, it's a conflict, it's conflicting communities of interest.
Mm-hmm. We have conflicts of interest here. Or conflicting interest, not conflicts of interest, sorry. Any other suggestions on where this might go? We do have a recommendation on the table to move the communities of Fallbrook and Rainbow and others on the top. If there's other spaces where we might be able to move other cities or communities, Commissioner Sidwani, any suggestions?
Yeah, given that conflicting COI and that we have gone through this, I mean, I think this, at minimum, maintaining this split would seem reasonable to me in El Cajon, and then going back up and thinking about Fallbrook and
Rainbow.
Rainbow to help with the population issues in SESDC.
I don't know if it gets us there, but potentially can help. Could you highlight those areas of Rainbow, Fallbrook, Bonzal, and surrounding areas, and see if there's also testimony that would push these populations up as well. So, but that wouldn't help us with deviations to the east. So we're talking about
yeah, so it looks like that would fix your deviation issue in the Southeast San Diego County, SESDC. It would make it a deviation of negative 1.86, and this Escondido, formerly Bonzol and Rainbow, but now would just be mostly Escondido based, would become negative 4.83% deviation.
So this would address our deviation issues. Any concerns with this? Commissioners, we have a compliant district that is within deviation range, also unifies the COIs that want to be unified. Any opposition to adding this change? Commissioner Sidwani, Kennedy. I know Commissioner Kudogawa is looking at options as well. Just want to hear if everyone's comfortable with this change. This would address our issues in this district. I'm saying nods of yes. It also keeps the community of El Cajon out with the communities that lower income communities that they had requested to be with, or portions of El Cajon, not the whole city, but portions that were prioritized. All right, so with that, we're going to accept this change and we're going to move on to the next VRA district or a VRA district. Great. It looks like a healthy district. We'll move on to, and we have, our line drawers have been working on the changes to the Inland Empire that we had requested in the VRA districts. They have been trying to make these changes work and have, at this time, have not been able to reconcile it, but we will be going through that and see if we can reconcile it in live line drawing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. So in purple are the lines. These are the lines that were sent from the Black Census and Redistricting Hub from after the 1130 line drawing. So I would just note that some of the changes that have been made both today and after 1130 are not reflected in this, just to keep in mind. So we were mainly looking at changes to this Rialto Fontana district, and that is what they had visualized. I would just note that these are pretty major restructuring changes to the note of, about 25% of a district, and would potentially have larger issues or larger ripples throughout this area and potentially into LA. the break was only 30 minutes, so I wasn't able to visualize those yet for you, but whichever direction the commission would like to take it in, I can do that now.
So it looks like this would require significant architectural changes, but we are exploring the possibility of Commissioner Sadwani, Commissioner Vasquez. And can we look at where the VRA districts are? Because can you highlight, yes, thank you, so that we all know where they are.
So I just want to note a key change that I see here is actually that they visualize what we're calling PCO as picking up San Dimas and Laverne in a VRA district. I could see that. I don't know what advice from council might be on that, but I could see that. My bigger question though, then, if we were to move in this direction, is what that would do to the 210 population deviation, because that would set off a number of changes in LA, which may or may not be a bad thing. We are getting, from what I can tell, some interesting testimony in terms of the changes that we made to the San Fernando Valley to try and consolidate more of the working class communities in that region. And I almost wonder if moving in this direction helps open up the San Fernando Valley all the way across the 210 to make some of those changes. It's hard for me to completely conceptualize what that would be, but that's just initially where my mind went when I saw this, is noting the San Dimas and Laverne, and I would be really curious to hear others' thoughts on that.
I'd be curious to hear from the line drawers what they believe the impact would be if we go down this path in terms of implications down the road, and whether it would achieve a pushing population. Well, just the implications.
It is a little bit hard to say without, making some of these changes.
And if I could just jump in for a second, San Dimas' population is about 34,000, and Laverne is about 31,000. So together, you would be correct. Commissioner Sadwani, it would have a serious impact on the 210. So just wanted to.
Can we have the heat map, the Latino CVAP heat map over the whole map, and let's take a look at the CVAP in that area. Is there a way for us to figure out what the Latino population is in the San Dima? Because we're dealing with the VRA area in the San Dima. And this is a question for a council. Is San Dimas and I believe it's Laverne region protected under VRA under our analysis at this point?
Good
Would it be a
afternoon,
mandatory area? Oh, good afternoon, Salvador.
Yeah, this is Sal Perez from Wasser and Woodshire. This is a similar issue to the one that you faced with Barrio Logan in the San Diego district. You have discretion here to shift the populations of Latino voters as long as the existing VRA draft districts stay at about where they are. So the discretion is yours.
Thank you. Any areas that would lose protection that currently have protection? Savon.
Just to answer your previous question, it looks like the change in Latino population would be about 15,000 people.
And about 54% in that area?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would be the of the whole district.
So if you added these to how PCO is now,
I see.
It's currently 57.
So the Latino CVAP would go down to 54 from 57.
Yes, that is correct.
And does that include removing that component of Ontario? No.
It does not. It does not. I can't do both at the same time, unfortunately, but I can commit this to explore that if you would like.
Right, because you would be over by 9 points. You'd be at 9.74, so something obviously has to come up.
Yes, and 210 would be under by 18%.
Okay, so let's hear from other commissioners and just thoughts and around, this is a big architectural change having impacts across the region into potentially Los Angeles and beyond. So let's have a conversation. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, just a general reflection. I would like to explore, I would like to go down this path. Just a general reflection to remind the commission that VRA doesn't protect cities, it protects voting population. And so I really want, like, especially as we get into this very, densely populated, mostly suburban, but somewhat in the denser areas, somewhat urban-ish areas, to really think critically about sort of where we are drawing population from, and that splitting up, especially these are comparatively pretty large cities that we're talking about in the Inland Empire, and that I know I myself am very comfortable breaking up some of these cities, especially because demographically with big cities, we know that concentrations of low income and people of color happen. The populations that are protected are not evenly distributed across a particular city or even a region. So I'm looking for some creativity here, especially since it's unlikely we'll be able to sort of directly map these lines that are visualized in purple onto our own maps, that we should think creatively about where we can draw lines so that we protect populations, but we don't need to protect cities.
Certainly, it's always about people, not geographical space. Certainly, that's what we're redistricting. We're districting people, not space. Andrew, and then Patricia. Commissioner Sinai. Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry. Can you move the box a little to the left, please? So we are being creative, I believe, if we accept this, because you've got Claremont, Upland, and San Antonio Heights. Oh, I guess the forest. I thought the forest was right there. But it is an interesting little dip there. And I just want us, it is contiguous because there is more land. I thought it was a forest. And I was like, that's really creative. But so I guess it's fine. So that was, sorry. And I agree exactly with what Commissioner Vasquez is saying. And that's, it's critical to think about all the way through. Very rarely are all cities monolithic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So let's. I also want to bring back the conversation to the to the redistricting criteria. One is population. Two is VRA. We do have compliant VRA districts at this point. What we're saying is that that we are going to be prioritizing some COIs at this point, which are important COIs. Don't get me wrong; these are really important COIs. But as chair, I just have to remind us we're prioritizing COIs. And completely redoing our map. And that may be okay if that's the consensus where the commission wants to go. I just am reminding COIs are number 4th criteria, and VRA compliance is number 2. We are compliant, and and it's a time issue, just like in the La Quinta area, we didn't pursue a big exploration because of time. Otherwise, we probably would have explored other options. That was my sense from the commission, but we made an uncomfortable decision there. I'm just bringing it back to so that we can have a conversation. And I guess the question may be, is there a way to do some of this and not all of this and reduce the implications across the maps? And I don't know the answer to that. I'm just posing that question. Commissioner Fernandez. And we're all in those different rooms, so I have no idea.
Right.
Can't see anybody, right?
Right. You just stole my thunder. That was going to be my recommendation, is that, we're not obligated to do all of this, but it seems like some, like Rialto, moving Rialto, we could start doing parts of it and try to minimize as much as we can the effects on some of the surrounding districts.
And it goes back to, we have limited time. We want to be done with the assembly districts, preferably sooner rather than later, no later than Monday, certainly. But time is not our friend at this point. But we certainly can make some refinements and some swaps. But if it's the will of the commission to do a architectural change, certainly that's the will. That's what we'll do. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to name that it's certainly. I just wanted to name that in some of these communities, and because it has gotten down to time, the greater, I guess, issue of time for me would be the 10 years that these communities would be stuck in areas that they shouldn't belong in. And so I'm hopeful that we can explore this and do as much as possible. We recognize that if we try this and we get to a place that's non-VRA compliant, then we just cannot. But I'd be more willing to press through whatever it would require to try and accomplish as much of this as possible based on any of the other constraints that we have.
Thank you, and that's appreciated. I also recognize all the changes we're making across the state of California, these are maps for 10 years. We want them to be fair maps that represent and allow all communities to be able to elect people, candidates of their choice. And so I want to hear from other folks about how we're feeling around this, our thoughts. Seeing no hands up, I'm just going to pose the question. Is the commission comfortable with this moving in the exploration phase? All right, so is anyone not comfortable with going exploring here? And then let's think about the consequences of exploring, because I always want to think about the consequences. So can we scroll back out? Because I'm just trying to think what else we need to do today. And we probably do have enough time to do this, but today we do have to go through Orange County still. And we also have to go to the Imperial, and then we have to do work in Orange County in San Diego as well, because we're not done in San Diego. So we can certainly spend time here in the Inland Empire. It's an area that deserves time and attention. And if there's a desire, so that's the work that needs to get done today. And so we just need to figure out what we're not going to do, because it's a question. It's not just a question of what we're going to do. It's a question of what we're not going to prioritize. Commissioner Sidwani.
I was just going to offer, Chair, what if we put a time constraint on this? If we can see the direction where we're going, we can reevaluate that time constraint so we don't.
I'm happy to do that. So let's put a time constraint on it. Let me see what I had allocated to this region, and let's look at, and then we see if we can reconcile it. I'm pulling that up right now.
Earlier this week, on Monday, when Commissioner Fornashari and I presented our plan, it had been suggested by some commissioners that we allocate roughly based on population. I certainly think that we've spent a whole lot of time on many of the rural areas, and so I would just,
exactly
make
so
a play for these more densely populated areas.
And I'm not advocating not doing this. Don't get me wrong. I want to do this because it's I'm always wanting to, and everyone else on this commission wants to create fair maps. I think we have fair maps right now, but fairer maps, and so and get the COIs right, because they do impact us for 10 years, and so but it's an issue of time allocation at this point. So how about we work on this for 30 minutes? We get to 4:00, see where we are, and see the viability of this, because at this point we don't know the viability of what the impacts will be, and then we assess at 4:00, and at 4:00 we go back to at that point it would be the Imperial Valley. Finish that. That shouldn't be knock on wood. That shouldn't take us very long. Go up through San Diego up to Orange County, and then as time permits, we'll come back to this region if we still have work to do. And then let's try that. Is everyone amenable to that? 30 minutes here. If we need more, we can get it after we finalize inland, the other regions that are a little bit less complex. Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah.
And I want to hear, that's just a suggestion. I'm just trying to figure out how to allocate time. Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, this is in reference to the map, not in reference to time allocation.
Okay.
I thought I was hearing that there was some thought to proportionally moving parts of this. Do we have an idea of what that potential split might be? Would it be along the 210? Or are we thinking that's a north-south split, an east-west? What would a potential split in that district be, or along that population?
Okay, so let's begin the exploration. We'll continue to 4 o'clock and we'll reassess at that point. Siobhan, can you answer that question?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to make a snapshot of the way that the districts are now in case the commission decides to abandon these changes. So just wanted to assure everyone that we can always come back to this point. Would you like me to start with those proposed changes to the PCO region where we were previously, and adding San Dimas and Laverne to this Pomona-based district?
If I may, I think somebody said earlier to start with the Rialto, that's actually the community of interest we're trying to keep together. So my sense would be starting with that and then kind of seeing what we would have to shift. We can make decisions about San Dimas and Laverne that way.
And Siobhan, I'm also curious because I do think we have the line drawers for Los Angeles now available. I'm wondering if we give you high level, if we give you general direction on what we'd like to see, and for, what we'd like to see, and what we would like, how we would like this to, the direction to move this shift this population. Again, it's west at this point. How do we want to shift the population west? Whether you can take that and start working on that without us, if we give you high level direction and enough specificity so that you can do your work. And in the meantime, we can start working on Los Angeles, as was suggested earlier, because we do have line drawers that could do that. So that's a potential too, so that we could try to get some of this done in the background while we're also working and making decisions in Los Angeles. We could do that. We could do live line drawing. We can do, I'm just giving options to the commission because as I am getting them. Commissioner Fornashari?
I just want to make sure that, I think we need to loop back to San Diego because there were a couple of outstanding issues that we didn't address that we need to make sure that we address that and all, I guess the term is, can live with the districts that we've put together down there.
Okay, so are you?
Can I respond to your first question, Chair?
Yes, please, thank you.
Yeah, so personally, I would feel more comfortable if we made some of these changes in live line drawing, just because this is such an area that this area has a lot of COIs, it has a lot of VRA considerations, and I would just feel more comfortable if the commission was giving more direct direction to me to make those changes.
Absolutely. So let's do that. Let's do that.
Okay.
So 30 minutes of direction here, and then after that, we will be shifting and seeing where we are, and then we need to get back to San Diego and Orange County. Commissioner Turner?
I just wanted to name where possible, since we're responding to a community of interest request, let's try and do it the way that they've asked for first, because if we try partially, they've already also submitted what would balance. And if we try a portion of what they've submitted, we won't balance and we'll think it's because of a faulty submission, as opposed to at least trying. So if we're going to explore what they've submitted, I'd love to be able to try on what they've submitted and then see, be able to at least say, we tried for 30 minutes to do, or whatever the time frame is, and it just doesn't work in its entirety. But if we start mixing and matching what we believe they intended, I think we may end up with a faulty product.
Commissioner Turner, with all due respect, I think that's a really good intention, but to commit all of those changes would basically be redrawing the entire map, and undoing a lot of the changes that we've worked on today. Just kind of zooming out for a more macro view, you can see that a lot of where the lines, the districts that are balanced in this plan do not align with the districts that the commission has already drawn. So I think it would require more of a mixing and matching approach, just because these changes were not made to the current version of the map that we are looking at now. And that's the version that we need to be balancing, if that makes sense.
So our map has shifted since what Savant, I think, is trying to say is the map has shifted even after the submission was, these lines were drawn. So because our map is continuously evolving, and so what was used as the foundation for these maps is no longer the foundation, and so because our maps have shifted.
Yeah, so what might make more sense would be to go district by district and look at what looks different, and then kind of prioritize what you would like to adapt. But trying to match the borders exactly is going to just run into a lot of other problems in other areas, is basically what, yeah, exactly.
Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for that feedback. My thinking on this particularly is that if we somehow are trying to bring in all community of interest, if we've somehow missed it, and if there is a way to draw it and have all of it included, that would be a better way. And so I just want to name that if there's a way to snapshot and try some things on, great. And then if we're saying it can't be done, if it was incorrect and we have our maps perfectly already, that's then a different story.
I don't think we're saying we have perfect maps, but we're saying that our maps have evolved this morning, because we made changes this morning that impacted all of the lines on this end as well, or not all, but impacted some of the lines that are now that were the foundation of the VRA maps that were. So they're just different lines were used as a basis for the submission we received from the public. So Savon, recognizing that we have until 4 to work through some of this, what's the direction that you need from the commission to help you work through some of this integration?
Yeah, absolutely. So it had been suggested that we start by moving Rialto in with the city of San Bernardino. So if the commission wants me to commit this change and kind of move from there, I think that would be a good starting point. But yes, again, we'll just have to go district by district while making these changes.
Is everybody comfortable with adding Rialto to? I'm getting yeses from the commission, so okay.
All right, so now the San Bernardino district includes Rialto, but is now overpopulated by 19.27%. So we can continue kind of moving clockwise and swapping out population.
So in terms of a process, Sylvan, because as we make changes, we're solving some issues and creating some. What's the best way to solve some of these problems? Is it because here we have a deviation of 19.27? Is it addressing those, or making all of our changes? And then I'm not a line drawer, so I'm trying to get some clarification as to what's the best process to achieve the goal here.
Yeah, I would say that I wouldn't go too far down the road of like scary high deviation, because then you're just gonna be undoing a lot of the work that you've done. So I think if some districts are overpopulated by say 6 or 7%, that would be okay just in terms of moving things around. But I would I would try and get 19% closer to 5 before continuing on, because otherwise, if you continue to make changes to other districts, you're going to be like, oh, wait, we have to fix that 19. It's going to create those bubbles.
Yeah, we might be able to get a bubble that we can't fix it later. So Vasquez and then, or Commissioner Vasquez and then Andrew.
I like Vasquez. Makes me feel like I'm part of a baseball team. So
we are a big team.
I'd actually recommend that we at least make this a bigger change by including all of the community of interest that we are centering a lot of these changes around. So including that triangle space, and then I would sort of go down the track that Savan noted. I know it will get us to a big deviation first, but I just feel like sort of what Commissioner Turner was saying, that like we should start from a very solid place. And that way, if we need to sort of walk some of this back, we at least know that we attempted out the gate to protect this whole community of interest.
Perfect. I like that strategy. So let's do that. And then let's go to Andrew for.
Thank you, Chair. And I was just going to say, if we sort of focus on these, maybe just start by focusing on these 4 VRA districts and sort of work counterclockwise to see where we are with the changes. That might be a suggestion. So next, moving Loma Linda, Redlands over to JRC, and sort of working that way.
Okay.
And seeing how that population works.
That's helpful advice. And it's 3:40. We have until 4 o'clock to continue working this, and we can get back up. We'll come back to it. We just need to also get to the other areas as well. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Savan to zoom out a little bit, because I did notice that the Loma Linda and that little triangle that Andrew was talking about, the neighboring districts are already almost at a 5%, I believe, deviation. Or was I mistaken? That with Loma Linda, Loma Linda and Redlands, you've got the VVHD that's almost at 5, and so is So I was trying to figure out how we're going to move that out somehow. That's our challenge right now. And which district did you say to move it into, Andrew? The JRC?
JRC, yeah.
JRC, through the little valley, right? The little valley.
Yeah, it would extend the neck as we said earlier.
Okay.
So I have that triangle area highlighted. So if the commission feels comfortable with me going ahead and committing that, I can then look at either moving this population into JRC or whatever else the commission would like me to explore.
Commissioner Fernandez, any comments there?
Yes, I'm sorry. I knew there was a second part to my question. Do we want Mentone and Loma Linda to be in that other district that we're potentially going to move them into? That's another question for the
and because this is a VRA district, we have to pay very close attention to the Latino CVAP in all of these as we go through, because that is the protected population in this area. It looks like these changes don't make too much of a difference, which is appropriate, and everything looks good. Any problems, any concerns from the commission around these, Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, that's a good question, Commissioner Fernandez. I think what will have to happen to move the JRC, or to move with all of these changes, I do think we're going to have to include Redlands to maintain the JRC CVAP, which I'm comfortable with. there's actually quite a bit of commuter movement between Redlands and Riverside County. Many folks live in Redlands and work in Riverside. So there is actually a logic behind making these associations. So yeah, that's a good question. I don't think we can just move Grand Terrace and Loma Linda into JRC. I think we'll have to move Redlands. Mentone may actually need to not be included. I would recommend starting with Loma Linda and Redlands first.
So let's turn on the Latino CVEP to ensure that we're capturing the Latino community, the Latino population, given that this is in the VRA area. And council had advised that Loma Linda would be a place that we could potentially cut population if we needed to. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. I believe we have to move Mentone because it's, my records show that it's 9,500 population, or almost 9,600, and that district is already 4%, so it's going to take it over the 5%. Or we'll have to move some other parts to it. So just trying to think ahead.
So let's get council advice on this. Salvador, currently we have these two communities, Redland and portions of Redland and Melitone in the VRA district. They're in the covered space. There's a question as to whether we can take them out of a protected VRA district.
I would advise that you try to keep them in a VRA district, particularly Redlands. But this is, I think it goes back to discretion. They're going to be, this is like a mega VRA region, more or less. That's how I would put it. So the boundaries of these collection of districts will have inevitably some population of Latino voters that will be outside of them. And it's going to be very difficult to capture everyone within those boundaries. So there are going to be decisions that you will have to be making about whether or not you feel comfortable. For example, keeping Redlands in or out, but legally speaking, I would encourage you to try to keep them inside a district.
For risk purposes.
What's that?
For risk management, for risk purposes.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Vasquez, others?
Yes, and I think at this point, if I heard correctly what Commissioner Vasquez was saying, we were going to move it from one VRA district to another VRA district. So it would still be in a VRA district.
My understanding was that the district underneath is not a VRA district.
No, but I believe what Commissioner Vasquez said was to move it to the JRC, which is.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Correct.
You're
Yes.
population
so I think we're okay in terms of what
we'll,
Sal was saying.
And that's absolutely fine. All right. So let's, what is the direction, Commissioner Vasquez? I misunderstood.
That's okay. The direction is to move Loma Linda and the portion of Redlands, and let's just say Mentone, although I think that might put us over population. But let's do the southern portion of Colton, Loma Linda, the portion of Redlands and SBCHR and Mentone into the JRC district and see where that leaves us.
All right, one moment, please.
And we are almost at 3:50. Our next break, I just got a note, is at 4:25. And at 4 o'clock, we are going to reassess. And maybe give direction to the line drivers.
All right, so making those changes let's see, so it looks like JRC would become overpopulated by about 21% and would drop the Latino CVAP below 50, although as we know, it's severely overpopulated. So it's possible that this will come back within range once population is removed. SBCHR would then be overpopulated by 7% and would have a Latino CVAP of 58.45%.
I would say definitely remove that portion of Mentone from this. I think Mentone might have to go to MBCV, which is, I think, where it was this morning. Didn't help too much. What we could do as well, again, since we're already splitting up Redlands, I could also propose that you take what's currently the eastern edge of Redlands and draw a line north-south up to, you can see that pretty densely populated. Right, so maybe if you draw, no, to one more block, I guess, to the right.
Oh, just slightly. Okay, yes, let me try that one moment, please.
It's mostly residential in this area, so I'm hoping to get quite a bit of population by moving. Yeah, I would honestly, I would probably start. You can see there's a dense population of Latino. Yeah, I would include that in our change, but then leave everything else.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I would probably use the 10 freeway as a southern boundary.
Okay, 352.
More or less like that, Commissioner Vasquez. I can clean it up.
Yeah,
it's just the blocks are a little. Yeah. Okay, so that would still make JRC overpopulated by 14.75% and SBCHR by 13.93%. And let me just zoom out quickly so you can see what those changes would look like. Let me turn the purple off. So JRC would move through and would pick up this population highlighted in red. I would point out that for contiguity issues, this would then be separated from the rest of SBCHR. So I would recommend that if the commission wants to move in this direction, that we address this contiguity issue before making any other changes.
Yeah, that would be a problem. So there would be a way to maybe not take all of this, but leave some in a rational place to connect, to do some kind of connection, to connect the two districts, or to connect the district.
Yeah, there is a river. Let me remove some.
Commissioner Sinai.
Not, did we already ask about this neck right here? Is this the one we asked about this morning?
No, this is a different neck.
Okay, because that one's looking pretty.
Yeah, this is a new neck.
Legal counsel, Mr. Perez.
The question is about compactness and whether this meets the compactness requirement.
Well, we're in a VRA district, so compactness considerations are below it. I mean, but at the same time, I think we've consistently advised the commission to, even where you're drawing a VRA district, to draw it as compactly as you can. I'm having difficulty seeing the district as a whole, so
can you zoom out?
Yeah, absolutely. One second, let me just clean these up. Yeah, so the proposed changes in red would be added to this JRC region. So that would go south from Corona all the way, kind of stretching northeast to grab.
This does follow a river. And there is continuity. It is contiguous. It's, the question is one of compactness.
Does the river have water?
So my understanding
I
was
don't know.
the intention was to place Mentone within the MBCB district. And so
I am hearing that the river does have water, so the commission should not. No, sorry, Mr. Harris.
So my understanding was to place that eastern portion of Redlands and Mentone into MBCB, if I heard Commissioner Vasquez correctly earlier. And that would, if that change happens, it seems to me that the compactness concern would be alleviated, because the border of the SBCHR district would end right at the tip of that red highlighted portion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was my thought, that Mentone would have to go back with MBCB, which is where it was this morning.
And would that create deviation problems if we were to do that, Savon, on the MBCB district? Because we're at 4.19 there.
Yeah, so I would just remind the commission that we spent the greater part of this morning trying to balance that higher deviation in VVHG that was accomplished by moving Highland and La Quinta. We're in the weeds of deviation at this point, so it's a little hard for me to tell which direction the commission is moving in, but I can't really speak to what the solution is here.
Commissioner Vasquez, do you have any ideas? I mean, we're shifting population west is what it appears to me at this point. So there's, but although some of these impacts will be to the east as well, and potentially overpopulating eastern districts, if we were to commit these changes. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, it does seem like I think there's room to play a little bit in MPH for them to absorb some population. I also think Southwest Riverside can absorb some population. Our Pomona, Ontario district could absorb some population. Even LAOSB can absorb some population. I don't know. I personally would like to continue to exploring this. We spent all day yesterday on the northern part of California. And even, from day one, as we were visualizing this area, we have heard consistently from this community of interest that they wanted to be kept together. And so for me, I feel pretty strongly that this deserves, I mean, we spent 10 minutes deciding whether we were going to spend 30 minutes on doing this. So for me, I feel like it deserves some more time from us.
And I'm interested in spending more time here. Just the question is, it's when, because we also have to get down to the districts in the south too. It's issue of prioritization. We can spend time here, but it means less time in other portions as well. But as you're right, this area deserves significant attention too. We're at 4:00. I'm thoughts from the commission to continue here. I'm comfortable continuing here if everybody else wants to continue here a little bit longer, and then getting to the other region. It is it's 4:00. We have, we're going to begin opening public comment at 5:30, and we'll take it once we're finished line drawing, and we can finish line drawing whenever, as long as we have staff to help us. So, so that's where we are. I mean, I'm willing to be here all night if and I'm sure many of you are as well to get this done. It's a commitment for 10 years, but I don't want to shortchange other regions of Southern California either, and we will certainly have Monday as well, potentially later. So that's where we are. So those are the options, and I'm comfortable doing whatever what the group wants to do. Commissioner Sidwani.
I'm comfortable to continue on as well. I actually just wanted to get some clarity on Commissioner Vasquez's thoughts here of, is it just Mentone going to MBCV or Redlands and I believe that's Loma Linda underneath it. Was all of the highlighted area that you wanted to put to MBCV? Just so I can get a sense of what we're working with here.
And I just want to, and while Commissioner Vasquez is considering those things, just ask the commission if there's anyone that is uncomfortable with us remaining here for a little bit longer. Nope, no one's uncomfortable, so we're going to continue on. I just have to gauge the commission. That's my job. Commissioner Anderson.
I just have one quick sort of clarification here. What lines are what? I thought I had it all worked out, and then I'm like, okay, maybe I don't. So whose lines are which?
Yeah, so right now you're just seeing what the commission has for the current boundary.
These are our lines.
These are just your lines. So the district that's now highlighted in green is JRC. What is highlighted in red, this is the area that was proposed to be moved into JRC. So the new boundary would follow where my mouse is outlining. And then
okay.
Correct, I believe the suggestion from Commissioner Vasquez was to move the remaining areas in SVCHR into the MBCV district.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I like this idea. I do want us to kind of maybe try and look at kind of overall. We're going to try to add this, add that, so we get a scope of the work we're trying to do.
Yeah,
it would be very helpful.
So maybe if we can
overall
all think about
scope.
the direction that we want to give and the scope that we want to give as we go through these and just kind of look at the maps. And I know Commissioner Vasquez and Sidwani and Turner and others have been given very direct direction, and I appreciate that. Commissioner Sinai.
I do like the idea of putting a time limit on how long we're going to work on this, because again, we have not finished San Diego today.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Sidwani.
Okay, I don't have any of the population totals in front of me, so I don't know if any of this is going to work, but I'm wondering, it looks like we had split Highland this morning. Is that correct? Is that city is cut in half?
Yeah.
So Commissioner Sidwani, I do want to be responsive to Commissioner Sinai before we go on. So how about we put a time limit? Does an hour seem reasonable? We have 1, 2, 3. We have about 4 districts that we have to work through. So 4 and potentially additional. Does an hour seem reasonable a time frame for us to work through these 4 districts? Commissioner Vasquez? If we need more, we need more, and we come back to it. But
yeah, I would much rather us come back tomorrow and even revisit this place. again, we spent all day yesterday on an area that's much less populated than, and we haven't really done a good faith attempt to make these changes that we heard about even before we finalized our draft maps, because we said, oh, this was our best attempt forward, but we're going to come back and make changes, and we haven't actually attempted to make changes. So I'm good with doing an hour today, but I would like a commitment for us to spend additional time, whether tomorrow or Monday, on this region.
And as I said, I'm fine with staying as late as we need to get this done. I just need to make sure that I have staff support for us to help us through this. So I'm going to check in and see how late we can stay. And also look at other options. And we do have Monday too, and we can issue, if we can't get through it, we can issue continuance into whenever we need to. So I'll look at options while we're doing this. But let's start with an hour, and then if we need more, we'll continue. I'm going to be exploring options while we're doing the exploration with staff. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
I'd rather finish this because I agree with Commissioner Vasquez. I feel like Southern California keeps being put last on all our lists, and this keeps happening to Southern California. It's not the first time. So I would rather finish this and commit that we're not coming back to it, because my concern is we're going to make these changes and then the line drawers are going to go, and then everyone's going to come back to it again to make sure we're all okay, and say, oh no, that's not what we were thinking, and then change it again. We're never going to get to Southern Orange County and San Diego, and Imperial County, and we really need to do all of it. So I'd rather finish this whole area and then do San Diego tomorrow. But we need, we only spent like half an hour on San Diego, and San Diego is much more complicated than what was given to it.
Absolutely. We want to, the only thing that we cannot commit to, and I'm just going to be very honest with this, is once we complete these areas, they still have to go through VRA compliance review. So these all will have to go, we're going to draw all these lines, but they still have to go through VRA council and get reviewed after that, just to ensure compliance with the VRA, which of course is the second criteria. It's so important. So there may be changes after that, but they should just be compliant changes. Commissioner Sinai, compliance.
Yes, that's what I'm asking, is that they just be compliant, that we don't repeat what happened in Sacramento yesterday, where we all say, okay, and then we bring in a new map. That at this point,
oh yeah, absolutely.
We work on something until we're comfortable, and then we go back just to do compliant, but not any more big architectural. Because right now we haven't been given not every place has been given the same amount of time to look at architectural changes, look at all the different COIs and everything else. So at this point, that's all I'm asking.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure that I'm going to look at the commissioners. Do we commit to ensuring that any additional, as we work through this and we make changes, that once we come back, most of the changes will be compliance related. These are VRA areas, so VRA has to take precedence. But remember, this is a dynamic process. We're going to get feedback from the public as well, and the public may have input that shifts us, and that's why we have meaningful public participation. That's the reason why we're looking at this, is to be received public input. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, Chair Toledo, I think you're doing a great job. I just want to name, I think we also are wasting an awful lot of time saying the same thing over and over. And I just want, for me, cut me off. Let's just go ahead and move. It's time to move. We're doing too much talking and adding on and explaining why we feel the way we feel. Let's just draw the lines.
Okay, let's just draw the line. So what we're going to enforce 1 minute, 1 minute and times on all of us, and let's draw the lines. So not Sivan, help us move forward.
Okay, Chair. So I would you like me to continue moving in the direction that we were moving previously, or just maybe take a bigger look at the region? I'm a little unclear at.
So thank you, Sivan. I have a suggestion, Chair, if I may.
Yes, Salvador.
One thing that you could do, as Sivan was saying, is look at this as a region and overlay the map that you have been considering, the purple lines earlier, and determine which communities are outside of the current districts that you'd like to include in districts. And for example, earlier we talked about at least portions of San Dimas going into a surrounding VRA district. It looks like the purple line map had suggested shedding Loma Linda and Mentone from VRA districts, and so on and so forth, having this conversation where you're determining areas where you'd like communities to come in and communities to go out, and then advise the line drawers to proceed either on their own or through line drawing in order to shape the existing districts closer to what is being recommended by the community.
Thank you, Mr. Paris. And you did advise us to keep Redlands, and Mentone in a VRA district, correct?
I think my
Just Redlands,
advice
right?
was Redlands.
Oh, Redlands. It's just
to the
Thank you for
extent that you could.
To the extent we could. Okay, perfect. And Commissioner Sidwani.
Yes, thank you for that, Sal, because that was exactly kind of what I was thinking. Are those the population totals that you just put up?
Yes.
Yikes. Okay, so my original comment was going to be putting in Mentone and making Highland whole. No, sorry. Swapping basically Mentone and Highland, having more of Highland go to VVHD, but I'm seeing now that's going to put everything over. Because if we put Mentone into MBCV, something has to come out, right?
Exactly. And that's where you run into the Coachella Valley issue that we were talking about this morning. I actually have a suggestion, which you are welcome to ignore completely. Just looking at these two districts here, this RCFR and this SBCHR, they're roughly at equal ends of the deviation spectrum. So if you were able to swap between the two of them, they're both VRA districts, and you could switch out basically an equal population that you moved in with Rialto. So again, this may not at all be what you're looking to do, but you could theoretically move, let's say, everything south of the 10, more or less, from SBCHR into RCFR. And based on the city populations that are in this kind of southern portion, that could fix the deviation issue kind of internally between these two districts, rather than having it balloon out into the rest of the area. Because I wouldn't recommend touching MPH. We worked really hard to get that deviation at a good range, and also the Latino CVAP above 50%. And that would be something that I think might be a good way to try, but would wait for your direction on that.
Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, I think that's a smart way to start right now. Again, just being mindful of the Latino CVAP in RCFR, because a lot of the population we're going to be moving does not appear to have sort of the concentrations of Latinos that we may need. But I think that's a good place to start, Svan.
If the commission feels comfortable, I can just start adding that, so you can keep an eye on the changes in this box right here and see what that would look like. So I would need to cut a portion of Rialto. Would you like me to keep it as narrow as possible, or just consistently move below the 10?
I would use the 10 for now.
Great, thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I was going to say you can also, and you could probably finish it. You can also probably reasonably grab the population just north of Lowland, up to that river.
Sorry, your audio broke up for a second there. I heard north of Loma Linda to the river. Is that like this area right here?
Yeah, but more to the west.
To the west of the 210? Or more even closer?
Within the
Sorry,
purple line, right?
Oh, where the purple line is. Yes, I can move. Yes. One moment, please. Like, is that what you meant? Sorry, your audio cut out again, so I'm not sure that I'm capturing what you were saying.
And we will need to take a break at 4:25 for our scheduled break. We still have about 10 minutes, a little bit less than 10 minutes. But we can give direction so that someone can work through some of these things during break. So if you have direction for that break.
Yeah, so the area that I had suggested wasn't quite enough population. So if the commission would continue to feel comfortable with me adding maybe the rest of this portion, I think that we can fix the deviation.
So Vaughn, is the Fontana triangle a densely populated area, or is that?
This area that was added in?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I would have to, oh, actually, yeah, let me see if I can.
That might be an area to shift from SBCHR to RCFR.
Yeah, let me accept this change first, and then I can look and see how many people are in that area. One moment, please.
I was also I think this is fine. What I was trying to say previously there's a portion to the north of Loma Linda, yeah, right where your cursor was, right above the 10. Yeah, up to the river that you could add as well, that I think makes sense. It's probably mostly residential and businesses, so I'm not sure how much population you'll get.
Yeah, would you like me to explore adding that in rather than undoing this kind of line map that we did? Okay, one moment,
yes.
Please.
Because I think that triangle is pretty essential to what we're trying to do. So I'd like to avoid walking that back if we can.
Absolutely. One moment, please. Sometimes census geography plays nice and matches up with what we want, sometimes not. So thank you.
You're doing a great job, Savon. Thank you so much for helping us through this really big puzzle that we want to do. Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Kennedy.
Oh, nothing yet.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I want to caution us to be careful in this area. We've heard from marginalized communities on the periphery of San Bernardino Airport, which is right there, right there. that they did not want to be split up, that would really cause them problems as far as advocating for their community's environmental safety in the environs of the airport. So let's just be careful.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Are we looking to commit this change, or what are we looking for?
I say yes.
Commissioner Kennedy, were you comfortable with this change? This is not the area, right? It's very close to the area, though.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it looks like the census, let me turn on the boundaries for the census block so you can see. Actually, that's the, so the blocks, so yeah, so you wanted it along the river, correct?
More or less. I mean, I think you've gotten it pretty close.
Yeah, it's just this, sometimes the census geography doesn't exactly match what you would expect. So this is, I think, about as close as I can get it. And obviously I can, do some cleaning up offline, but for the purposes of this, does this look okay to you?
It looks okay to me. Thank you.
Okay. So now looking at, so now we have a bit of a population bubble over here. It's still contiguous, but we are still at a negative 7.8 deviation. So if the commission wanted to go ahead and add the rest of this portion into RCFR, we could see if that fixes the deviation issue.
Can you highlight it and let's see if any commissioners have opposition to that or are concerned about that? What would that do to our deviations and our CVAPs?
Okay, so the problem here would be that the Latino CVAP of RCFR would drop below 50 to 49.66%, but it would fix the deviation issue. So we can play around a little bit with where the split is or go back to the drawing board.
Thank you. Let's hear from Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, let's not include Mentone right now. I think Mentone is really going to have to go to MBCB or VBH. We could also.
So we're still below compliance requirements.
I would
but
walk
deviation
back
is
this,
good. Deviation
right.
is good.
I would walk back there's a little hook around Mentone. I would put this line where the Redlands Municipal Airport is. And see if that helps deviation. There's not much population. I think it's mostly orange groves. That didn't help much.
Our deviations look pretty good. It's the CVAP that's kind of gone down.
Yeah, I'm wondering also if you take that northern line and bring it south. That northern line, bring it south to where the river is, or even, I don't know what that street that is, but you can see this concentration of like Latino, it's a Latino neighborhood. So I'm trying to keep that in the district, but yeah, lower that. Oh, I guess you probably can't because of that little neck thing.
So yeah, I'm happy you're talking about moving this border down to the river.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no population here, so I don't think that would make a difference, but I'm happy to do that if you would like. Let me zoom out so you can get a better sense of the changes that we're talking about here. So this RCFR district has become kind of long and runs east-westward more or less, and would wrap around to include this highlighted portion here.
Yeah, I would still take that. There's a line in the northern part of Mentone. I would walk it west, sorry, to the municipal airport. It's not a ton of population, but
oh, I see you right here. Okay.
yes, yeah. I'm hoping that will increase the CVAP a little bit. No, okay, JK.
It looks like it's still below 50, unfortunately.
I'm also wondering if keeping this here also, if instead of using the 10 as a southern boundary, you can see some additional residential populations along the 10. If you just bring that southern boundary, maybe including that additional portion of Redlands. You can see Redlands Mall, even like out to Brookside and Redlands. What is that?
So those are
Redlands
already
Community Center. Oh, they are already in.
Mm-hmm. So the district in green would gain the red portion.
Right, got it. I feel like there's more maybe we can do than within this district since the deviations are good. I feel like maybe we can move some internal lines to improve the Latino CVAP. And then maybe we can get rid of the neck.
Yeah, would you like me to commit those changes? We would need to address the fact that Mentone is disconnected from this district. So either adding it in and then addressing the Latino CVAP internally, or kind of recreating the issue that we already dealt with this morning with the overpopulated MBCV, which I would potentially caution against.
So we are at our scheduled break. We need to take a 15-minute scheduled break. In the meantime, I'll check in with staff about going longer and also assess our options. Continue to assess our options, but we do need to take a 15-minute break. Commissioner Sinai, is there a comment before break? No? Okay, we'll wait until after break. So 15-minute break, everyone. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are looking at the maps in the San Bernardino area, the Inland Empire and the surrounding areas, working through some visualizations. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I am wondering if removing this sort of north little cone at the top of SBCHR, I'm not sure how much population there is, but removing that up to the 15.
So I believe the line drawers have a solution that they wanted to share. Is this aligned with this recommendation, Andrew?
Yeah, so it's reflected in terms of what's on the screen currently. This is something that I worked out during break. So it would maintain just swapping between these two districts. So it would keep Mentone and the northern portion of Redlands in with SBCHR. And the compromise here would be removing a portion of that Fontana triangle up to the 210. So it would be a compromise, adding some of it, but not all of it. That would both fix the deviation and it would increase Latino CVAP in RCFR to a permissible 51.4%.
So SBCHR would become compliant, and then we would have to find population for RCFR. Commissioner Vasquez. Is this a lot? I think.
Sorry, I just took a bite.
Oh, no worries.
I don't love this, but I can live with it if there is no other solution.
There may be other solutions, but this is the solution that we have on the table. And can you also, because we can look at Latino and also African American CVAP and other CVAPs. Can we take a look at the heat map for the African American community, just to make sure that we captured that? We saw the Latino, we see this Latino CVAP on the map right now. So just curious about that.
Yes, just one moment, Chair, while I get that up.
Since this is a VRA district and we're looking at communities in this region. And remind me, the African American concentrations would be in the Rialto area and also in, was it Colton, I believe? Was the Coy testimony? Does anybody remember?
The Coy testimony is what is being proposed to be walked back a little bit, which is why it's not my favorite. The whole point is to include that entire triangle. So again, not my preferred solution.
I see. So let's see the heat map and see if we're capturing the African American community in this map.
Yes, one moment, Chair. Sorry, I'm having trouble finding. One moment, please. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. And I think the issue here is finding enough of the Latino population to keep it within acceptable ranges, while also ensuring that the African American, or as much of the African American population, is represented in this grouping.
Would you like me to turn the yellow shading off so you can better see the heat map distribution?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah.
So I see there's a little African American community to the, or a African American community to the left-hand side of that cone.
Yeah, and that's definitely why they asked for the boundary to be drawn at baseline and not at the 210. I'm curious if folks are okay with exploring one of the other recommendations from the Black Census Hub, which could help us with the deviation in RCFR, which doesn't solve the SBCHR deviation portion, but I think there are other ways to trim around the boundaries of SBCHR to get within the deviation. The Black Census Hub is also recommending for this RCFR district to bring in a portion of Ontario north of the 60, Bloomington, and the rest of Rancho Cucamonga into the district to unify communities of interest. And their analysis shows that it does maintain the Latino VRA seats in these areas. So if we need to add population to RCFR, we could attempt their recommendation of how to do that. And then I think for the overpopulation now of SBCHR, I continue to believe that Mentone can be, if not completely eliminated, if we split Mentone in half, maybe, and start, I think, shaving off some population around the edges of SBCH. I feel like we can get to within the 5% deviation.
Sarah, would you like me to abandon this and move towards other options as outlined by Commissioner Vasquez, or?
Let's see what the commission is where the commission's at. Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Sidwani, others.
In theory, I like, making Rancho Cucamonga whole, but the issue would be taking from districts that are already in the negative. So we just really need to be careful where we're heading on our negative deviations. And yeah, so I think that's the main, I mean, I'd like to see us, again, keep it localized if possible.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sidwani, then Commissioner Vasquez again.
Yeah, are we looking anywhere at the change in the black CVAP on any of these districts? I'm just saying, like, this one piece of Fontana splits the city of Fontana. And between our CFR and SBCHR, I recognize that those might be slightly different COIs, but wondering if we might feel okay accepting the suggestion that Sivan has made, recognizing that it is still keeping this community of interest that wanted to be kept together in one or the other district. I don't know. I'm open to suggestion here, and I recognize what the testimony was. I'm also looking for solutions to move forward.
Thank you. And so Commissioner Sidwani, and I'm seeing a lot of nods to Commissioner Vasquez and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I'm actually, I feel like maybe more, rather than accepting this southern portion of that triangle, I'm wondering if we instead take the northern part of the triangle and moving it into RCFR, and there's maybe some compactness issues with that, but I feel like the point of this testimony is to keep that pretty densely populated Black community with Rialto, and with that portion of Rialto that's very densely Black populated. So for me, it feels important to get the section in question together with Rialto. Again, I can live with it. I think we've gotten a majority, it seems like, of the Black communities in this area together. So I can live without this triangle, but I would like to spend a few more minutes trying to think through other options. So maybe the northern part of the triangle, and then.
Okay, so let's look at the northern part of the triangle. And in the meantime, let's hear from Commissioner Fernandez and Sinai.
No, I was just going to mention that the SBCHR, the CVAP for Latino and Blacks did go up from what we had in our draft maps. I just wanted to, I think it was Commissioner Sidwani had asked about that.
Oh yeah, they both went up, which was good to see. Commissioner Sinai?
I was just going going on. Fontana was split, so that triangle is not necessarily Fontana. There's Fontana on the other side of the triangle. So if we did the other split, Fontana would be split 3 times. So this is better because, oh wait, is this going up now towards Rancho Cucamonga? No.
Mm-hmm.
So
now I'm confused myself, sorry.
No worries.
So I'm just representing the alternative solution that was just presented by Commissioner Vasquez to take the portion of Fontana north of the 210 rather than south. It looks like that would still fix your deviation issue internally between those 2 districts. And it looks like it would also keep RCFR above 50.
So let's check with council to see if 50 is still, because it did move our VRA down, although slightly, whether that is still within acceptable ranges. Dale and Salvador, please opine.
Hey guys, I don't know if Sal's back on. I literally just logged in about 15 seconds ago. So
Sal is still on. Thank you.
Right.
So Sal,
I'd like to see it closer to 51, if not 52, and I have been meaning to pipe in to say that I'd like to widen that neck between the eastern edge of San Bernardino City and the portion of the city of Redlands that is on the other side.
Okay, so this change would not help us with getting into compliance with VRA compliance. So Commissioner Sinai, Vasquez, any other? We still have this change that potentially would get us to closer to 51.4. To 51.4, it's I believe, Salvador, you said ranges a little bit higher. You'd be more comfortable higher and cleaning up the neck.
Correct. 51.4, I think, would be sufficient if there's no other way to balance all the interest that the commission has been discussing so far.
And you'd prefer higher or keep it? This would make it sufficient?
Slightly higher to 52, but I think that 51.4 you could live with.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez, Turner, and Sinai. And we still have to clean up the neck too, or to widen the neck.
I feel like I would prefer to widen the neck first and see what that does. Because maybe we can minimize this little triangle piece.
Okay, so let's try to widen the neck. That sounded a little strange.
I'm just gonna turn the heat map off so that it loads faster for us.
The heat map, the Latino heat map may be helpful here.
Yeah, would you like me to turn that on?
Yes, please.
Okay, one moment, please. So looking at widening the neck, I could move this line back down to the 10, if that sounds like a reasonable place to start.
Yes, that's probably the better way to go.
All right, so why don't I commit this change?
Mm-hmm.
And if council would tell us if this is sufficient.
Where are we?
This is just widening the neck. It was previously at the river and we moved it down to the 10 to kind of
Our deviation's still a little high, isn't it? 6 points. But
yes,
Salvador, can you opine on the CVAP?
I believe we were fixing this issue and then we were going to look at if we could get away with
compactness rather.
Yeah, taking even less out of that triangle to achieve the same goal.
Yeah, I feel much better about the quote unquote neck issue.
Can I, rather than going back to Fontana, can we see what it would look like to split Mentone and what that does to the deviation and the CVAP? So taking only the portion of Mentone that have those concentrations of Latinos. And again, I don't actually think there's it's not very densely populated. There's definitely population there, but Mentone, there's residential and then it's a lot of like orange groves and residences between orange groves. So there is a community rationale as well for splitting Mentone.
Yeah, sure. Where would you like me to put it in MBCB? I guess that's kind of the only option where to put it. Okay. And where would you like me to split? Would you like me to split it more north?
North south using that Latino community there. Yeah, right there.
Oops.
Thank you, Salvador. Have a good rest of the day.
Good evening, everyone.
Mr. Larson will be helping us from at this point.
So just cleaning up these stray blocks while I do this. It looks like this would keep MBCV in a permissible deviation range, which is good. It looks like the impact on SBCHR doesn't look like it's enough population to bring that 6.46 within range. It would, however, let's see. And the Latino CVAP currently in that district is 55.91, although I would expect it to drop once we get the deviation within range.
Right. This still feels like a worthwhile change to commit. Again, if we're thinking about trying to minimize how much of particularly the Black population will be splitting if we have to split it in Fontana. So for me, this feels worthwhile, especially because it's not changing the deviation of MBCV very much. It did raise the Latino CVAP a little bit.
Would you like me to commit this change then?
I say yes.
I am looking around the room just to make sure everyone is yes. We have a yes. I see general consensus on this. Commissioner Vasquez and everyone, we're doing what? We're doing good in terms of deviate. We're getting closer to our requirements. Just a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, one more time, could we put up the Black Census Hub's lines to see if there's maybe any more internal swaps we could do, not in Fontana?
And before we, and as we do this, I just wanted to let the public know that we will, because we decided to focus on the and more attention as in this region in the Inland Empire, as we will not be taking public comment today. We will be taking it at our next meeting because we will be working through as long as we possibly can to get all of the maps in Southern California completed. And so we will be working through as long as it takes to get these maps completed. And because of that, we will not be taking public comment tonight. We will be taking public comment on the next scheduled meeting, which we will determine as we go through. Just wanted to make that announcement. But Commissioner Vasquez, please go ahead, and Savon.
Yeah, I might need another minute with this map.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, Yvonne, can you zoom into that which one is it? RCFR? Yes, right there. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I also want to make an announcement to commissioners. Please make sure you have your coffee, your tea, your caffeinated drinks with you, because we'll be working through as much as we can tonight.
So that little piece on top that is on Interstate, part of that triangle on Interstate 15 right there. Yeah, right there. On the other side. Right. Yeah. Is the red? Is that part of Fontana? Wait.
Yeah,
yes.
I believe that's Fontana.
So, I mean, I realize this isn't the exact boundary this would add to the boundary that we have, but I'm just wondering if we can bring in maybe more of Fontana since we're already splitting it up. I don't know. I'm not sure if everyone would be amenable. I'm just trying to think of how we can minimize the various cuts to Fontana.
Yeah, we could look at adding the rest of this in and then maybe swapping Bloomington as a potential. How would folks feel
Ooh.
about trying that?
That's intriguing.
Well, wait a minute. If you add Bloomington to what?
So we would be pushing the deviations further in the direction that we don't want to go in. So if we're adding more.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. My bad.
So I was just looking at Bloomington as a concentration of population that could keep the swap local and potentially be another option to explore.
Okay, thank you.
I'd be curious to see that.
Okay, one moment, please. Oh, that's continuing to move in the wrong direction. But
yeah, you're going the wrong direction.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I was like, it's too simple. We could
no, both undo both of them. Yeah.
Okay. Oops.
And to the public, while we're doing this, I just want to remind the public that we do have many ways of providing input to the commission, including through our online process, through our email, and that we are looking at it as we speak. As we are doing this line drawing, we are reviewing it. So if you continue to send it in, we will continue to review it. So I just want to make sure that the public just remind the public that there are other ways of giving input other than public testimony, and that we are reviewing it as we speak and as we do these changes. Continue on, Commissioner Fernandez and Savon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Did we add the black CVAP heat map?
I can change that to put that on right now if you'd like. One moment.
Yeah, and please go ahead and undo what I had asked on that Fontana, that corner, because all that did was make it worse. So I'm trying to see if there's, if we can maybe shift that Fontana up to the Interstate 30 and 210. But I need to see the.
So can I accept this change to add Colton as well? Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you mean. One moment, please.
Yeah, I went the wrong way. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we both went the wrong way.
Yeah. We both got excited and then realized it's the wrong way.
It's too good to be true. Yeah, so this looks like another potential solution. Although just looking at our CFR, looks like that's not quite enough population, as the deviation would still be -979. It would keep Latino CVAP at a permissible level though. But Yeah, I think if I could get a sense of the direction the commission wants to move in, big picture, that might help with recommendations.
Can you zoom out just one more
I'm
time?
so sorry. There's something strange going on with Maptitude. This is showing the current district, and this is showing what it would be. So this would actually fix the issue. I'm not sure why this is
the numbers are weird. They're not, yeah, sorry. They're just not.
Well, this would fix the issue if we include what you had already highlighted down in Colton. So this is not just undoing Commissioner Fernandez's change, but it would also be adding more of Colton. And I feel like I really would like to prioritize this triangle in Fontana. If I could have like a few minutes to just look up some COI information in Colton, although I don't know.
So this would keep the city of Colton whole. It would make Fontana split only once, whereas previously it was split twice. It would also maintain the split as requested by the Black Census. Oops, excuse me. Let me just turn those lines on. So it would extend that area a little bit to an area they hadn't included, but it would keep the boundary at I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name of the street, but below the 210.
Okay, so and the CVAPs are at what level? 62.92 and 57.91?
Yeah, 52.63 and 54.7.
Oh, sorry, looking at the wrong thing.
No, yes, and I'm not sure what's going on with this. At the next break, Maptitude is being kind of glitchy right now, so I'm not sure what's going on, but what's highlighted here is I believe the correct projection of what the changes would be.
Okay, so this gets us to appropriate deviations is what you're saying, or it does not?
Yes, appropriate deviations, yes. And per council's recommendation, the Latino CVAP is over 52 for this district and closer to 51, and 54.75 for SVCHR. So this raises the Latino CVAP.
Sivan, could you show us what the Black CVAP would be? I just wanted to compare it to what it was before.
Absolutely.
10.
So it looks like it would increase to 15.64 from 15.1, and it would decrease slightly from 10.23 to 10.07.
Right. And in our draft maps, the SBCHR was at 13%. So it goes up by 2.6%. Okay, thank you.
Chair, would you like me to commit this change, or do we want to hear more feedback from commissioners?
I'm just looking at the room. It's for general consensus. I see general consensus, so let's keep going. Yes, commit it.
Perfect. So, yeah, we have fixed those issues with deviation and with the Latino CVAP. So, not sure if there are other changes you wanted to make in this area, or if you wanted to return to San Diego now.
It looks like we have addressed the matter here quicker than I thought. I thought it was going to take longer, so that's a good news for us. Maybe there will be time for public comment. So let's.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to hear about something. I'm sure we're going to hear from people about this, but for now, this to me feels good. And so thank you for coming on this journey, everyone.
And thank you for helping us through this journey. So anytime we go on a journey, we don't know how long it's going to take, and so we always estimate the worst case scenario. And so. So let's review what we've done, Sivan, and then let's go back down to San Diego, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. One moment, I'm just going to turn off the streets layer. Okay, so looking, I'm just going to turn on the lines that we had from this morning, because I think that would be the easiest way to show the changes that we've made, because we've made some pretty big changes. So let me get rid of this box here. Okay, so looking at the changes that we've made to this area, we added in the city of Rialto, and this identified Coy in the northern portion of the city of Fontana. We then made some swaps between these two districts to take in the southern cities of Bloomington, a small portion of the southern part of Rialto, Colton, Loma Linda, and a portion of southern Redlands. We also moved Mentone back into MBCV where it was this morning. Let's see what else. Yeah, would you like me to review? Let me make it a different color so it's a little bit easier to see.
Thank you, Commissioner Sidwani. And thank you for everyone for encouraging the whole commission to go through this. I know this was something that the commission wanted to do. I saw that it was universal. So let's, Commissioner Sidwani.
No, I think I answered. The orange is what it was. Is that correct?
Yes, orange is where it was this morning.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So these maps will go through to VRA Council compliance review, and then we will come back to them at a later time. Just for our final review, we're going to get a VRA Council review, and then we will review them one last time before finalizing them, just to ensure complete compliance, as these are VRA lines. So with that, we will, I believe we've completed, have we completed all of our VRA districts at this point, Sivan? Are there others, I believe, in the Imperial County, I believe, no?
Oh, in this area, or
yeah, in this area we've completed them, I believe.
Okay,
right?
great.
All of the VRA districts. How about in the Imperial County?
Yeah, let me turn the yellow back on so you can see.
And from here we can work up. We will have completed our VRA districts from here, and then from here we can go through San Diego to the non-VRA districts, and then work our way up into Orange County. And then back again to the Inland Empire around the non-VRA areas. So we, fortunately, there's a lot of VRA space that we will have covered after having done this. Commissioner Sinai.
Just one question on the SECA.
Becca?
I brought it up this morning. We have split Anza Borrego, Anza, California, with Borrego Springs. I don't know if, I just wanted to put that out there. If we feel okay, but a lot of times they do, I see that as all one region.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of need in that area of Borrego Springs. If I remember, there were tribal lands in that area as well that wanted to remain together.
Maybe
I think that was part of the issue.
Yeah, maybe we look at it for Senate or for Congress. But I just wanted to. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, so if I'm remembering correctly, the decision was made to stop at the San Diego County border. That took place during live line drawing before the draft maps were made. The native areas in question, I believe, were surrounding Paula.
That's where they were.
Those areas are in a darker brown color, and I can make them a different color if commissioners are having difficulty seeing them. All of these tan areas are different landmark areas, so that be it conservation areas or parks, things like that.
Thank you again. So let's, we're in SECA right now, and please, can you give us an overview of the SECA district? And commissioners, do we have any feedback on this district, any direct any direction here? we've already given quite a bit of direction in this district in the past. And I believe we have all of the COIs that we were able to keep together in this district whole. So I'm looking to the commission to provide additional feedback and see if there's anything that needs additional refinement at this point, because we're only looking at refinement. Commissioner Kennedy.
If La Quinta has to be in this district, can it be whole in this district?
Yeah, I can look at bringing the rest of La Quinta in. One moment, please. Commissioner Kennedy, also just speaking of refinements, I just wanted to note that we did match the boundary around Needles to the congressional maps, so those will all be the same. Just before I just wanted to make sure that I brought that up.
Thank you, Sivan. Commissioner Sidwani. We don't see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, well, I'm just taking a little break over here. But I just wanted to note, when it came to La Quinta, it wasn't for me that La Quinta had to be in, but that we had to put something in, right? And we can see from even when we had looked at the Black Hub stuff, and I'm not suggesting we do exactly what they want, but that there are other options. I don't know that we have time to explore them all here now, but I just wanted to raise that, you know, if it's not La Quinta, it has to be something. So I had suggested before, we could be looking at Sky Valley. We could be looking at Thousand Palms. We could be looking up to Desert Hot Springs. You know, I just, I'm open to other solutions. I just don't know what the right one is.
Thank you, Commissioner Sidwani.
So the highlighted changes would reunite the rest of La Quinta in the SECA district. That would push the deviation to 6.66, as well as lower the Latino CVAP to 55.08. I can zoom out so you can see it's quite a large district. So let me know if you want me to zoom in on any particular area, but just kind of getting a sense of other swaps that could be made.
No, let's move on. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy has anybody else have any more additional feedback on this space? We're all comfortable. It's a compliant district. It meets all of the deviation, and the CVAP requirements. So let's move on to, are we missing any place in the Imperial County? No. All right, so let's move on to San Diego.
So yeah, we had left off by adding in Barrio Logan and Logan Heights into CVSY, and decided that I believe the commissioners decided that they wanted to leave CVSY as is for the time being. The next thing that I believe the commission was going to discuss was City Heights or adding in, we added in La Presa to be with Spring Valley.
Thank you, and thank you for your work on this. Commissioner Fornashari, we currently have La Presa with Spring Valley and La Mesa. Your thoughts?
Lean on to the La Mesa S-bound a little closer to the blue part of it. Please.
We're having audio difficulty, Commissioner Fornashari. Can you repeat?
You can't hear me?
We're having microphone. There's a lot of static.
You sound like Darth Vader.
You sound like Darth Vader. And with the background, it's kind of cool. All right. So we have a district that is on the higher end of the deviations, but still compliant and very diverse in every way. Working class community, Ms. Sinai, Commissioner Sinai.
Can we zoom out just a little bit, just since I missed kind of what happened while I was.
We were just coming through. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I missed what happened when I was helping my family.
Oh, that's right.
Thanks.
So the VRA district is anchored with Chula Vista. It's on the southern end, and we're looking at this La Mesa Esval district. We have kept portions of El Cajon with this district. We're on the higher end of the deviation. That's why we didn't include the whole of El Cajon. I believe it's the southern area, and that's a compromise that was made actually not this time around, but I believe through our visualization process last time around. And that's the summary. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Yes, I really am appreciating the work. With El Cajon, just kind of wish list as we move through, and if there are any opportunities to remove the rest of El Cajon so that it is not in the same district with Santee. I think we've heard that over and over. So just wanting to put that out there to see if there is possibility. And I know we've played around with this area and made a few other concessions. But of course, we continue to get reports in, testimony in about the harm that would cause that area to still be connected. So, and the unlikely connection that we currently have.
Yvonne, how many people are in the rest of El Cajon? If we were to bring in all of El Cajon,
Yeah, one
how many
moment.
people are we? How over would we be in deviation? And let's see if there's anything we can do, or if the commission wants to move in that direction. Let's see. So we'd be out.
So there are about almost 46,000 people in that area of El Cajon. And then that would push the deviation of the La Mesa district to be 13.79%.
Yeah, I think we tried to do this last time, and this is what we had. This is what we encountered last time. It's 45,000 people in the district that is already on the higher end of deviation. Commissioner Fornashar, can we hear you now? Let's try again. Maybe he might be calling in, actually.
Can you hear me?
We still have a little bit of static, but we can make you out.
You can make me out. Okay.
I can understand what you're saying. It's just we have static. It's okay. It just sounds like you're raspy.
Okay. Can you make out what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. I was just kind of hoping to go towards the west in this district.
Okay. Let's look to the west of the district. Maybe one of us can interpret for the.
I'll call in. You want me to call in?
Yeah, just call in.
You didn't want me to say it in Spanish? Is that what it was?
Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me?
No? Oh, that's better. That much better.
Okay, I don't know what happened. I just unplugged the headset.
Okay.
Okay, so zoom in a little bit in the blue area, maybe the northern blue area. I'll close the door. My wife's got the blender on, so.
Okay, so zoom into the northern western area.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay, so we're abandoning this and zooming into the city of San Diego, or?
Well, I'm just trying to see where we're at here on this end. And I don't know if there's any options for a trade-off, but I want to see where we are with City Heights and with the other COIs in that are in that area.
Okay, so I think we need to zoom in so we can look at City Heights. Can you zoom in?
Yeah, absolutely. And I have some COIs also that I can turn on for the commission. One moment, please. So this is an example of a COI that was submitted on behalf of the Somali community in City Heights. This is defined as another submitted from the Oromo community in City Heights. Let's see. And Yeah, so these are the two COIs that I have for the City Heights refugee and immigrant communities.
Thank you.
So do you have the AAPI?
Yes, I can
COI?
turn that on one. The AAPI. Yes, that's not in this district, but I can turn that on. One moment.
Well, there's two COIs from AAPI.
Do you have the shape files?
Is kind of
thank you.
Goes from City Heights to La Mesa, and the other one is up in the Convoy area and all that. And I think, oh, there you go. You get them
Yeah,
both.
so
Okay.
I think this is what you were talking about. So this is, yeah, this includes the City Heights area, and then yeah, it goes all the way up. There's also a COI that was submitted by this is by the Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus, and this is their COI that they submitted.
Can we speak to the reasons of keeping these communities together? I think they're split a little bit, but because I know we couldn't keep all of them together. So maybe some of the reasons, is this a working class community or a, I don't know too much. So can somebody just talk a little bit about the COI testimony we've received about keeping these communities together? Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Akutagawa, just so that we have it for the record.
This is actually the Asian business community. So they've got, there's a lot of Asian businesses in Linda Vista, Mira Mesa, Kearney Mesa, Convoy, and as well as their places of worship and living. So it's a, you know, that's where the service providers are at, and a lot of, you know, a lot of other banks, the Asian banks and such. So it's a
commerce area with commerce and business and religious and cultural issues, as well as
exactly
similar interests. Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Can you add to that?
Yeah, the Convoy district is kind of like the original. I don't want to call it like I don't know. It's not a Chinatown. It was kind of like a mix of Chinese, Vietnamese, Filipino, Japanese. It's just like a mix of different Asian ethnicities that had that small area, and they obviously have grown quite a bit. It's kind of similar to, in some ways, the West San Gabriel Valley. You're going to get a mix of different socioeconomic groupings, but because of the businesses, it just draws different people in for services, for worship, and also for obviously shopping, you know, grocery stores and other, you know, opportunities to get, you know, familiar foods and things like that.
So great. So it's a center for commerce for different communities, different ethnic communities and others. Commissioner Sinai. Direction on how to, at this point, we are looking at potentially moving some population, it sounds like. Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Funashari.
Could we go back to the LMESA, whatever the hell, sorry. I think that was La Mesa. Yeah, that's what it. Can we zoom in a little bit on that north side?
Around here?
No, of the La Mesa district. So yeah, by near the 8 and all that. I just want to make sure we've got the right communities to see if there's neighborhoods here that can go to the, you know, to the Central San Diego one or not. Can you zoom in closer so we can see the actual names of the neighborhoods? Right.
I can turn on the Google Maps, which has.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, one moment, please.
Commissioner Funashari, did you have your hand up raised too?
I just want to comment off to the left in the other adjacent district, in the area around the 8 and the 805 there is where we got our original testimony from the LGBTQ community.
Oh, that's right.
That they all wanted to be together, and they're all together in this area here from their input. So I just wanted to follow up with that.
So are you suggesting that any change to this?
No, I'm not suggesting any change. I just want to let everybody know that their community input is they're all together.
Okay, that they're currently connected. Thank you.
So if we were going to take out a portion of this area, because the COIs that you showed left it kind of open. It's interesting, they put San Diego State University north of the 8 when it's south of the 8. But that whole college area, we could move that up to central San Diego, and that might give us room for El Cajon.
Let's
But
zoom
it might be
out.
very dense.
Let's zoom out and see what that looks like.
Just one moment, please. Commissioner Sinai, is there a street that defines
I was thinking, well, it's hard. Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
it's college area, but Montezuma would kind of cut the college in half, I believe. No, well, it goes to the north, but then the students aren't in it, but that might be okay.
Sivan, do you have the LGBT COI as a shapefile that you could put on?
Yeah, the LGBT one takes Talmadge right there, but it doesn't have college, so it should be okay. I mean, I would think El Cajon Boulevard because that tends to be a kind of a border in this area.
So I don't have a shapefile for the areas that were submitted by Equality California. I do have 2 submissions from members of the public that were defined as their version of the LGBT community in the San Diego area, and you can see where they overlap and where they differ. But again, these were not what was submitted by Equality California. I believe it more or less aligns with this area.
Thank you.
I just have the PDF for them. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Sinai, what is the area that you're considering making a cut?
Well, if this is up to everybody, it's just that you all had asked.
In terms of recommendation.
It's a recommendation based on the request that you all made if we could do all of El Cajon. Mm-hmm. And that would be around the San Diego State area and moving it up to mid, because Allied Gardens, all of that is kind of is connected. Plus the San Diego State now going to have a San Diego West, where Qualcomm Stadium used to be. They're going to have a campus there. So if we move at it could either be Montezuma or El Cajon, depending what the number is needed to put in all of El Cajon.
So let's inquire with the commission whether they want to explore this as a trade, a swap. It's a swap for El Cajon. Let's see, Fernandez and Turner.
Actually, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't know if we were going to go into La Mesa and Lemon Grove, but I just wanted to, there's a community of interest for the African-American community there, and then also La Mesa and Spring Valley with the working class and immigrant community. So I just want to make sure that we were aware of that in case we were planning to go into those communities. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. And Sivan, can you move the map over so that I can see El Cajon again, or maybe go out just a tad bit?
So we would be looking for 45,000 people. That's the remaining portion that we need to. That's the number of people that we need to bring in if we.
Yeah, and so in addition to what Commissioner Sinai was working towards, I'm wondering if we would select the portion of El Cajon that is not already in La Mesa, and if we add it into Central SD as opposed to the SESDC.
Oh, that's a possibility too. 45,000, what would that look like if we added that?
Yeah, the top. Mhm.
Just the top portion of El Cajon to Central SD.
Yes, one moment, please.
That would prevent the necessity to do to swap university. Let's see what it does to our deviations.
So that would push the deviation of Central SD to 11.45 and SCSBC to -11. And I can zoom out to give you a better sense of where you could potentially make swaps back.
So it's because it's so many people, the deviations are impacted significantly.
And are we able to split what's left and still have a portion of it that would not negatively impact go into La Mesa? Could we still do that and keep it contiguous, and then the other to go into Central?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Turner, would you repeat that one more time?
So if we did a split of that balance of El Cajon, if we did a split and we put the eastern portion of that into La Mesa, so it wouldn't be the full target population that we talked about, and then put the eastern part of it into Central SD.
Yeah, I can definitely look at that. Are you thinking maybe splitting it along the 67, or is there another place you had in mind, like the 8 or?
Could we see, let's see, Mesa. Can we try first the 8 and then go over to the, let's try the 8 first, and if not, try the other one. Let's see what balance is.
Commissioner Sinai.
I just say, being high isn't a problem down here because there's a lot there's wiggle room up higher. So I just wanted to give people that okay.
So there's room to push up population is what you're suggesting?
I'm sorry, was that question for me, Chair?
Yes, I'm saying that, yes, we can push we can, the west.
Yeah, we can rotate.
But I was noticing the coast was negative and there might be other areas as well, so.
We can be negative, it just can't be more than 5% negative.
Right, but I was just saying we have some wiggle room.
Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, so this.
How does this look?
So this still throws off our deviations, 8.77 and negative 8.45. Because it's 45,000 and the other options. So Savon, do you have options for us? I think one option that Commissioner Sinai suggested was potentially a swap with 45,000 people up towards the university.
Yeah, I don't think we actually looked to see how many people are in that area, but I can tell you that now if you'd like me to check and see if
can you grab 45,000? Let us see what it looks like up on top, because that would be an option that would allow us to make this, if this is a priority for the commission. And I'm going to look and see if nods yes, it's a priority to bring in El Cajon, or want to move on. Let's see. I'm not saying any nods, yes or no. But let's look at the 45,000 and see, and then maybe that'll help us decide. Commissioner Sinai, and while we do that, do you have a comment? Okay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, I was going to say, where would you like me to, is this, so this is now at El Cajon?
Right.
So this is what we need to bring in El Cajon?
So it's 27,000.
So that's about what that portion that Commissioner Turner had talked about. That was more or less the population of El Cajon west of the, where did we split that? I think it was the 8. Yes. So although it's now you're looking at kind of a clockwise rotation, but in terms of population numbers, it's the same. But again, I'm not really sure what the big picture here is.
Let's think big picture. So this would be essentially a swap for El Cajon. We would bring in El Cajon, the whole entirety of El Cajon, swap out University District, and then start moving northward to try to find try to fix deviations up there. Commissioner Turner and others.
Yeah, what I'm trying to accomplish, and then Sivan and others may have a better way of doing it, is that we've received a lot of COI testimony, or repeated, I should say, COI testimony trying to keep El Cajon. And there is, I understand, also some conflicting but strong testimony trying to keep El Cajon out of the same district, out of the SESDC with Santee. And so I'm trying to find a way if we need to split El Cajon and have a portion of it go with Central and have a portion of it stay in La Mesa. I'm trying to shift it if it's not in its entirety. How do we have it in a different district? And this is what they're saying basically is that these are immigrant and refugee communities that feel that they will have a greater representation outside of this SESDC district.
And this swap would achieve that goal. This is the population in the red would achieve the goal of bringing in the rest of El Cajon into the La Mesa SVAL and removing it from the SECDC district. And I believe it does it in a compliant manner. Is that correct, Sivan?
That is not correct.
No.
That would be looking to add population to Central SD, which would be
got it.
That would be against we want to add ELCA. We want to prioritize. I believe Commissioner Turner is saying that she would prefer to prioritize adding El Cajon to Central SD rather than this college area.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood.
And it's possible I misunderstood. So I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah, I understand.
Not saying that you can't do both. It's just going to be a bigger disruption.
Andrew?
One idea, I believe, if we wanted to move El Cajon, the rest of El Cajon into Central, and look at population from Escondido, which is north, and push some of that into, we'd have to shift up, but there's some of that population could go into SESDC.
And that was the suggestion Commissioner Sinai had suggested, which was, if we're going to go in, let's put in the population and start shifting it up. If that's a journey that let's see if everyone is comfortable with that journey. Head nods.
I'd like to try.
Everyone so far, yes. Okay, so let's do it. El Cajon into the Central SD, and then we're going to shift population upward, starting with the Escondido area.
Did we want to move the split in El Cajon so that everything south of the 8 in this portion is in La Mesa, SVAL, and then the rest of the city is in Central? Or did you want all of the rest of the city of El Cajon?
A.
A, okay.
So yes,
okay.
A.
I will start with that.
Lots of options. All right, Commissioner Furnishari and Sinai.
So I'm comfortable going this way, but I just am thinking ahead, and we're going to be that
yes.
the Asian business koi that is already split is probably going to wind up split some more. So just FYI.
Yeah, that's the a trade-off here. If we move in this direction, we're going to be trading one koi for another, but that's generally what happens in any situation. There's always a prioritization of kois. So Commissioner Sinai. You're on mute, Mr. Sinai. And we want to hear you.
Instead of jumping straight up to Escondido, can we go up systematically? Because there's a lot of little things that can lead up to what we want. And there's a lot of neighborhoods in San Diego, so we may be able to do better by the Asian koi and better by the suburbs and whatnot.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to commit this change, if that's all right, so I can move the rest of El Cajon in with La Mesa, Spring Valley.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out that adding the rest of El Cajon into La Mesa will probably push that deviation above 5%. And also wanted to remind that the split that we have with El Cajon was one that has been previously asked for. So just if we wanted to look at putting all of El Cajon into central versus dividing it at the 8, just wanted to flag that, but we can obviously do what you would like.
Sounds like the mission wants to add it in. Let's see, Commissioner Yee.
And just a little bit more of El Cajon, where the B is in Bostonia, I believe. Thank you.
Yeah, here we go.
Catching that.
As you can see, there's an interest in moving this forward. All right, let's.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and commit this change.
Okay.
And then we'll go ahead and add the rest of El Cajon into La Mesa SVAL.
And that's going to get us over the deviation, we believe.
Yes, I do believe that is going to.
Is there a way to just put enough to get us to closer to the 5, but then because we want to shift population up, because there's no way to shift population down, I think, unless somebody else has an idea on how to shift some population down.
I thought the commission's next step was going to be to just continue overpopulating Central, including potentially making that move to El Cajon or Montezuma in this college area neighborhood, and then having all of that population in Central with which to continue moving upward.
So I'm looking at the commission and I'm seeing a lot
Susan.
of head nods. So yes, that is the move. So let's go in that direction.
So it's going to look scary for a second, but then we'll fix it.
I think we're used to some scary scenarios and we're having to work through them. Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
This is, just so that everybody knows, this is a very radical change to move El Cajon in with the city of San Diego. We have, we've received a lot of conflicting testimony from El Cajon, and they definitely feel like they're part of East County. So I just want us all to be aware that, that this is a radical change for them. And so we will probably hear from the community.
And are you suggesting that you are opposed to this change? Because I wouldn't want to do this
I'm not, no,
consensus.
I'm not, I don't.
I just want to understand.
I am not going to have, I don't have any lines in the sand or whatever. I'm moving with where the commission wants to go. I just don't, I didn't feel right leaving El Cajon without saying that out loud.
And sometimes fair maps are different than what
exactly
in the past, and that's what I'm seeing from this commission is that this commission is interested in developing fair maps, and including when having to deal with scary deviation numbers that we have to resolve, and that was the case here. Commissioner Furnishari.
think when we're done here, I think we have a non-contiguous district in El Cajon when we're done here.
I think it's another neck situation. I don't think it's split off because it's connected by the area that's under the 8, but we could look at widening the neck again.
So it's another compactness issue. So we'll have legal look at it too.
So
once we get there.
Commissioner Sinai, you can tell me if this is not what you would like to do, but it looks like you could get away with splitting south to Montezuma instead of El Cajon, and that would make the deviation of La Mesa permissible at 4.17.
And yeah,
unless you wanted to add more, and then that would further reduce the deviation.
And what's that west boundary?
The western boundary is Fairmount Ave.
Perfect.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make an announcement to the public. I see members of the public in queue, and I just wanted to remind the public that the commission will be working through the evening and at this point until we're done with Southern California. And so there may be public comment, there may not be, depending on what time we are done. So just wanted to let you know that there is a chance there may not be public comment. But you are able to submit public comment through our online systems and through our various other avenues. But with that, let's continue on. Commissioner Furnishari and Savon.
I think she wants to know if you accept this or not.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
And if Commissioner Fornishari had something to say, he's welcome to.
Yeah, so I just want to know because I think it has handled it. So looking at the commission, I just want general consensus. If there's any no's, just no. I'm just looking. I don't see much movement. So I'm going to say yes. Let's keep going. We're kind of committed to this already.
Okay. So now, as we were kind of talking about big picture, the southernmost areas are balanced and all of the excess population is here. We will have to address the -11 deviation of SESDC, but I will wait for the commission's direction on what they would like to do there.
So before we do that, let's address the NEC, the compactness issue with the district. And I just want to get legal review on this. There's a neck issue here in the Glendale, in the Granite Hills area.
Devon, could you zoom out just a little bit here? I appreciate you just zoomed in. Okay.
We're keeping the communities together. There's a highway through there.
Yeah, that's a little too narrow of a neck for my comfort.
Yeah, it looks like there's potentially another major street, Main Street. I could look to snapping it to Main instead of the 8, if council thinks that would be a better option.
I think you just need to move this little pink part in the west to the other side of the 8, and you'll be contiguous, right? Because the district line goes right on the 8.
So pushing out the
neck is more of a hair right under the freeway.
Right.
Right. But if you take the pink side on the east side of the freeway there, that little bit, move it to the west, I think we're okay.
That eliminates the neck.
That would help. So the pink on the east side of the 8 move to the west, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Savon, I think adding to Central.
You're talking about going the other direction. Yes.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, the other direction.
Sorry about that. Okay, yes, that makes a lot more sense. Okay.
It's getting late, we understand.
We're eliminating the neck entirely. Okay, gotcha. One moment, please. Thank you, everyone. Is that more or less what you were thinking, Commissioner Fornshari?
I guess I should say yes out loud. I didn't know if you were looking at the screen.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have all of my Zoom. I can only see the active speaker. So, okay, perfect. I will commit this. And just confirming with council that this is.
Yeah, so right where your cursor is there, and it swaps over to one side of the 8 just for a little bit, and then does it swap back over? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah. And yeah, these are things that I can also clean up offline. They were just changes that were made for big architectural changes, but I'll confirm that it matches all the way around.
Is there just a sliver of the city boundary there that's not kept where the shape gets all odd, right? That's something that can be cleaned up later.
Where are you referring to?
So there's that, yeah, right there. It's just to the right of the cursor.
Yeah, sometimes the way that the projection on the map software, the lines don't look exactly like they're snapped, but yeah, the census geography that's underlying what's displaying on the map will have that area completely included.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Chair, just waiting for the next direction.
Okay. In the next direction, Commissioner Sinai.
This isn't about the next direction, but it's a process question that maybe Andrew can help us answer. Last time we worked really quickly and we did split some areas just because that was kind of the census. Not all the censuses have been updated, even though like in Encinitas, it was a 1986 issue. When we're done with the maps, how can we, should we go through the whole maps and check every city split just to make sure we meant those city splits, or what can we do to make sure that doesn't happen in our final maps?
We will be going through the full map once we're done with the line drawing. But in addition to that, it'll be available to the public once we're done with that, and we're hoping to have the map as we draw this. If we finish line drawing tonight, we're going to make it available to everybody so that the public can also see it and also provide input. But also, we will be going through it as a commission, likely on Monday. But Andrew, can you speak to additional?
And there's reports that we can run to ensure that the municipal boundaries are not if there's any municipal boundaries that are unintentionally split, that we will be able to see them. If a census block of 5 people is broken off, that's something that we will go through and be able to clean up throughout the state.
And we didn't do that initially, my understanding, but it's because they were draft maps. They were very draft, and we made them public immediately after we finished the draft map process. But of course, this is getting towards the finalization, and of course, they will go through both legal and compliance requirements as well as boundary compliance. All right, so let's. Any additional? Where is the direction from here, from the commission? Where we have to move population up or elsewhere? So we need suggestions on what to move. We had heard about potentially moving Escondido. Sorry, it's late. Escondido. Working through.
So should we start where would line drawers encourage us to start? Because there's a lot down at the bottom, and then
Yeah, so where would you suggest we start in terms of pushing population up?
Yeah, I would probably address Central as that's
Oh, that's right.
overpopulated, and just pointing out that SESDC is at a negative 11%. Yeah, so that is what I would recommend, potentially thinking about moving some population up from Central and then potentially making a swap between these two districts or further north as the commission sees fit.
I believe Commissioner Sinai had suggested potentially the university area. Is that still a swap that you're interested in making, Commissioner Sinai, or recommending to the commission?
That is a swap that we already made.
Oh, did we already make that? Okay.
Yeah, and that's what brought the La Mesa within the 5% deviation, and it was my understanding that was
okay. We've done it.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sidwani, Commissioner Sinai, any other suggestions?
Yeah, I remember that we had looked at that business district COI. I'm wondering if we might put that back up and then try to trim around it to some extent as we're shifting population upward, right? So that we can attempt to maintain some of the integrity of that COI that had, it's a business area that had wanted to be kept together. I would like to attempt to respect that as we're shifting northward. And I, in general, very much agree with the direction that we're taking, with the idea that perhaps more of Escondido comes eastward, because I think we have had that testimony come through.
Got it. So would it be through and I believe that the 92 highway, like coming in through the area that's highlighted right to the east of the highlighted area, that cone there?
To the east of
Can you highlight that area? Yeah, the area outside of the COI, the business COI.
Oh yes, yeah. Moving that into
moving it into the SESDC is what I'm understanding from Commissioner Sidwani, is that we'd want to take population from central SD that's not within the COI and shift it into the SESDC district. And that would maintain the business COI together, business and cultural COI together, and then Commissioner Sinai. Is everybody comfort? Can we highlight that area so we can check in with the commission to see if they're comfortable with this swap?
I think you're about to put El Cajon back where you just took it out of.
Are we?
Or are you just going to do that north?
No, just that little northern part.
You were talking about this part of the city.
Yes, that's the space that we're looking at, not the El Cajon. El Cajon is to the south.
Can we put a layer so we can see what neighborhoods and communities those are?
Yes. Can we get the Google Maps on?
Yes. 1 moment, please. Let me turn these COIs off and the streets. So,
Commissioner Fornashari? Can we zoom in a little bit more because we can't see the neighborhoods?
Yeah, so this looks like Scripps Ranch, Miramar Ranch North, Sabre Spring.
This is good. And you could also do Rancho Peñasquito because they're all very close to Poway.
Okay, Rancho. Right there.
So that is drawing from a different district.
Okay. Okay, so let's just stick to this for now.
Okay.
Did we cross the district in the top corner, or is the shaded area still within the same district? It's hard to tell from my screen.
So let me just make sure it's only selecting from that layer. Yes. Oops. Sorry, just selected the wrong thing and it deleted it. 1 moment, please, while I get that back.
I just want to make sure we weren't cutting any of Mira Mesa.
I believe Mira Mesa is here. I'm not sure what the official neighborhood boundaries are, but from what I can tell, it looks like it is in this central SD district. So
do you want to put on the koi, the two kois again? Just
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So moving the highlighted portion of the city of San Diego would address the deviation issue in central, moving it from 11 to 2.33% deviation. And in orange is two different versions of community submitted API and Amensa cultural and business communities.
Thank you. So we will be going to break in a minute. Our required break is at 6:15. In the meantime, this does look to me to be like a fair swap. I'm not hearing any concerns from the commission. So let's make the swap. That'll get us closer to compliance, I believe, or to compliance.
Yep.
And then are we okay with all of the deviations in this area that we're working through? I don't want to leave any deviations out of compliance. If you could just zoom out and let's just before the break, let's make sure that deviations are good. Is that a bottleneck there? Or,
yeah, I was just going to get rid of that quickly just to make sure we aren't creating any, unnecessary. Oops. All right, and now I'll zoom out. Thanks for.
Thank you. Let's just make sure that all of our deviations are okay. Yes, 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 yes. All right. So far, so good. We still want to, my understanding is unite the city of Escondido, and that's, I believe that's the next area we'll be going to, Commissioner Sinai.
I'm sorry, before we go there, on central San Diego, the north border, I want to say we use 52 or 56 or something, but can we use the Penasquito Creek? Because that's what officially separates northern San Diego and San Diego.
Okay, so during the break, can you work on following the creek instead of the current line? And then let's take break and we'll come back with ideas for the next moves, and that'll be in the Escondido area, reuniting Escondido. All right, see you in a few minutes, 15 minutes. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are continuing our work on our maps, finalizing the assembly maps. We're working towards finalizing and refining on our way up. We are in the Escondido area of San Diego, and we are looking for direction for the line drawers to shift population or to unite the city of Escondido, rather. Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, no, I was going to ask. It looks like they did some work while we were gone, so maybe they want to show us that.
Oh, I was going to say yes, Chair. I was still waiting to address the last request from Commissioner Sinai. I just wanted to point out that part of the boundary does run along the creek, and just wanted to get more direction because it looks like if we were to move the rest of the boundary down, that would have potentially a bigger impact. So I didn't want to make
got it
until I just talked through the repercussions, which might be to the commission's liking, but I just didn't want to make any changes over break.
That makes sense. And at this point, we have a compliant district. Commissioner Sinai, any thoughts around keeping the current boundaries as is?
So
Or any
can we
refinements
talk-
you'd like to make?
Well, I was hoping that they could talk a little bit about what the repercussions are if we follow the creek all the way.
Okay, so
The 56.
Can you speak to the repercussions? How many people are in that area?
Yeah, so I'm happy to highlight that. My question would just be about which district you wanted to move the population into. Just knowing that there are changes that you wanted to make to this Escondido district, I didn't think that you would want to move additional population in, but yeah.
So in terms of deviations, by how far under deviation would we? We're at 2.33. Could we do it without going out of compliance?
So maybe moving population into SD Coast there, is that?
That's a possibility.
Okay.
Mr.
So
Sinai?
what, if I could recommend, so what population are we looking at right now? I'm sorry, I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Can you just highlight the
Below,
area,
right?
please?
So yes, so you, before we went to break, you had asked that the northern border of, oh, sorry, I'm trying to zoom in and I just made it harder to see. You had asked that the northern border of the
Of Mira Mesa to go up to Rancho Penasquito Creek. Penasquito Creek.
Yes, sorry, I messed myself up with the zoom. Yes, so you had asked that Central SD snap to the creek right here. And
Gotcha.
yeah, so that's I think that
Too much
was
population.
the question. Yeah.
Okay, so I was actually asking to use where Mira Mesa was to move that border up. See where Mira Mesa is to the right?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because
Yeah.
we are splitting Mira Mesa, and so the idea was to move that up to the creek.
Okay, so
and-
let's do that.
Okay. Yep. One moment, please.
It
And
might
then
get us over.
I think by doing that, and that's okay because we can move stuff on the west side.
Okay.
But I think by doing that, that allows us to have the whole Asian business coys together.
So it looks like adding that population into Central SD would push the deviation to 8.4, and it would push this Escondido district to negative 10.9.
So it's a very densely populated area.
Yes. And let me turn on that COI one more time, just so you
Commissioner Sidwani, do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, I mean, if we're moving in this direction to try and maintain more of this COI, and it seems like the neighborhood of Mira Mesa is there in any case, and the district to the west is also just slightly underpopulated and could take on more. I don't know how populated any of these areas are, but this district is currently kind of hooking upwards. It looks like when the terrain layer was on into a hillier mountainous area, so I don't know what the population is there, but perhaps swapping some of that around the 56 where it comes down into, further down south, down. Yeah, like swapping that part into the SD coast potentially would be a thought in order to bring some more of this in. These are minor refinements, but would support the testimony that we've had.
Yeah, I can. Would you like?
Can
me
you
to-
highlight that so we can see what that looks like?
Yes. So I would need to do one or the other because they're moving population in and out of different districts. So just give me one moment while I select that instead. So it looks like that's about as close as I can get with census geography, but that would be pushing central SD to negative 4.08. And then that would overpopulate SD coast to 6.24, which depending on what the commission's vision with Orange County might be a good or bad thing. I'm not sure.
So I'm just going to think through this. So before we started looking at the boundary, like going through the creek, we were at compliance. Is that correct, Sivan?
Where the boundary is, no.
Before looking at the creek, so if we kind of undo the whole thing, we were at compliance. So I think with deviations of populations and everything, because we were looking at potentially just straightening out the line. I thought, but maybe it was more than that. I'm just calling the question as to whether we were at meeting the deviation requirements.
So before we went to break, where the lines previously had been, where a portion of it was along the creek, the deviation was at 2.33. I misunderstood Commissioner Sinai. I thought she wanted me to extend the border towards the ocean, but she meant extend the border along the creek inland. And as we saw, that highlighted portion did push central SD out of deviation compliance range.
Okay, so at this point, I'm just curious as to where the commission wants to go. Do we want to continue to explore population or changing the border, or should we move on to the northern part of the area? Because we did have compliant districts prior to the, we were trying to refine. I'm just asking and want to see where we want to do, what we want to do from here. Are we okay with reverting back? And then and they were acceptable boundaries. If they're not acceptable, we're fine. But if they're acceptable, we can live with them. And I'm saying nods, yes, we can live with them. Okay, so let's, and if, of course, we'll get public testimony. If it doesn't align, we'll hear it. So let's revert back to what we had and let's move forward. Because we thought it was going to be refinement, turned out to be a little bit more than a refinement. All right, so let's see, Escondido.
So the commission was looking to add the rest of Escondido into the Escondido Bonds Rainbow, which no longer has Bonzel or Rainbow in it. Is that correct, Chair?
That's my understanding, that we would like to unify the city of Escondido. Can you tell us what the impact would be?
Yes, one moment, please.
And then, of course, if that is the wish of the commission, we have to look for
on
offset.
the right, on the other district, aren't we way under?
The district bordering it is at a negative 1.56% deviation.
So that border already needs population. But it doesn't actually, we're within compliance requirements, but it's under a little bit. Hopefully it's not too populated. Does it keep us with it? This would still keep us within compliance requirements if we add this. So fortunately, it's not too densely packed in that area. So if everyone's okay with this, it looks like we have yeses all around. So let's add this. All right, we've added Escondido.
Where would you like to move next? Should we go up to Orange County?
At this point, are we at the Orange County border at this point?
Can we just zoom out just to see the work that we've?
Yeah, let's zoom out and look at all of San Diego and see all of the great work that we have been doing. Thanks to everyone and to the line drawers and the public for their public submission. I'm seeing a lot of public input coming through. So let's take a look at the compliance requirements and make sure our deviations are good. Our CVAP is good. I don't see any, but of course it's going to go through, all of this goes through legal review and compliance review as well. I don't see any next to be concerned about. Commissioner Sinai, any place or anybody else, anywhere you want to zoom in on to make sure we're okay with the neighborhood lines. Commissioner Sidwani.
Yeah, I just I don't know if it's helpful, but just to name some of the communities of interest we were able to keep together.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
It's kind of exciting, right?
It is. It's really exciting.
That's
why we're working. That's why we're staying late at night, is to create fair maps for California. So
that's
let's
right.
name some of the business COIs and others that we
including Barrio Logan in the VRA district. This Lemon Grove kind of base district, we were able to get in La Presa. We weren't able to keep El Cajon whole, but we were able to keep it out of Santee, which is what communities were asking for. In addition, that more rural district, I think had been asking for Fallbrook to be included. We were able to do that. We were able to keep a lot of that business district together, not all of it, but and we were able to keep whole Escondido. And I think what I am excited about is that there's some wiggle room in some of the deviations, just in case we need to shift things around still. So
yes, that's very exciting.
Looking like a lot of good compromises.
Good compromises. I think we have good balances here. I'm feeling good about this. Is the commission feeling good about this? Yes, general consensus is we're all feeling good about these changes, and we're going to be going to Orange County. Commissioner Fernandez, are you feeling good about this as well?
Oh, yes. I just wanted to zoom in Hillcrest just quick.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's look at Hillcrest.
And I don't know if it's in this map or in a different map. They were saying that they were split, and it might not be in this one.
I believe we kept them whole in this one, but let's check.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, let's just verify. That's the whole point of this process, to verify our work.
One moment, please.
Okay, we're trying to zoom in.
Is that a neighborhood in San Diego, Commissioner Sinai? Or excuse me, Commissioner Fernandez?
I believe it's a neighborhood in San Diego.
In San Diego.
Below the 8.
It's below the 8, right north of the Balboa Park, right by the 163. The 163 cuts it in half, but we didn't cut it in this one.
Okay, no, so this one's good. Okay,
let's take a look just to make sure. Yeah, it's right in there. It's within our. It appears to be within our map.
Yeah.
Okay.
In this
Thank
one,
you.
We might need to take a look at the Senate and Congressional if
right.
that's something of interest for future. So with that, let's continue on into Orange County. And thank you to Orange County. We've been receiving a lot of testimony from you, and I see it coming in. We see it, we're reviewing it, so we're taking it into consideration as we move through. All right, so can we zoom out of Orange County and kind of look and kind of get an overview of Orange County before we start? We do have a VRA district, which we already discussed, but let's start from the north looking down in terms of just reviewing it, and then we can figure out where to start in this process.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair. So these borders reflect a lot of the changes that were made in LA and how they rippled into Orange County. So we have NOC, which now goes into, or let me put up the, would commissioners like to see the draft version or what we started with, or excuse me. Okay, never mind.
Let's just go through just what the districts we have, where they're at, and just give a high level overview of where we are with Orange County outside of the VRA, because we've done the VRA, but we need to do the other areas.
Yes, absolutely. So yes, NOC going into LA County to pick up Cerritos and Artesia. It goes south to Cypress, and then includes a portion of Anaheim that is outside of this VRA district. It also includes a portion of Fullerton. And it looks like all of the deviations in this area are in compliance, so that's great. LAOSB it takes that northern portion of Fullerton. La Habra is no longer included, And just again, pointing out that this is highlighted, but is not part of any selection. It's just a glitch in the software. Goes up into San Bernardino County to pick up Chino Hills and a portion of Chino, and then stops before Silverado. And it includes North Tustin as well as the city of, or the eastern portion of Orange. And we also have this Irvine-based district, which maintains the city of Irvine, Tustin, and Costa Mesa whole and together, which is was a goal of the commission, which is awesome that that worked out. We also have this inland OC Riverside district, which includes some of these kind of these cities that are kind of up against this more mountainous area and connecting to Temecula, Murrieta, Wildomar.
Mm-hmm.
We have our coastal district, which now no longer includes Seal Beach, but starts north at Huntington and picks up Newport Beach, goes inland into Lake Forest. And then we also have finally our GGW district, which is our Westminster, Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, Midway City, and now includes Seal Beach, Los Alamitos, and Rossmore, I believe is the pink right here.
Thank you for going around the district. Commissioner Sidwani, let's high-level overview or direction. What are your thoughts?
High level overview because
Thank you. That's what I was hoping for.
good. Phew, we're thinking the
I
same
am
way.
hoping to, once we get the overview, to give commissioners a little break to think through their direction in these districts, and then to give Zavon a little break. And so I was planning to bring in Tamina for a minute, and literally for a few minutes, about 10 minutes worth, to look at some refinements that are fully compliant, that were the direction of the commission, just so we can put them out of the way. They're tiny little refinements that we just need to approve in the final map. So let's do this, and that'll give Savon a little bit of a break too, because she's been working nonstop.
Thank you, Chair. Christian, just to give you a heads up for the this stream, I'm going to stop sharing. Just heads up.
Okay, so let's, if you could give a high overview, Sadair, while the line drawers are switching out. So
sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize how that was going to play out. I mean, overwhelmingly, I think this map is looking really good. I mean, I think we've kept a lot of communities of interest together. Of course, we're anchored in Orange County with that VRA district in the Santa Ana region. I think we have a strong, we were able to keep the Vietnamese community in Little Saigon, who we've heard a whole lot from, together. And, you know, I'll just lift, like, we've heard a little bit of conflicting COI over the course of many months, but I think going back to that summer testimony that we received of Garden Grove, Westminster, and Fountain Valley, we have kept that together, which I'm super excited about. Overwhelmingly, not entirely, but overwhelmingly, we've kept a coastal district to the best of our ability. The Irvine, Costa Mesa, Tustin community of interest, and the city of Irvine was kept whole. As well as that inland district that is kind of centered around the more mountainous regions and the more eastern portion of the county, we're able to keep together. I think the one piece that I'm certainly seeing is the split in the city of Fullerton. So whenever we come back to that, and we're getting a whole bunch of testimony, it looks like, coming in. And there have been some suggestions about where the dividing line could be if the city needs to be split. And some suggestions are farther to the north. So, you know, if we come back to Orange County, I'd like to just take a closer look and see if we're able to honor that. I mean, I think Fullerton's probably going to need to be split, but we can take a
we're
look
definitely
at
coming
that.
back to Orange County, because we're finishing Southern California. And we're gonna spend the time that it needs to get it done right. But in the meantime, Tamina has the refinements that we charged her with doing yesterday. They're going to be quick. It's literally no more than 5 to 10 minutes, is my understanding, because Commissioner Yee, who we charged with working through these refinements with our line drawer, has been working with them, and they're minimal. they're very minimal, and we also have, and they've been posted. These are including one minor change that Commissioner Turner was working on as well. So those are all posted in the handouts, and we will just be approving them as a commission because we directed them to do it, but we now just need to approve it, and then that allow us to produce the map that's going to be published for the public. We don't want to publish a map that doesn't have the refinements we've approved. So let's get these refinements reviewed and approved, and so we can go back to Orange County, and so that Tamina can get some sleep tonight. All right, so let's take a look. Can you make this a little bit bigger, Tamina? I think you're on mute as well.
Good evening, everyone. We'll be going over just a few changes that you charged me and Commissioner Yee of taking a look at last night. So the first is in S. Mateo. If you'll remember, we were looking at the split in Redwood City and whether or not we could move Belmont or had to split Belmont and San Carlos. As you can see, we were able to keep Belmont and San Carlos whole in separate districts here, Belmont being with the S. Mateo district and San Carlos being with the South Penn district. We also took a look at the COIs that were in this area, including the North Fair Oaks COI, which includes both this whole census designated place of North Fair Oaks and this small part of Atherton. And the request was to see if we could move that over to be in the S. Mateo district and include that with the Redwood City COIs, East Palo Alto, and this area of Menlo Park. So we were able to do that, and that was the line that was moved in this area. On the other side of South Penn, what we did to balance was we actually just moved a few blocks right down here in this section of San Jose. I can turn on the streets for you. So yesterday we had just a slight difference in where the lines were in the street that we used in this particular division. And so that was altered just a little bit. It actually made it a little bit straighter. And so that's where we are now. Did our best not to disrupt any of the other districts, which you had not mentioned. So we, Gatos Cruz was not touched. San Tino, with the exception of this line that we just went over, was the only thing that was touched here. Alum Rock was not much touched, and Fremont was not touched.
Thank you so much.
We then took a look here in the East Bay, and we started looking at the rotation. We were able to, in the Alameda district, make San Leandro whole. You'll recall that there was a split. And so making San Leandro whole required a movement of the line here in Dublin Pleasanton. And so it was just actually moved back a little bit. It was moved a few blocks back to Hop Yard. And that's where this line currently is. We also did a few blocks of movement in this area of Oakland here, right next to Berkeley, incorporated this area, which was not previously in the visualization, into the Oakland district when previously it had been with the East Bay district. We returned the hills to the Contra Costa Hills to Contra Costa, so they would be within the county border. We made no changes to East Bay with the exception of this line in Oakland. No changes to East CC. And no changes to 680 CC with the exception of the line in Dublin and Pleasanton. And I believe that's it, unless Commissioner Yee has something I forgot.
So all of these changes conform to the guidance and the direction that was given by the commission. We just wanted to make sure that we all saw it, that we all sign off on it. It is what we directed them to do, and these were the compromises that we made yesterday, just verifying with the commission that we're all comfortable with this, Commissioner Anderson. And these are in the handouts for the public. They were posted earlier today, actually this morning, and I hope you've all had a chance to see them. Commissioner Anderson?
I believe Commissioner Kutagawa had her hand up first.
Oh, I believe Commissioner Kutagawa, I'm sorry, did I miss you? Oh, no, Commissioner Anderson.
Okay, thank you. This all looks really good. Tabina, thank you very much. But I would like to look at back in Oakland. Remember, I'd requested and you'd put in the all the East Bay parks. Tilden, Sibley, Huckleberry, and yeah, all those. And now, are they gone? Looks like
No,
they've been shifted.
they're still there. The only things on the other side of the San Pablo Reservoir, towards Contra Costa, that was the only piece that was moved. But I can turn on the terrain layer. We can see exactly.
So let's see the terrain. So we can all.
Yeah, if you would, please. Yeah, because that looks.
Can we zoom in so that we can see the parks? And I believe Commissioner Yee is available to
see, Sibley is not
speak.
Yeah, they're not in there anymore. See, Sibley and yes, Sibley is closer to 24.
Yes, Sibley was. It was requested that I move Sibley back to be with Contra Costa so that we could maintain the county line. Happy to relook at that if that's something you'd like to do.
So the question is whether we want to honor the county line or whether we want to move back to
the only way. Yeah, the only way you can get into Sibley is from this side. You can't. There's no access in on the other side. Well, you can hike in sort of, but
given that it doesn't have a population. Any population, I am going to recommend that we move it back to where it was prior to because that's the map that we had agreed to. I know we were looking at options, and this since there's no population, it's not going to impact anything. Move it back to where we had approved it yesterday.
And thank you. And could you blow it up just a little bit so we can see where Huckleberry is?
Yeah, and Tilden is here still with East Bay.
Got it.
And Tilden Nature Area. So on this side with Contra Costa would be Siesta, Sibley, Temescal is still with East Bay.
Yeah, and Huckleberry is in there too, just above.
And we're going to get it back to where it was, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, and no, Siesta Valley does stay with Orinda. But but Sibley comes in.
Okay.
And I think where it says Eastport, Huckleberry is in there somewhere. If you could maybe blow it up a little bit more.
Thank you. All right, so let's take a look at that, and then after that, we will transition to the next change.
Yes. So if you please add that one in as well.
I'll do that right now.
Yeah, and Redwood, is just a little further south. All of those, because again, that's also the only access in is on the from the west.
Redwood.
Is
so this
Redwood
area
is. Sorry, go ahead.
Reinhardt Redwood.
No, yes, by Roberts. Actually, it's a little bit further. No, yes, it is Reinhardt Redwood.
Okay.
Yes, it's Reinhardt Redwood. So we'll get all of this park area back to where it was yesterday, and we are going to accept the changes around the other changes, just not the ones around around the Oakland hills or Oakland Berkeley Hills. And all right,
great. Thank you,
Commissioner Anderson, and thank you for catching that. And let's go around. Any other? This reflects the direction of the commission. I see consensus. Commissioner Furnishari, Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, sorry on the train, it's noisy. I just want to say that moving the park is fine, but yesterday we had more than the park with Oakland. So I just want moving just the parks back, not some of the area around Pleasanton and so forth.
Okay, so let's get it to the parks. Let's get it to the park, but not a population center. Commissioner Furnishari.
I just wanted to look at the split in Pleasanton. You said it was that hop yard, but I just want to see it if I could. When we get a chance.
And we can do the split on the parks later, given that there's not people, it's mostly just parks. So let's focus on the Pleasanton, and then we will approve everything except for the section around the parks, which we will revise.
So this is the parks, and that is done. Please let me know if you would like more or less while I go to Pleasant.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we'll take a look at it. You're quick, Tamina.
Okay.
Can we zoom in so we can see Pleasanton?
Here we go.
So, okay. So you basically kind of went 680.
So we went 680 before. We had gone 680 all the way up.
Right, and then you cut down.
Yeah, the shift was, sorry.
And then
the shift was,
what's that, like Las Positas? No,
yeah, it's right south. Las
it's
Positas is up
Valley
here,
Tree.
so it's right south of it. This is the
Oh,
canal, actually. Yes.
Okay.
So we went to the canal to Hop Yard, and then Hop Yard all the way up.
And then, yeah, just keep going.
Hop Yard then becomes Doherty.
Okay. It's a little weird jog there. But, right. You got a little on the other side of Doherty Road for some reason, but that, okay.
Oh,
thank you.
Yes, I can definitely fix that.
So
Well, I can definitely look at that census block and make sure it's not a weird one. Hold on.
Because I look at that census block, and if not, are we all comfortable with the refinements that we're making here? Yes, I see all yeses. Commissioner Anderson.
There was, there was a COI that came in and said, yes, please take everything west of 680 and put it with Hayward. I'm just wondering if we could back out and see. I was hoping we might be able to not need to do all the transition at this point and stick to the 680 route if we were adding, switching back and forth more of the unincorporated areas. So if we could sort of back out and have a look at that, please.
So this is the direction we gave yesterday. We're trying to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see it all.
Okay. Oh, definitely. Let's zoom out.
And so can we see, so we see the 680, but what was the other one?
The other one was Hop Yard and then Doherty.
No, I'm sorry. If you could back a little bit further in terms of, remember we were trying to balance 680 and then is it East Contra Costa?
So the 680 it was on 680 before. And then when we made San Leandro whole, that's what required the movement of this line.
Okay, we have 5 more minutes and then we have to go back to Orange County.
Okay, but could we expand out just a little bit so we can see the East Contra Costa? So that's at 3.
Yeah, the East CC district. We did not change anything there.
No, there was no changes to that district.
Okay, see, because what we were originally talking about is making that a little bit bigger, so we didn't have to take quite as much of Pleasanton and Dublin out. So instead of having it at 3.69, it might go up a little higher.
So let's hear it from Commissioner Yee. I think his hand is raised.
Perhaps Commissioner Anderson is suggesting to go farther out.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Yee, we can't hear you. All right. So we're either going to accept these changes or we're going to revert back to what we had. So, because those are the options. The option is to accept it or to revert back to what we approved.
So we couldn't just make the take back to 680?
Well, the 680?
That's not
Commissioner Yee, are you able to speak now? No, maybe not. So Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I was just trying to interpret for Commissioner Yee. I thought he said about going, yep, there he is. He typed it in, 680 farther to the north.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear what he was saying. 680 farther to the north. Is that what you're suggesting, Commissioner Anderson?
No, no, thank you. No, I'm actually talking about the boundary with Alameda, between Alameda and the 680 corridor. If we stuck to that line being 680, remember we went 680, but then we jogged east and took in more of Dublin and Pleasanton. And I'm hoping we can stay with 680 if we trade some of that unincorporated areas. Between 680 and East CC.
So today is Southern California Day, so I want to honor that. So if I'm going to ask Commissioner Anderson to work with Tamina and see if that there's a way to address that. In the meantime, we're going to keep our refinements as are, but see if there's any way to do that. If there isn't, get it into compliance, then we will move on. So let's go. Let's see the Orange County. Okay,
Commissioner, can I'm sorry, Chair. May I just clarify? You want to move back to the San Leandro split and move Dublin Black to 680?
No. I just want to see what is the population in that little area that's east of 680.
So I'm just asking you
depending on whatever that is, see if we can actually balance that, the 680 CC, by giving it to the East Bay Contra Costa area.
So offline, Tamina, I'd like you and Commissioner Anderson to look through that data, see if the refinements are possible, and then bring it back either later tonight or on Monday or whenever we meet next. But see if look at the data offline, and then of course that's. But at the meantime, we're focused on these refinements at this point. So let's see the other change we're making, Tamina. Because we do have to come back to Orange County. We have 2 minutes, and I'm told that this will literally take 2 minutes, and then we're going back to Orange County.
So the next change in Kennedy's area actually is in the Stockton district. The only difference here is the movement of August, which was in Sac-Stannis, in with Stockton.
Okay, Commissioner, and this got us into acceptable deviations. It didn't impact anything else, and we did ask that Commissioner Turner work with Tamina on, or actually with Kennedy on this, and so Kennedy is resting now. But Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I was just going to say the request, this was a shift, request to move Kennedy, Murata, and Garden Acres into the Stockton area, but it was too much population. We couldn't do it without starting to split other areas. And so we were only able to make this one slight move.
And this would keep us within acceptable deviations, Commissioner
Yes.
Turner and Tamina. Thank you so much for researching that. If everybody is on board, this is a compromise. And we couldn't include every community, but we're including this smaller community with their communities of interest. I see consensus here, so let's accept this and let's include it in our final maps. And with that, we will be turning back to Orange County, and I'll be working with Tamina to bring back the next refinement of Alameda County. But with that, let's go back, transition back with Sylvan, so we can continue on with Southern California. And I hope Sylvan got a brief break. It was a brief break, but hopefully she was able to get some caffeine and is ready to keep going.
Yes, thank you, Chair. One moment while I share my screen.
And just for the public and also for commissioners, the handout for the changes to the Bay Area are posted, and you can take a look at them. They're also on the dish. They're available so that we can work through them. And if you have any suggestions, you can email them through staff. Commissioner Yee, your hand is raised. Oh, it's not raised anymore. Okay. So we'll continue to refine that and bring it back. But I think we're close. I think we're very, very close with the refinements in the Bay Area. And I know Sylvan is loading her maps. While we're doing that, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, so I have discovered the magic of QGIS now, I will tell you that.
Oh,
and
excellent.
I got it working.
It's an amazing tool, isn't it?
It is quite the amazing tool. And yeah, it was definitely, it'll prevent all of you from hearing all of my what if questions, because now I've gotten them all answered playing on this tool. So I thank you, Neil, for making sure that I could get started on it. I did have to go back a second time for some tech support, but now that's why you haven't heard a whole lot from me today.
You can make
but-
all kinds of swaps, and you can rotate population, and you'll become a geospatial expert in no time.
I know, and I was getting kind of excited because I thought I was going to make something work, but then it's just like, Southwest Riverside just did me in. So, so I'll just say that. I do want to address. I guess maybe I'll just start with the coast, and only because we've gotten a lot of requests about having one coastal district, and I know part of the concern early on was that there was just not enough. There was just too much population. I did figure out a way to make a coastal district work. I'm just afraid to say too much right now. And Chair, I don't know how you want me to go about it. I'll just say though out loud for the public, it meant splitting Huntington Beach. There was a request from some of the Vietnamese community up to a certain point to include that as part of Little Saigon. So I used that as my split for Huntington Beach, although I know that I also saw a lot of COI testimony to not split Huntington Beach. We're also seeing quite a bit now from Fullerton too that does not want to be split. But I think there's a way that doing a coastal district can minimize the ripple effects. And I think we can keep it within just Orange County and not ripple out to LA or Riverside or, San Diego. There's already a San Diego district, and there's already a Orange County San Diego district or Orange County Riverside district. So I suspect it's going to be minimal, but how do you want to do this? Is this something that you'd want me to just come back to and make sure like what I figured out will work with the line drawer, with Sivan, and then come back tomorrow?
No, I think what we are wanting to do tonight is finish Orange County. So we're going to be doing live line drawing. So, and I know it may be challenging, but how about we go around just every commissioner, and we've received so much feedback from Orange County. It's one of the areas where we get a lot of feedback from. We get feedback from all California, but we're getting a lot of feedback mostly because I think the public understands that we're working in this area. So just in terms of priorities, if we can all give one priority, and I'll make sure that we address at least have a conversation around them as we prioritize. So Commissioner Akutagawa, can you go first? One priority, your top priority for the Orange County.
I'd like to be able to honor that request for a coastal district and see if we could just keep a Seal Beach to San Clemente district, all coast district.
An all coast district. Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
That also was my top priority for Orange County. Thank you.
So a coastal
Thank you for
district
coming up with that.
For Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Yee, if we can hear you, I don't know if we can. His top priority is the same, at least exploring his priority is exploring the possibility of a coastal district. Commissioner Turner. She is also in alignment. Commissioner Anderson. Exploration of a coastal district. What's your top priority for Orange County?
But yeah, I would say I have to say that I don't have any other pressing.
And you don't have to have a priority. You don't have to have like a top
I don't
priority.
have a pressing issue that there are a lot of things that I.
It could just be balanced, making sure that our deviations are appropriate and that we're.
Yep. Well, I would like the coast county because I believe we can do that. Look at the numbers.
So also
yes,
priority there for a coastal area.
Exactly.
Commissioner Fornashari, top priority for Orange County.
I think looking at a coastal district would be good.
Also in support, Mr. Sandwani, your top priority for Orange County. It could, and I'll remind the commission that it doesn't have to be limited. There's a lot in the borders of Orange County too. So, although of course a coastal is appropriate.
For me, where the map stands right now would just be cleaning up the Fullerton split if we're going to go in that direction. I'm not opposed to looking at a coastal district. I am opposed to blowing up the map.
Yeah. Okay. So, and it's exploration. I think what folks are, what folks are saying is they're open to exploring the possibility, but, and that's what I heard right now. Commissioner Lamont is also open to the possibility of a coastal district. Commissioner Taylor?
Good evening. No, I like our deviations. I don't want to blow up the map. Always keep in consideration of our district that we created, the work that we've done, and yeah, let's keep moving forward.
And I'm with Commissioner Taylor. And I'm open to, of course, because as I'm open to the where the commission wants to go, and also want to just make sure that our deviations and our compliance requirements are met, and of course honoring the will of the commission. So we will be exploring the possibility of having a coastal district in Orange County. Commissioner Sinai?
This is one of those regions that we got really positive feedback. So yes, we have gotten a lot of calls, but it was people saying, wow, you got it right. If there was one thing, it might be, and it was little things inland. Yes, we've gotten a lot of calls around the coastal. I'm going to say it, it's political. So I just don't want us to go on that trip, without our eyes open. I like this map. I mean, I don't care. It doesn't matter if I like it, the community has liked it. And this one has been really supported.
So we've been getting good feedback from this map. Certainly there's other feedback for a coastal district as well. So we're conflicting as well. All right. So we have Commissioner Anderson. I think you were open to.
Just one item. I also, one thing that came up a lot in the communities of interest is to have Huntington Beach with Little Saigon, and it really is the North Park. And so I appreciate what Commissioner Kutagawa was talking about.
Thank you. Okay, so let's take a look at our coastal area. Let's start there. And of course, we do have constraints because of our VRA districts and also population. We're on the lower end of population and across the region. So let's take a look. Right now we have Savon. Maybe you can walk us through the coastal areas of Orange County, Huntington Beach.
Yeah,
actually,
absolutely.
I think it's Seal Beach, which is in one district.
Yeah, so Seal Beach is currently with the Garden Grove Westminster district. The coast, what is now the NOC Coast District, goes from Huntington Beach. It includes Newport Beach, Laguna Beach, Aliso Viejo, Laguna Hills, and Laguna Woods, as well as Lake Forest. Would you like me to make recommendations based on?
No, I want you to keep going down the coast.
Okay.
Let's take a look at all of the coast so that we are all acquainted with it some more. I know we look at it a lot, but it's just good to, as we're looking at it now, to have the whole coast view.
Absolutely. So the second coastal OC district goes into San Diego County, and it includes the cities of Dana Point, Laguna Niguel. This is San Juan Capistrano, San Clemente, and then goes into San Diego County to pick up all of Camp Pendleton base, as well as the cities of Camp Pendleton main side and south, all of Oceanside and Vista. That is that district.
Thank you so much. That's helpful. Commissioner Kutagawa, what are your thoughts? I mean, what I do see, I'll just give a little bit of, I see that we were under deviation. We're right in the top, Seal Beach. And I see we're under up there in the northern region, which would have potential ripple effects. But could potentially, I mean, we're all open to exploration. So what are your thoughts in terms of unifying the coast?
Yeah, so starting with the entirety of Seal Beach. And then,
Can you,
adding-
Savon, can you highlight Seal Beach so we can?
and Siobhan, if I can ask you a question, there is a small split at Huntington Beach. Could I give you the other cities that I'd like to see in this entire district and then come back to the split?
Yeah, absolutely. That would actually be preferable because I'll have to add Huntington Beach to this district. I can't remove. So yes, as long as we're adding, that's great.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. And then let's keep Newport Beach. What is that little, it looks like a little white section. Is that included in the district? Or is that an unincorporated area?
This, the area, is where my mouse is circling? Is this what you're talking about? Yeah, it looks like this is just an unincorporated coastal area that's between Huntington and Newport Beach.
Okay, all right. So let's keep going down, and then next to Newport Beach, if you could select Laguna Beach. And there is an unincorporated area between Laguna Beach and Newport Beach. It's the wilderness area. So
yep, and that area is included in the coastal district.
It's already included. Okay, and Laguna Beach, I think, is already included.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Laguna Niguel included? No. Okay, so if you could add Laguna Niguel and Dana Point. And then San Clemente.
Did you want to add San Juan Capistrano?
Yeah, I mean, in what I did, I did have San Juan Capistrano added. It didn't add a whole lot, so I guess if we could just play with it, see how it goes. And then to remove.
Okay, one moment. I just need to commit this change before I can remove anything. So one moment.
So take a look. What are the changes that you're looking at? Because there's a couple, right?
Yeah, so these were the changes to add Seal Beach, add Laguna Niguel, Dana Point, San Clemente, and San Juan Capistrano. And those are the areas highlighted in red.
Can we see the deviations and the
yeah, so
where we are?
those are right here. So the deviation of this coastal district would be 45% over, and GGW would be underpopulated by negative 9.79%. And then,
thank you.
It impacts the district as well.
Oh, thank you. So it looks like Commissioner Kitagawa, we'd be over by 45%. So the coast, because this is an assembly district, and we are limited to 500,000 people, we are.
Yeah, I understand. There's some areas that I need to remove.
Oh, so there's some areas you would want to take out.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Would it be just easier if you wanted to move? There's still another area that you have to do. Would it be easier if I just worked with somebody to?
So the areas that we still have to do is Orange County, because we've done most of Southern California now. This is the area that we have left.
Okay, all right.
We have Orange County left. So, and of course, and if there's time, if there's time and there's consensus around most of the other areas around Orange County, we can go back to Los Angeles, because my understanding is that we have that our line drawers were able to implement the changes that we had asked for in Los Angeles County, and the minor refinements, because they're minor, the minor refinements in Los Angeles that we talked about yesterday. But we have to be comfortable with Orange County. So if we can certainly, my preference would be to finalize Orange County tonight so that we can produce a map of all of California with the way it looks right now, so that if we decide to do anything, it really will be just refinements after that. That's the preference, right? And we still have plenty of time, because our staff and line drawers are here until we're done.
So, Chair, would
And
you
we've been
like me to
caffeinated.
take
I have my Pepsi, and I know you guys have your tea and your coffee, so we're ready.
So, Chair, just since we're doing exploration, would you like me to take a snapshot just of maybe the starting point before we commit any changes, so that we can commit changes and then not feel like they're permanent
So we
necessarily?
probably need to think through some of the implications of doing this, because it's so much, and some of the and maybe Sylvan, you can help us through this, and maybe Andrew as well. But also just thinking, and I'll give my thoughts on implications. I think this will potential implications, and it's not that we can't do it; it's that it just and we have the time to do it if we want to, but there will be implications probably to the San Diego coast. Because of population and where the population is located, possibly implications to Los Angeles and to the borders around there. We have a lot of VRA districts, and then we have, I'm seeing some of our deviations are at 0 and negative up there. So potential issues in the inland parts of the district. So we'd have to work through this area and try to contain it to Orange County or Orange County, because we have VRA areas all over Orange County.
So
any other thoughts from the commission, Commissioner Fornashari, Anderson, and I? Just curious about your thoughts. Commissioner Fornashari.
Well, I definitely want to take a snapshot before we go down this road.
So let's definitely take a snapshot, because I think if it doesn't work out, we can revert back to the map. So maybe we should review all of the maps.
I'm definitely with, I'm open to exploration, but I just want to be sure we don't blow things up too much. So
so we want to I think we want to honor the public and kind of go through this exercise and see if it's something that's possible to do, and recognizing that we're limited by how many people are in the assembly district. It might be something we can do in more of a Senate or a congressional district, but we are limited. But I see where Commissioner Kutagawa is going. Just want to limit the impact across the region, if possible, as was stated by other commissioners. Commissioner Kutagawa, sorry,
yeah. So I have tried to think this all through, and I'm trying to limit it. And I also want to, just as others have done earlier, much earlier today and throughout the day, we have taken time on other areas to try to honor COIs and other requests. So, I would ask for the same, respect now too.
And we definitely will give you that respect. So do you want us to go to Los Angeles County and you can?
No, I have suggestions. I'm going to go in a clockwise direction. Okay, and I think then, Sivan, if you don't mind, then I think instead of just taking away and adding to the other areas, I think what I'll do is let me go in a clockwise direction to address some of these other districts. And then because we have the Inland OC and Riverside, they do include non-VRA districts. And I think that gives us, and as you can see, there's some negative deviations along that area. It's, I know people were not happy, but that does give us a little bit of that wiggle room. Same with the South Orange County, North San Diego areas. And then there's still that SCSDC area as well too, that I think it gives us the wiggle room that is going to enable, I think, what I'm envisioning to be able to work out. It was just, as the changes were being made, it was just hard to keep up with all the changes and to be able to try to work everything out as best as I can. But I think it was being updated on the QGIS.
So how about Commissioner Kutagawa, if you can give us your vision for this coastal district, and then maybe Sivan can give us some suggestions on how we can do it, while also limiting to the coast and some of the impact, and see if how we can make or how to see if we can do this without too much of impact around the border. So let's
I mean, if I can just still say what my other changes are, it might. I mean, some of them are swaps. I think that's why it's not like wholesale blowing up anything. I was definitely not trying to do that. So Siobhan, if you could maybe zoom in on the GGW district. So on that one, taking out Seal Beach obviously made it a lot smaller. What I envision is adding in Cypress to this district.
Do you want to, if you could tell me all the things you want to add, just so I know what order to do them in?
Oh, sure. So I would like to add in Cypress, and then this is where I would like to add in a portion of Huntington Beach. And then that should complete this district.
Do you have a dividing line where you would like to split Huntington Beach?
Yes. So the COI testimony that we were hearing, and I want to just was, I believe, north of Garfield along Beach Boulevard. And it's essentially a strip next to Fountain Valley. And I believe where the Fountain Valley border is, that's where Garfield is. The southern border, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. And then if you go northward, up, going north along that strip, you'll see Beach Boulevard to the west.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go up, it should equal out the population within the standard deviation that will be needed for GGW. And it also honors the COI request from the Vietnamese community.
Okay, so this is Garfield Ave here. You
Yes.
want me to go north
Beach.
where? Beach?
Do you see Beach Boulevard? It's Highway 39 or Highway 38.
Oh, it is Highway 39. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So go north. Okay, let me just start grabbing these blocks.
Yeah.
1 moment, please.
And Commissioner Kutagawa, just your rationale for this in terms of COI input or
it's both COI input, and it also enables once the other areas are removed, it will allow the kind of standard deviation that would be needed. At the same time, I know that there were lots of requests from the Huntington Beach residents, and they asked not to split Huntington Beach, but right now I'm just trying to do what's best for all the maps. If after these changes, it looks like we could put it back in, I mean, I think we've tried to keep cities as whole as we can. So I guess.
Okay, thank you.
But
That's
I also
helpful.
know that that's been a request from the Vietnamese community too. So
And thank you. So I just want to make sure that we put it in the record. We have note takers that are documenting every move we make and the reasoning.
Commissioner Kutagawa, was this the only portion of Huntington Beach that you wanted to add, or was there an additional portion?
No, you could go further up so that it reaches,
to where it connects here, or where
where it connects to the 405. So
right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that looks to be a very clean line. That would
yes,
be a nice
yeah, and then that way you could create a cleaner line, and if it helps, after you do all that.
Yeah, you can continue your.
Okay, you see that little triangle? You could capture that as well too. And
This
that, yeah,
triangle.
and that little triangle too, so that it's just clean. And then see that other little triangle, yeah, right, where your cursor was.
Okay.
Actually, go further down. Do you see that single box that it looks like a, yeah. Just below, just south of, yes, right where your hand, that little cursor is, yes.
Oh, yeah. So these are just census blocks or along roads that will clean up. They don't have anyone living in them, but I'll clean it up before the final maps, just so you can get a sense of big picture changes, just so I'm not, you guys aren't watching me just click individual.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right.
So are these the changes that you wanted
Yes,
to make?
and that includes Cypress, right?
Cypress is added to the selection, yes.
Okay.
So we gave an hour to the last exploration, so let's give an hour here too, and hope we'll know in probably less time than that what we can do and how we can do it, or what we can do.
Okay, Commissioner Kutagawa, I'm ready for your next
Okay.
swap.
So the next one is the North OC district. So do you see Stanton in there? I'd like to add Stanton to the North OC district. That was also stated by the Vietnamese community, but I believe in doing so, it will help unite parts of the Arab American community. Although I know that Little Arabia is that little section there. I think that's part of the COI that we were requested in Anaheim, but I also saw additional COI testimony about Stanton. It will also enable some other communities to come together there.
Okay, so adding Stanton into NOC.
Yes.
All right.
Then I think this is where I'm going to ask the commission. We've been getting a lot of testimony about Fullerton. What is your perspective on this? I'm comfortable either way. I think joining Fullerton
Maybe you
together.
can tell us a little bit about the COI testimony. Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Sure.
Can you just remind us the COI testimony, what's coming? Because I've seen it come through, and I've seen them wanting to go with various communities. Can you sum it up a little bit for us?
Sure. So one piece of COI testimony that we've received is that there is a working class, immigrant, low income, essential worker community along that, I guess, the southern border of Fullerton, which borders the top of that Santa Ana district. In that area, we've had several conversations around that. However, Fullerton is also home to one of the largest Korean American communities as well too. And we've gotten quite a bit of COI testimony, both from the Korean American community, but also city leaders from both Buena Park and Fullerton also speaking about wanting to stay together. More recently, I think we've been receiving today testimony about keeping Fullerton together. There was one in particular that spoke to the split of a school district in terms of the current placement right now. I think this is a question of, I think, choices and what the commission would prefer to do. Also, the other thing to also note is that the northern part of Fullerton is a more affluent area of the city. However, as others have rightly noted, it's not a large city. So that is the concern, is that kind of a smaller to mid-sized city is being split in half, but we have been splitting other cities. So this one, I see both benefits to both. However, in ensuring that the whole of Fullerton is kept together, it does ensure that a COI that shares community could be kept together along with Buena Park and La Palma.
Great. So let's hear from the commission. That's a wonderful summary, Commissioner Kutagawa. Thank you so much for that. Commissioner Sadwani, and then others who may want to give their thoughts on the Fullerton area. This is an area that's very diverse, as Commissioner Kutagawa has referenced, and has many essential workers. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I'll just be very brief because I think Commissioner Kutagawa did a good job laying out the different testimony and the conflicting testimony. And certainly we've heard a lot in the past about the communities in South Fullerton that are very much essential workers, working class, working also in the entertainment industry. And also I will note that I certainly recall in our Senate district that we pick up some of those communities in South Fullerton for the VRA district that exists in that area. That being said, we have, given the smaller population size of our assembly district, it looks like we're just taking a small few blocks there, it looks like. So we have received a lot of testimony to keep Fullerton whole. I think in our current iteration, I'm not sure exactly where Commissioner Kutagawa is going with all these changes, but as it currently stands, if we put all of Fullerton in the NOC district, I think that would leave the LAOSB way underpopulated. And so then that's going to set off a lot of ripples. To me, when I had initially done the overview of Orange County, I was interested just to explore a cut that might be more reflective of some of the COI testimony that we've had. I had noticed there's a bunch of stuff coming in just today from Fullerton based on these maps. Mm-hmm. And one of them had been, if the city cannot remain intact, the dividing line should be farther to the north, perhaps Bastonchuri, or at worst, Valley View, Dorothy, Fullerton Creek, and Yorba Linda. That would leave the core community and education communities centered around CSU Fullerton intact, as well as a few other high schools and stuff as well. So for me, that would in general be worth exploring. But I don't know exactly where we're going with the development of this coastal district, but I just wanted to raise that. And I think if we have, I never take splitting a city lightly, but if we do, then doing so in a way that respects communities of interest to the best extent possible is always preferable for me.
Thank you. And since we're moving through Orange County and going to potentially go back to LA County once we're done, if we're not going to have a longer lunch dinner break, so I understand that I am very understanding if you want to eat before the camera, or just turn off your camera. You can turn off your camera if you're not wanting to eat in front of the camera, which I would totally understand. Well, Commissioner Yee's already eating. There she goes. But this is a working dinner session. So we'll continue on with Orange County and continue on line drawing. This is what happens when you have citizens of California drawing maps. We have to take working dinners. All right, let's go, Commissioner Kutagawa. Sorry for that. I just wanted to make sure that everyone ate and so they could keep up their energy.
So just for the sake of Sivan, in the map that I did create, I kept Fullerton whole, but it could just as easily go in the way given the testimonies that we received. Where it goes into the LAOSB or stays in the LAOSB, the northern part.
So just visualizing what that would look like, I had it up a moment ago, but let me just bring that back up. Adding the rest of Fullerton into the NOC district would make it overpopulated by 8.81. I'm not sure what your map had. And then LAOSB would be negative 15.32.
Oh, okay, then let's not do that. Can I also say though, I think where you have the cuts, for example, Sunny Hills High School is a very affluent area. So I would include that in the LAOSB area at the very least. Take that border out to Gilbert, if not a little bit further out. Along Malvern, because those are a much more single family homes and definitely much more upper middle class.
Is that what you were thinking, Commissioner Kutagawa? Do you want me to take Malvern
at least go Malvern North and put it into the LA OSB district.
So Malvern is here. So would you like me to continue selecting this area?
That little section? Yes, please. I know that Commissioner Sadwani, I didn't have a chance to note all of the different cutoffs in terms of the areas there. I think there was different schools of thought. I think Cal State Fullerton is also split also. So if there's a way that we could bring it in and make it whole, that would be, I think, ideal.
I think that would be the Yorba Linda Boulevard option that's running a little bit further
south,
further north.
Oh, north. I see. Okay.
Cal State.
Yeah, would you like me to make that swap? This area selected would push NOC to negative 5.15. I'm not sure if you want me to back off maybe this change right here to keep that below 5, or if you're comfortable with this, knowing that you'll address it later.
I think if you move that Fullerton line north, as Commissioner Sadwani had read off to Yorba Linda Boulevard, would that be enough? Would it be better to make that change first, so then you'll see how much deviation is available?
Yeah, why don't we do that first? One moment.
So do you see that little green, here's the place? Yeah, there it is.
So you're talking about adding areas south of Yorba Linda Boulevard into NOC, correct?
Yes, because then that way, then Cal State Fullerton will be in its entirety.
Oops, one moment, please.
Chair, can I ask Commissioner Kutagawa a quick question?
Oh, of course. And then
okay.
Commissioner Kennedy after that.
Okay. Just a quick question on this one. I'm just going to say Linda because I've known you seems like forever now. Just this area with the Cal State Fullerton, I'm not sure. It's not necessarily just a commuter school, so they've got to have housing. I just want to make sure that we include housing as well.
Yeah,
that's my only concern. Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Okay. And then also, Siobhan, you know that section across the 57 freeway, that is not the university area. That's more of a kind of a businessy area.
Let me get that selection back. One moment, please. So just this portion?
And it, yeah, she could, if it could join the rest of Cal State Fullerton, that would be wonderful.
And that keeps us within deviation. That also is perfect.
So now do you want to go back to looking at adding this portion back into LAOSB?
And I just saw testimony that was submitted, and apparently the Cal State Fullerton students, as well as members of the Latino community, live in Fullerton along Placentia Avenue. So at the very least, we want to make sure we include all of the students.
Not quite sure Placentia is. Is this Placentia?
I think I saw it on the other side of 57 going up the street where the Taco Bell. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I guess they are on the other side. It is a lot of businesses, but there must be then other apartments and other things like that alongside. I usually just see the I usually just see the businesses along the 57 there.
So you would like this to be added back in?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
So the NOC is now minus 1.31 deviation?
Yes, and LAOSB is negative 5.2.
Okay. Okay, I have plans for LAOSB. Can you add in that section of Fullerton? It is an affluent area, and I think it would be better suited to the north along Gilbert and Malvern.
Yes.
And let's go to Commissioner Kennedy because he's got his hand up. So let's just hear from him. And we'll come back to this.
Thank you, Chair. And it's directly relevant to this change. You know, I've been hearing that the Korean community is there in that northwestern part of Fullerton. So I'm trying to understand where the Korean community is. If somebody could show us, that would be appreciated.
They're throughout all of Fullerton. If you look at Beach Boulevard alone, that is a thriving Korean business area, as is along, actually Malvern is more residential, but if you go down to Commonwealth, there's a significant Korean business district around there, as well as Orange Slope. So it's really, they're quite spread out throughout all of Fullerton.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Do we have any shape files, or is it the population dispersed throughout the whole area?
Residentially, they're dispersed through the north. Business wise, in terms of
oh, I see.
You know, churches, restaurants, shops, they're all throughout there. And in fact, they extend out to where you see the Beach Boulevard, the 39, which is in yellow right now. And it splits that park, which I don't know if we want to address that as well too.
So Commissioner Kutagawa, I've re-highlighted that portion. Would you like me to commit this change, considering both of the deviations are below 5?
Yeah, if you were even able to extend it, yeah, it's not great. The park is split, which is odd. I don't know if anybody has any opinions on splitting parks, if that's okay.
The park is not split. That's just the city border.
That's the city border for Buena Park. I realize that. I think that just speaks to how intertwined the areas are, but at the very least, I know that let's at least just, if we could just accept that for right now, that whole northern area where that little T is left now, that is also all residential as well too. But I don't know if we have the room for the deviation.
Can we look at the deviations? Savon, can you go over there?
Yeah, absolutely. I did just want to point out, I don't know if you had a plan, but we're still at a 42% deviation in this coastal district. Yeah. So I don't know if the commissioners wanted to leave this for now and address that, because it's a pretty big deviation.
Well, if we leave it, then we're going to have a bubble, aren't we? And you're the line drawer, so help us think through the how you would approach this, because it's my understanding from previous maps that we've done, if we don't leave an area, if we have such a huge deviation, because we might end up in a situation where we have a bubble and we can't get out of that bubble.
Yeah, I would agree that is probably what I would tackle. My understanding was that Commissioner Kutagawa had additional swaps that would address this. So if you wanted to just kind of sketch in those changes, we can go back to Fullerton, but okay. It just makes me a little bit nervous to leave this at 42.
Yeah. Don't worry, that's not my intent.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
okay.
So, what are your thoughts about deviation reduction, Commissioner Kutagawa, and commissioners? What are your thoughts? And I see a couple of options. One, and I'll just share them, and of course you guys can chime in. One option is to try to take out some of the eastern portions if we really truly want a coastal area, although that would split up some COIs. And Commissioner Kutagawa probably has some feedback on which ones to cut out. It could also be a shorter coastal district. We also have room in the edges to move parts of the coast down and parts up. I mean, there's plenty of options. It's just they're not easy ones because we have so many COIs in this area. So just want to think through all the options. We have a lot of options. They're just not particular, and none of them are really good. They're all difficult because there's so many important COIs. It's a very dense area, and we have a VRA district right above it. Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Fernandez, ideas on how to deal with this 40% deviation.
Yeah, so can we go to the LAOSB? Because
absolutely.
I'm doing the circle. Okay,
you're going to rotate population.
Yeah, so LAOSB should have North Fullerton, Brea, Placentia, Yorba Linda, and Anaheim Hills in it. I'd also like to, it should also have East Orange as well as Villa Park, and it has North Tustin. I know we've received different COI testimony about the city of Tustin, some asking to be with Irvine, others asking to be with more the north. In this particular case, I put Tustin with that LAOSB district. And then I took in, I think if we could take that in, I think that should be.
And we just have to be cautious here because these are VRA areas that we don't touch the VRA.
Tustin is not.
Oh yeah, just we're so close to it. I'm just mentioning it. But Tustin, you're right, is not in the VRA district at this point. Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Sinai, and we do need to take a 15-minute break after these comments. So let's do Fernandez, then Sinai.
Yes, and I think I missed this part, Commissioner Kutagawa. At some point, you just wanted to keep it with the coastal cities within Orange County, or were you also going to include that piece of the, what is it, Camp Pendleton from? Were we going to?
My thought was that actually that would go with more the inland portion of Orange County and then stop the coastal district at San Clemente. However, perhaps during the break, I could speak to Savon and
that's what I was thinking.
So that's what I was thinking too, maybe.
Or I could just do it, whichever way.
You can call Savon and work through some of this with Savon and Andrew and then our staff. And in the meantime, Sinai, Commissioner Sinai, do you have any comments, feedback? Yeah, let's get that before we go to break.
Two things. Whatever you all do, please don't move it to Fallbrook, Bonsall, and then put back the coast of San Diego back with that, please. We worked hard on that. No. Second, we heard resounding requests to keep Tustin and Costa Mesa and Irvine together. And I'm feeling really uncomfortable about splitting up that COI.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. That's a good a reminder of all the feedback that we've received and some of the considerations. At this point, we all said we're comfortable with exploring this possibility, and it's an exploration, just like we did in other parts of the area. So we still have about 30 minutes of exploration time, but in the meantime, let's have Commissioner Kutagawa work with our line jars offline, and the rest of us, let's have a 15-minute break. Enjoy your dinner time and your caffeinated drinks. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. So excited to hear about what the exploration that Commissioner Kutagawa has been working on with Savon and Andrew, and hopefully we've been able to solve the difficult and complex puzzle that is the districts in Orange County, especially as we tried to actually respond to the request from Orange County in terms of building or developing a coastal district across that region. So Commissioner Kutagawa, Savon, can you please fill us in on what you were able to, your exploration, what you're able to do, what you were not able to do, some of your opportunities, challenges, et cetera, so that we can all get filled in, and the public as well.
I'll let Commissioner Kutagawa, if you wanted to explain.
Yeah, so Savon was helpful. What we did is I asked her about moving in Aliso Viejo to the Irvine district and moving moving Lake Forest right now to the Inland OC district. We also talked about and I will say that the same cities that I selected for LAOSB did not come out the same deviation as on my QGIS. So I just want to say that. So she did make a suggestion to remove Chino Hills and Chino to the Southwest Riverside district, which is a non-VRA district. You'll see that the numbers are a little bit off, but you'll also see that the South OC SOC NSD district is minus 36%. She thinks that there is a path forward to balance out the population in all of those districts, and that this could be doable. And that's where we left it off before we came back from break.
Oh, wow. Thank you. That's great progress, Commissioner.
A caveat of saying, I do think there's a way forward, but I didn't think that the commission was going to necessarily be pleased with that direction, but I'm happy to explain.
Well, I'm so glad you think that the path forward, because I didn't think there was. So let's, can we hear a little bit more about the potential path forward and some of the COIs that we're going to be splitting?
Yeah, so just from like a purely population balance perspective, it is possible, I believe, to balance between the districts that we have currently. It might include further adjusting some of these borders that we already worked on. But the big picture idea would basically be to reduce Southwest Riverside to a permissible deviation, whether that be moving Menifee or any of these cities into Inland OC RC until this is at below 5% deviation. This would then be overpopulated by roughly the same amount that SOC NSD is underpopulated. So then it would just be a question of swapping either Temecula, Murrieta, Wildomar, or looking Rancho Mission Viejo, something like that. And then just addressing that 10% deviation as well. So that would be potentially more small swaps to get that down below 5.
And Savon, I think that Laguna Hills City should be moved into the Inland OC. So that should hopefully bring down some more of that NOC Coast district too.
Okay, let me add that now. And it looks like that would fix the deviation of NOC Coast. Yes. So let me commit that. So Chair, did you want me to continue playing this through, or did we want to jump?
So can you talk about options and where we are? Because I see still very large deviations in the SOC and the inland RC. I mean, because one of the requests was not to blow up the maps outside of Orange County, and we have VRA right above and to the side. So just trying to, if you and Commissioner Kitagawa and others can kind of, and to contain it within Orange County. I mean, there is the possibility, we've talked about it before. If we need to, we have the edges, right? But that would require additional work too. Commissioner Sinai, and we're giving the same consideration we gave to other commissioners to work through the region and try to make it work. Let's see, we have another 15 minutes to try to make this work. Commissioner Sinai Kitagawa.
I just want to remind everyone how much the community and the collaborations and everyone loved the Orange County map before we go into San
This is
Diego.
exploration and our deviations.
I know, I just wanted to keep reminding everybody.
But we also got a lot of requests to try to unify the coast, and that's what I think what Commissioner Kitagawa is trying to do in a live line drawing to see if it's possible. And this is just to see if it's possible. We need to know what the impacts are. But I do agree with you. We received so much testimony saying how wonderful our maps are, and we also received some testimony that wanted other communities with other coastal communities, and actually we got all sorts of testimony as well. Commissioner Sidwani, did you have your hand up before as well? Okay, I think you put it down. Commissioner Kitagawa, continue, please.
Well, I just wanted to also note that I did see COI testimony requesting that Menifee could be with Wildemar and Murrieta and Temecula, and that may solve that issue. And then that's where I would ask then Saban for that help on the SOC NSD. I also want to note for Commissioner Sinai, there was also quite a bit of testimony that Seal Beach did not belong with the GTW, that they wanted to be in a coastal district too. So similar to the Fallbrook and other comments too, they don't want to be inland, they want to be on a coast.
So just addressing that, Commissioner Kitagawa, Menifee is too big to add the whole city to this district. So that would need to be split.
Would it make sense to move? I mean, that would be, to me, just from a contiguity, it seems like that's the one that would make the most sense.
And I'm not sure how much population is living in this unincorporated area as well. So that would be additional to take into consideration.
If that was added to the VRA district, would it throw off the CVAP?
We worked really hard on MPH this morning to get it to 51.
Okay, no problem. Just a question.
It's on the lower end of the.
It's going to lower it, yeah.
Okay,
we tried very hard to get it up too, and we just haven't found any ability to move it up at this point. So if the public has suggestions on how we might be able to raise the CVAP in the Santa Ana area, we would appreciate that. We're getting feedback all the time, and we've been testing it and haven't been able to raise it anymore. But certainly, if there's any feedback on how to move it up, we will we'll take a look at it.
Sivan, since this is an inland OCRC, that means that Lakeland Village, California, as well as Lake Elsinore are options as well too.
Yeah, I can definitely explore those. One moment. So that would make the deviation of Southwest Riverside negative 2.35%, and inland OCRC would be at 39.54%. And we do have another neck situation, unfortunately, but that could potentially be resolved.
Could that be, could you, I guess it'd be a small split, but could you do that to take part of Lake Elsinore to create a larger neck?
You mean remove part of Lake Elsinore?
Yes.
Yes, one moment, please. Something like that, perhaps?
At least then it would create a larger neck.
Mm-hmm. That neck looks a lot better. It's much more compact.
So just in continuing to play out this scenario, the next order of business would be picking where in inland OCRC you want to draw population from to move into the San Diego Coastal District.
It's almost 8:30. We'll continue at 8:30. We'll check in with the commission and see where we are and see what the options are to work through these. But
can I ask a question?
Okay,
would it be best to I guess I see that it looks like there's tribal areas right below Temecula. Should that be added to that SESDC? Because it is a negative deviation, but it looks like we may be splitting tribal areas too.
Sivan, can you speak to that? Because I'm not as familiar with these tribal areas, or Commissioner Kennedy or others who might be more familiar with the tribal areas. And then I do see Commissioner Turner's hand raised. Let's, before we do that, let's check in with Commissioner Turner and see where she's at.
Yeah, I may or may not have something helpful. I just wanted to assist Commissioner Kutagawa and at least attempt to weigh in and ask us some questions. She's working really hard to make this work.
Yeah.
And I did see the tribal lands that I don't have any COI testimony, but wondering if indeed that can go below into the ESC. But for the split with Temecula, if we know anything about Temecula, can Temecula come into the SOC? Or actually, yeah, because we're way under there. And I know Temecula says it's 110,000 people there. So just wanting to ask the question if those that are familiar with the area, if we have COI testimony that we would be severely bringing harm to Temecula, if we could bring them into the SOC NSD.
So Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Kennedy, I think, can speak to that. They've been looking very carefully at those COIs. Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Kennedy, please provide us with some.
So Temecula called us from the very beginning. Temecula has said, please do not bring us into San Diego. And it would be even weirder to bring them into San Diego and go down the coast because the SOC.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can you explain why they were not wanting to be with San Diego?
Temecula is
transportation, or is it?
They just felt that they weren't getting represented well. Many people have said Fallbrook, Rainbow, and Temecula should be together. Most of the people, it felt like more people from San Diego wanted to be with Temecula than Temecula wanted to be with San Diego. But so, asking Temecula.
I can ask you a follow-up because I'm not familiar with this area, and I think it would be helpful for all of us and the public as well. Are they currently represented with San Diego? Yes. And that's why they felt like they weren't being sufficiently represented, and that's
yes.
Okay, I think I'm seeing that talking. Thank you so much, and continue. I'm sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to get that in my head because I didn't understand. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as I've explained before, Temecula is kind of the informal seat of southwestern Riverside County. So while Rainbow, Fallbrook, Bonsall may depend on Temecula, Temecula doesn't depend on them at all. Temecula is in the flatlands, very closely tied to Murrieta, Wildemar, Menifee, Lake Elsinore, that whole area, but really doesn't bother going across the line to Rainbow, Fallbrook, Bonsall for anything. It's very different landscape. It's very different communities.
So do workers go into that area, or they come to San Diego to work? I'm trying to understand the movements of population, or how or if there are any.
I don't have a data source on that. As I said, Temecula, Murrieta, Wildemar, Menifee, Lake Elsinore, that's all flatlands and all very closely tied together. Almost immediately when you cross that county line, yeah, you're in the mountains.
So I just want to ask Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Kennedy, where does Temecula want? You've seen the testimony. What does the Coit testimony? Where does that area?
Southwestern Riverside County.
Southwestern Riverside.
Yeah, as I say, Temecula is and is widely considered to be kind of the anchor of the informal seat of Southwestern Riverside County.
And thank you both for providing that. And I see a lot of heads nodding. Mr. Andrew, can you?
Yeah, I was just going to. Thank you, Chair. I was just going to.
Can't talk anymore. It's getting late.
I was just going to point out the tribal reservation in Riverside that we were seeing is the Pichinga Reservation. I believe that's how I pronounce it. And it is kept whole, and it is in Riverside. So if we keep it in Riverside, it's kept whole. So just wanted to weigh in on that for a second. And it's different than what we see in San Diego.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Commissioner Kutagawa, does that provide some clarity around the Temecula area?
Yeah, it does. And I'll just say, look, South Orange County doesn't want to be with Riverside either, Commissioner Sinai. So it's the same, these are the same things that we've been talking about. I tried to see if we could keep it contained. It just wasn't possible. I mean, the numbers and the VRA districts don't make it possible. However, with the terrain layer on, I have a different idea, perhaps. I don't know if it would make it any better. But perhaps to allow that Southwestern Riverside to not cross over into Orange County and instead combine Orange County with Riverside more beyond the mountains, because those mountains were part of the concerns that people had talked about. That Ortega Highway, which is the 74, I think that's the highway. People said it's just difficult to drive. They are building a toll road. There was a lot of talk about that in the Coit testimony. But it's not totally complete. And so it makes traversing the mountains difficult. Kind of sounds familiar. I think this is where I'm going to ask for phone a friend because this is the areas, either that or we could just.
Let's phone a friend. So let's phone, because we have lots of friends on here. So let's ask for commission support. We're all friends. Any suggestions for Commissioner Kutagawa, and also, of course, from Sivan and Andrew? I saw Commissioner Kennedy's hand up a couple minutes ago. Let's see if there's any suggestions, or if there isn't, that's okay too. But let's try to phone a friend. Commissioner Hernandez and Turner, we have about 10 more minutes in this exploration, so I'm just trying to see if we can come up with some ideas that we can maybe work offline, and to see if it's even possible, because at this point it's looking difficult with very high deviations. Commissioner Fernandez, and then Turner.
Yeah, because I mean, the way I look at it, it looks like where is the population to move from one to the other, from SOC to inland? I think that's kind of where we're getting stuck. And I see what you were talking about, Commissioner Kitagawa. I actually wanted to zoom out a little bit because I wanted to see all of the districts in Orange County, please. I just want to get an idea of. Okay, let me think about it, Linda, and I'll come back. But I'm trying to be hopeful.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. You're always helpful. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, just trying to.
You're also always helpful too.
I'm trying to be helpful. I'm wondering, Commissioner Kitagawa, because we're looking at the high deviations on both sides for the inland and the SOC. I'm wondering if we can't, and the reason I made the other suggestion, because we can keep looking at it, but it kind of stares back at us in its present state. So I'm wondering, is there a way to walk back small increments of what we did so that by the time we get here, it isn't so great and we'll have other flexibility? So you made choices based on, of course, COI testimony and where things needed to be, grabbing larger bits of population. But before we have to just say it's not going to work, I'm wondering, can you walk back and take smaller areas to end up with a smaller deviation at the end?
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. And Commissioner Anderson, any suggestions from you? Because you always have great suggestions too.
Thank you very much. This is a tough one because, you know, the obvious ones.
I've never heard that from you. You always think you can solve anything. And I know you
well,
can.
There's always a way. It doesn't mean everyone's going to be happy. And on this one, I think a lot of people are not going to be happy. So, because all the other areas, you know, the Rancho, they don't want to be with San Diego either. I do love Commissioner Turner's idea. And the one thing I was thinking is if we don't bite off quite as much, if Commissioner Kitagawa says, rather than all the way to San Clemente, you know, start to Dana Point, something like that. You know, I don't think we can actually get there given the choices of what we'd have to move to San Diego. Hate to say that, but that's my.
I've never heard that you couldn't do anything. Well, let's keep thinking about it. And maybe we'll come to a solution, because I know this was a priority for most of us, was to unite the coast and to try to unite the coast. So let's keep thinking about this, Commissioner Kitagawa and Vasquez and Fernandez. Let's hear from you, your thoughts. And we're almost at time, but maybe we can ask Commissioner Kitagawa and to work with Line Drawer offline and maybe see if there's any, to walk population through slowly and see if there's anything that they can come up with. Anything they can come up with. So Commissioner Kitagawa, then Vasquez, Fernandez, and Sanaya. You know, it's a difficult one because we also don't want to change the architecture so much that it impacts the surrounding counties, and we have VRA. We all know the challenges here, and we have an ocean to the sides. We're limited. Kitagawa, Vasquez, Fernandez, Sanai, Sadwani, and then we will be going on to Los Angeles if we don't come up with a clear path. But we'll continue we'll charge Commissioner Kitagawa to continue to explore with our line drawers. Commissioner Kitagawa.
Yeah, I guess I appreciate what everyone said, and Commissioner Turner, I was thinking about this. Maybe the smallest changes, Seal Beach would like to be with more the coastal cities. That would be one. The other one is we're continuing to get now lots of testimony about Fullerton, much more complicated than I think was, what we in the early testimonies that we received. I think I think that's going to be actually an area where we're just going to really have to figure out and make a decision about that. A thought that I had based on what Commissioner Kennedy said is looking at that Southwest Riverside district. Oddly enough, it does not include the areas, as he said, the seat of Southwest Riverside in that district. And I'm wondering if there's a kind of a swap that can be made, because unfortunately that large white space in the middle is just all Cleveland National Forest. And I found out that there is not a lot of population there. But there's a lot of population in Southwest Riverside, Elsinore, Wildemar, Murrieta, Temecula, and I think that's why those two areas got combined in the beginning. But anyways.
It's a challenge.
Yeah.
Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Sinai, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I just
You
wanted
guys have
to,
some thoughts around this.
yes, I just wanted to state that I actually, uniting the coast for me is no longer a priority given other considerations, especially real-time feedback about Fullerton and the big wrinkles there. So for me, I feel like we've played this out, and for me, I would like to move on.
And we really did try. And yeah, Commissioner Fernandez, Sinai.
Yeah, that is still a priority for me, would be the coastal. But the only thing I believe you said earlier, Commissioner Kutagawa, was that your game plan at the end was to put Camp Pendleton with some of the inner, and I really would like to keep that more with the coast. Because I don't know what commonalities they would have with the Temecula and Murrieta. So, but anyway, however, I mean, if you still want to work on the coastal, that still was my main priority, and then it was Fullerton. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Anderson, maybe Sinai and Anderson.
So I don't want to be blamed for not being a phone a friend. So I'm gonna ask a few questions here. Those foothill communities. My gut is that they're probably whiter and more affluent. Okay, unfortunately, that doesn't go with Camp Pendleton, Oceanside, and Vista. And I know the coastal doesn't as well, but one of the reasons we decided to go Oceanside to Vista with Camp Pendleton was so those three, that's where a lot of the military families live, a lot of the veterans live, low income. It's more of a working class, low income. And so there was more in common there. And so if it would have been more along, this is where the divide is sometimes between San Diego and Orange County. I think when it's San Diego and Orange County, it's worked well the way it's been now, where there's more of the coast in San Diego and more of the coast in Orange County. So it's more even, but right now it would be tough, but I see what you're doing. I wouldn't put it, we have been told that there is open, the base does go over towards Fallbrook and Bonsall, some of the school district, but most of the most of the military families are in Oceanside and San Clemente. That's what, when they've called in and they've written in, that's what they've told us is with, I think, those are the two big areas. And when I worked with military families, that was the two big areas where they were at. There are, so I'm trying to see how this would work, but it would be an awkward crossing into San Diego County. It wouldn't be a kind of, in other counties, we've worked really hard to try to make them like communities when you're crossing the county line. And here it wouldn't be. Not that it was the other way either, and I'll admit that.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Anderson, you had your hand raised. I'm hoping you figured out some solutions here.
Well, it's just, okay, I thought more of Huntington Beach was going to be going into, the Little Saigon. I still like, adding Seal Beach back in. That's clearly the trade-off in that area. That just a little tiny bit, I was surprised because I thought they were saying, northern Huntington Beach. So I thought it was more of a section like that, or maybe not quite that much. In which case I was going to give you enough to put Seal Beach in and possibly Dana Point, because Laguna Niguel, while it's not quite on the coast as much, but the 33 and 25, so you had to take some of that out, and that's where but I still think you could do at least that. And then you could probably do San Clemente into the south, south or north, south, SOC and NSD, with a little other jiggling. But I think that's all we were going to get, unfortunately.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. I know you've been trying hard also to try to resolve this issue. It's a difficult one. In the Assembly, we are limited to 500,000 people. And unfortunately, there's just not enough people, or there's either too many people, not enough people. And then, of course, we have, as Commissioner Fornashari mentioned, we have the coast on the side, and then we have VRA districts all around San Diego. So we are, and certain pockets don't have lots of population, so it makes it difficult to do this. At this time, just want to get the sense from the commission. It's 8:47. We need to turn over. My understanding, and I'll just give I believe the feedback we've been getting, as some commissioners have noted, has been pretty positive on the current maps, our draft maps. There could potentially be some refinements. I've been hearing from Commissioner Fernandez and others in Fullerton area. We could revert back for now. We have a screenshot so that Commissioner Kutagawa can work offline with the line drawer and report back at a later time, see if there's any progress that can be made. But in the meantime, our draft maps maybe have received good feedback. It's not, of course, we always get good feedback, and also some folks who want some refinements. So we could do some refinements here in the Fullerton area in our draft maps. And then just in case we're not able to come up with a way to get a coastal district because I think the consensus here is that we have pretty good districts. They're in compliance with all of the requirements, but potentially maybe addressing some of these other priorities that were on the table, such as Fullerton. And of course, we would want that to be incorporated into any coastal district if we're able to succeed there as well. And the line drawers can make sure that happens. So I'm looking to the commission to see if you're ready to move on to Los Angeles, if you want to address Fullerton, and those are the options and then Commissioner Kutagawa potentially could work on the side with our line drawers to see if continue to explore it. It's just as we saw, it's a complicated puzzle in Orange County. So let's hear from the queue. And we can also, of course, there's always the option to continue on. So Kutagawa, Sinai, Turner, and Sidwani.
I just want to
whatever the commission wants to do, because I'm of service to you.
Well, first, I just want to say
the people of California, of course.
We tried, and I just want to thank everybody for going on this journey with me. I think those mountains just those make it a little bit complicated. I would like to just request that we try to address this Fullerton question, since there seems to be lots of different differences of opinion about where the borders are. And then if Sivan, if I could just work with you, I think if there's a way that we could keep Seal Beach inside a coastal district, I think that, I know we're hearing different testimony, but I think we've heard loud and clear that as much as possible, keeping the coastal cities together seems to be, high priority too. And so, and Commissioner Anderson, I hear what you're saying. I think some of the ideas that you said, I think we're going to run into some of the same problems of, the puzzle pieces not quite fitting together, unfortunately. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. But I know it's these puzzles are so hard. And so Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Turner, we're all going to do our best to try to solve these puzzles. Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Turner.
I just wanted to share appreciation to Commissioner Kutagawa that she tried this, because she's been wanting to from the very beginning. It was, I can't remember a time you didn't want to see the whole coast together. So that was a big task, and I do want to appreciate it. It's just the puzzle piece. What's beautiful about California is what makes redistricting complicated, and it's the diversity in so many different ways, from terrain, geography. It's amazing.
I'll go on. So, and then,
So I agree that Fullerton should be the next priority. And then I did want to go back to Mira Mesa because I looked back at my notes and I do think I know how to make Mira Mesa whole. If we can
Today was
just
Southern
take 5
California,
minutes.
so we will be going back to San Diego for a moment to address that. But in the meantime, we're going to do Fullerton. We're going to take Commissioner Turner, and I also want to appreciate Commissioner Kutagawa for her. This has been a journey. We're all on this journey together. We're all trying to figure it out. But if there's, we all care about the COIs and we all really, but if there's one commissioner who's been trying to keep every COI together and who knows all the COIs backwards and forwards, and I know there's many of us who do, but Commissioner Kutagawa is just committed to keeping as many COIs as we all are together, especially in the Orange County and San Diego and Southern California, but across the state of California as well. So thank you so much, Commissioner Kutagawa. We'll continue to hope. We're going to be hopeful that you and our line drivers are able to bring back something that is solve this issue over the weekend. And Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Maybe I had too much caffeine.
As you are looking at Fullerton with Sivan, I know you're seeing this COI testimony about the split with the campuses in Fullerton. So the CSU, Fullerton, and then the Fullerton College. So if we can just address that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, let's do Fullerton, and then I am told that the change in San Diego will be minimal, so we will do those two, and then we'll go to Los Angeles. As our commitment is to finalize these maps as quickly as we can with as good of a draft as we can, and then get refinements if we need to on Monday. So let's go to Fullerton.
So
Andrew,
do you need to revert to the snapshot before?
Yeah, let's go to our draft maps. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Which we got good feedback on, so they're maps that we were proud of too. They have the COIs together. We kept the COI. The COIs are the foundations of our map as well as the VRA. So we keep a lot of COIs together. Although if there's a way to keep more of the coastal areas together, that would be ideal. There we go. Fullerton. Do we have direction from the floor?
Can we hear all the issues first before we start drawing?
Absolutely. So who would like to give the COI testimony around this area? What we're hearing from the community? Commissioner Turner, Commissioner Sidwani.
Yes. So latest COI that came in for this area basically spoke about us butchering the area. And there was a map that was also sent in using our tool. But what they're saying specifically is that the boundaries are quite literally ran through both CSU Fullerton and Fullerton College campuses. And they go on to illustrate that about a student, getting something to eat, have to cross boundaries, et cetera, et cetera. It says we've strained the student community in a district with it's shared with little in common. Here we go. This community has much more to do with areas south of Chapman than areas to the north. That's the first part of it. And so is there a south of Chapman? Where is Chapman?
So I believe Chapman becomes Malvern here, but this is Chapman Ave where the cursor is pointing.
Okay. Oh, and there's the colleges that we have a line going through. Okay. That's all I have. I'm just reading COIs. Thank you.
Chair, can I?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Turner. That's awesome. And Commissioner Sidwani, Commissioner Fernandez, we're all friends here and we're all going to make this work. Let's figure it out.
Okay, I think can you all hear me? Because I think
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I think I'm frozen on my end. Yeah, there's been a bunch of testimony coming in. It seems like there's kind of two large pockets, one around the Korean American community in North Fullerton. And then another one around the kind of the educational areas, including absolutely CSU Fullerton and Fullerton College, also several high schools and school districts. The Fullerton high schools would be split as we currently have them drawn. There's a little bit of differentiation, and I think everybody wants to keep Fullerton whole if possible. But I think I mentioned earlier, and I've seen it now on several different pieces of testimony coming in, is the Baston Cherry Road. That might be a more reasonable cut to make. It would keep many more of the educational areas together, it seems. And then west of North Parks, and I don't know where North Parks is. I'm not sure.
It's where the line is right now.
Come on, Andrew, where are you?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know my camera's on.
Yeah, it looks like that's where the border is currently. This is Parks.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be moving the southern border up to Boston Cherry, which is where the hand is outlining now.
Okay.
Would you like me to visualize that, Chair?
Yeah, of course. Let's highlight it and see what we see. Commissioner Fernandez.
Actually, I was going to address the Fullerton, but this will cover the Fullerton piece of it in terms of keeping that whole. Thank you.
Does it cover all of the COI that you're referencing, Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner
Yes,
Turner?
because if you look down at on the eastern portion, California State University, Fullerton, right there, that's what I was going to ensure that stayed intact. So, and this will, well, actually, if we can move it down just a little bit more to Chapman, that'd be great. Off right below,
This is Chapman.
To your right. To your right. Yeah, right there, Chapman, right there. Yeah, so that you could include the Fullerton, all of the university.
So would you like me to cross the 57 and pick up this portion of Fullerton as well?
Commissioner, I see yes from commissioners, so let's try that. And if it turns out we don't like it, we can always figure out the consensus then.
It might just be too much in terms of population. That's my only concern right now.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Sidwani.
Yeah, I was just going to offer, let's definitely try this. But if it's going to take a long time, kind of similar to other commissioners have done in Northern California for some of these smaller swaps, I'd be happy to work with Sivan offline and try and figure out some options if we think it's going to end up taking more time.
I think we are going to be here till we finish. So so I think we have time.
All right.
So it looks like that area south of Baston Cherry, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, has about 33,000 people. So that would move NOC to 6.05% deviation and would underpopulate LAOSB by 10.71%.
Uh-huh. What are our options here, Sivan and Andrew, in terms of meeting the COIs? You're familiar with the COIs as well, so can you help us through this and just give us some options so the commission can consider?
Could we just stay?
Oh,
sorry, Commissioner Turner. Okay, I want to hear from Commissioner Turner.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know my thing with my mic was on, but I was wondering, can we just stay on the west side of the freeway?
Is there a way to stay on the west side of the freeway and not go across the freeway is the question, and still get enough population to balance out these deviations? I see a deviation. Oh, that was without it, right?
Sorry.
I was going to say that we fixed the deviation problem, but we also got rid of the portion that we wanted to add. So we want to rotate population through, and we're looking for solutions here. Commissioner Sidwani, do you have alternate solutions or others? If others have alternate solutions for these COIs?
I'm sorry. I think some testimony just came in that suggested moving La Habra to the Orange County map, which just gave me pause because we spent so much time in La Habra to the VRA districts.
That's hilarious, and maybe we can explain that to the public. So we would love to move La Habra out, but La Habra is covered under the VRA, and we have La Habra in a VRA district, so we are restricted in that regard. All right, let's go, Commissioner Sidwani.
I think we need less population. Is that correct? Another one that had come through was Rolling Hills Drive. I don't know exactly where Rolling Hills Drive is, but maybe that's another place that we could potentially look at. Would
that be the northern border, or would that move this eastern border? Does it happen?
That doesn't seem like a piece that would help us here.
Yeah, let's try with Commissioner Fernandez. Her hand is raised. I think she may have some solutions for us.
That would be a negative right now. I just wanted to make sure that we did include Chapman, and we did get something that just came in regarding the Fullerton student and community split, and it's kind of almost like stairs going up and down, and I really have to look at it to try to interpret it to make sense of it. So I'll come back, but just make sure that we include that Chapman on the southern portion of the school. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to ask Commissioner Akutagawa, because she also has been looking at the COI very carefully, and Commissioner Anderson as well. So I'm going to be going through and trying to get some possible solutions here. Commissioner Akutagawa, Commissioner Anderson, other commissioners who we're phoning friends right now. And then, of course, our line drawers have suggestions. Let's go to them. Sivan and Andrew.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe accept this change, and then I know Commissioner Kutagawa, in the western part of this, where the Sunny High School Hill is, she had originally moved some of this over to LAOSB. So I think that might be a good population swap.
Balance. You're looking for a swap. Yep.
Yeah, a swap here. So if we accept the current and wanted to try, just a suggestion to.
I figured Commissioner Kitagawa had a solution for us. Might be a possibility, but I also hear that Commissioner Fernandez has some, and Commissioner Turner first, Tanai, Fernandez, then Akutagawa.
Yeah, I'm going to be a broken record, and I just really want.
But let's go with Commissioner. We'll do that, and let me just go to Commissioner Turner first, and then we'll come to you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I love that the community is watching this time of night. Who would have thought it? And they're giving us real-time feedback. And if the testimony is that Chapman makes no sense, then I'm not sure why we're still using it, at least coming in. And so I would like to maybe try and, what about Commonwealth or going down? Because it's like try and keep as much as possible whole. And can you remind me which direction we're going? I'm just wondering if that boundary is not working and if it still splits up, can we look at a different boundary before we lock in something?
Sure, can I just address that quickly? I think that's definitely would potentially be a more productive direction. I think we're moving population in the wrong direction. We're removing population from an already underpopulated district. And it doesn't seem like commissioners have a strong plan, or not a strong plan, but just it doesn't seem like there's an area that would then continue that population swap. So I would suggest maybe looking, instead of moving the border north, where we could move it south.
And I see that Commissioner Kennedy has his hand raised, that he might have a swap, and then Commissioner Kutagawa as well. So let's go with Kennedy, then Kutagawa.
Thank you, Chair. Sivan was reading my mind, I guess. I'm thinking, what about we look at this from the other side, and understanding that I wouldn't be happy with splitting the working class community in South Fullerton from West Anaheim, but it already is to a large extent. If we took one of the steps that Commissioner Kutagawa had proposed earlier, because I think there's adequate support for moving Stanton from GGW into NOC, then does that, how does that give us enough? Does that give us enough flexibility to move that line in Fullerton south, as Sivan was saying? Thank you.
Thank you, and we're open to that. Does that address the Fullerton question? Because what got us here was the Fullerton question, so that's what I'm trying to. And I'm getting nods at a yes. So let's explore that at Kitagawa. Sivan, can you please highlight the areas that Commissioner Kennedy has suggested, and then Kitagawa, do you have additional suggestions? I believe this is. We looked at this before. I think it was one of your suggestions before too.
Yes. Sivan, could you zoom, like go out wider so we could see a little bit more of the map? So I guess a concern is I appreciate that, we're trying to keep Fullerton more whole by moving the border south. The challenge is that then it pinches the communities that, we were trying to help in terms of the working class communities. Also, it separates, it'll begin to then separate the Korean community that the Khoi that is within La Palma, Buena Park as well too. And I did read one compelling piece of Khoi testimony just right now. And I thought I'd just raise it up just as kind of like for your consideration, in terms of maybe having to think through this a little bit differently. It came from a religious leader in Fullerton who works with a lot of the low-income communities, and his very clear concern was that in separating Fullerton between what he called the kind of the more working class with the more wealthier ones, he feels that his concern is that the city leaders in Fullerton are going to completely ignore that portion of Fullerton, and they're just going to focus on the assembly member who will be part of the more wealthy areas that would be tied together with Brea, Yorba Linda, Placentia, and Anaheim Hills. And I have to say that gave me a lot of pause, and I'm just now trying to reimagine this map in a way that might enable us to keep Fullerton whole and possibly in the NOC district, because then it could hopefully then satisfy two different Khois where you have more of a working class community in that NOC Khoi, along with keeping the Korean American Khoi together as well too.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa, and thank you for continuously monitoring the Khois. Let's say Commissioner Kennedy and Savannah, can you please zoom in a little bit so we can see this area a little bit closer? My eyes are not as good as they used to be. There we go. Much better.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, Commissioner Kitagawa, as I had said, I wasn't happy with the idea of, basically diminishing the voices of that working class community in South Fullerton. My question, I guess, to VRA Council at this point is, the SAA district is currently at a negative 1.79. As I see that would give us the ability, if we can do so without significantly lowering the CVAP, to bring in 20 or 25,000 people, which could be precisely that working class immigrant community in South Fullerton. So I'm wondering, do we want to explore adding some territory north of the 91 in South Fullerton to SAA, assuming that A, we don't go over the positive deviation, and B, we don't make significant change to that CVAP figure. Thank you.
So memory serves me, the feedback we got from Mr. Becker previously was not to go below the current CVAP, given the dynamics in this area and the voting rights analysis that his analysis that was given and provided to the general, the overview that we got, the summary.
So perhaps seeing the Latino heat map at this point might be.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Let's look at the heat map for the VRA district.
One moment, please. Change it from the black CVAP. And I just wanted to highlight that adding the rest of Fullerton in would be moving about 56,000 people.
And Fullerton is in the NOC?
The southern portion of Fullerton is in NOC. I was just highlighting this to see, it was mentioned that perhaps making Fullerton whole was a goal. So I just wanted to provide that extra piece of information.
If I could clarify, Chair, the idea of making Fullerton whole was to have it in the LAOSB, not in NOC.
Oh, okay.
Oh, got it.
Let me see the other way, what that would be. One second.
Right, and that was if we had been able to move Stanton, but I was not seeing the negative sign in front of the GGW deviation. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's about 87,000 people.
Thank you. So any thoughts about this region right here? So when we got, let's just start back to where we started. So when we started here, there was a request to keep Fullerton or make Fullerton whole, and that was from COI testimony that we had been receiving. I've also heard that there's additional COI testimony now so I'm trying to get clarity now on what the goal here is, because I know we've changed it a couple times, and I just want, or maybe it's still the same and I'm just losing track. So can we get clarity on the goal here? What are we trying to accomplish here? Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Sadwani, and then we can think about a solution that gets us to the goal. Because Commissioner Kutagawa or Commissioner Sadwani?
Okay, so I got to ask this question. Instead of trying to, and I know LAOSB is short, but I'm wondering if we could bring in some of the other cities in South Orange County, some of the mountain or foothill communities, and combine them with perhaps with the LAOSB, or for example, would it throw it off if we were to move, some of those mountain, like in the inland OCRC, just to boost up that deviation? So then my thought was that we move Cypress into the Garden Grove district, the GGW, since it has a minus 4.68% deviation. I don't know if moving that into that district would then create space for the entirety of Fullerton to just be in there. And then again, it goes back to uniting two COIs.
Okay, uniting two. So the goal here, let me try to paraphrase, because I think we got it from Commissioner Kutagawa. The goal here is to unite two COIs. It's the unification of Fullerton. That's the ultimate outcome that this commission wants. I'm looking for nods of heads, or some. I'm not seeing any. So Commissioner Sadwani, yours was a no. So I'm trying to understand what the goal is in this area.
For me, it's not that it's a definite no. I mean, if there's a way to keep Fullerton together, that's great. But again, as I said with the previous exploration, like without blowing up the maps. And I'm not sure that I'm seeing the path forward to do that. My goal had been to clean up this cut through Fullerton so that it better respects the testimony that we've received. And to me, that's been testimony predominantly around educational institutions as well as the Korean American community. I think the Korean American community is fairly well kept together. They've used North Parks as the boundary that we've been told. So I believe my understanding of the map is that North Parks right there?
Yes.
Yes. So in that sense, the Korean American community, I believe, is fairly well kept within that NOC district. I think it's just a question of can we clean up that Chapman Avenue to put in more of Cal State Fullerton and Fullerton College without, completely decimating the deviations. I'm not sure if there's a way forward doing that, right? Because we're already at negative 3.87.
So, Commissioner Sadwana, can you help me reconcile your goal and the goal that was stated by Commissioner Kutagawa to unite all of Fullerton and your goal, and see if there's some kind of reconcile the two? I'm just trying to figure out what are our final outcomes so we can help each other achieve it.
Well, I think it's try and keep all of Fullerton whole, which is going to set off numerous changes around in potentially in other parts of the OC portions of the map, or if it's a reasonable swap that doesn't completely send our deviations off, cleaning up this line and bringing it up from Chapman. We've already explored Baston Cherry, and that was way too much. I see another road up there.
And I thought we had received some coy testimony that Chapman wasn't the line that we were to be looking at. I thought Commissioner Turner, and this is why I'm a little bit confused, because I thought there was some conflicting testimony here. So I'm trying to understand what the goal is. Commissioner Fernandez for Nashari, let's figure out what the goal is and achieve it.
I'm just going to respond to that. We can't bring the line up because it's already at a negative, and it'll just make it a higher negative. It has to go the opposite. So I was actually, what Commissioner Kitagawa said about Cypress, I was thinking that might be enough population to open it up in order to allow the line to go up or down. Yeah, down.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. That's helpful. Did you still have your hand up, Commissioner Sidwani? Oh, no. Okay, so we're looking at Cypress right now. So a swap with Cypress potentially. Commissioner Furnishari, I'm phoning a friend. Any advice here for the group?
Oh, yeah, the population's too big. For some reason, I thought it was 25,000. Yeah.
So the population's too big. I think just first glance, I need time to think about these things, but I mean,
absolutely. Thank you.
I mean, like Commissioner Fernandez was saying, if we move the line down to Chapman, even though we've heard, one piece of input that wasn't a good idea. Okay, let's just be real. It at least looks like it puts the universities together. Maybe I don't know the details, but.
So how about, I'm going to suggest one thing, and maybe, how about, and this is just a suggestion for us just to keep us moving. How about we individually, we have this map, we can look at it and start and think about this and give each other time to think about this while we go down to San Diego and have Commissioner Sinai work through the change in Mira. Is it Miramar? I'm trying to forget the neighborhood, Commissioner Sinai. They changed the slight refinement that I'm being told in San Diego. If that gives a commissioner some time to think through this area and try to come up with some concrete direction for the line drawers on how to achieve the goal, while we do a small refinement in San Diego County. How does that sound? Or I'm happy to stay here. I'm happy to go down there just to give people time to think through this. Commissioner Furnishari, Fernandez.
I mean, I liked what, at least with doing the Chapman, it does keep the university together and it does even out both districts. I don't know where the true boundaries are for the housing, but I feel that this is still at least better than where it currently is.
Okay. Commissioner, or rather, Savon, do you have some advice for us?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that I had visualized this change that Commissioner Furnishari was talking about. If folks are feeling unhappy with Chapman, we could also look at moving to Commonwealth, but I think that this is the right direction to be moving population in. just in terms of accomplishing the commission's goals.
Thank you. What is the commission's thoughts on these areas?
I like it.
About everyone else, consensus here? Do we all like this? Well, I'm saying yeses. Anyone doesn't like it? Anyone who I'm hearing from? Let's hear from Kutagawa.
Yeah, there some of the recent COI testimony also attached, I guess, the Fullerton City Council district maps, and there was one that particularly circled that kind of Cal State Fullerton area and said that I guess more of it should go south. I know it just complicates things, but I thought I just mentioned that. I'm trying to figure out another path forward here. So
are you in support of this as well, or do you want to do this in addition to that, or this does get us appropriate deviations?
Yeah, I think it at least gives us a place to start. So I think yes.
Okay, let's start here because I'm seeing a lot of yeses. So let's accept these, and if we want to continue to look for additional, we will. Commissioner Fernandez, Sadwani, we are, and I believe our deviations are looking better.
They are. I was just going to ask Sivan if she could just highlight the Commonwealth area to see how what those percentages were.
Yeah, one moment, please.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Sadwani in the queue. Commissioner Sadwani, while we're visualizing this.
Yeah, maybe the Commonwealth piece will do it. I just wanted to zoom in on Fullerton College because I do think that Chapman is cutting straight into it. So even if we use Chapman but make a little carve out for Fullerton College, perhaps. But I think this might be doing it. Commissioner Fernandez is on it because I'm tired.
No, I think between the two of us, we might get it right.
I'm going in the wrong direction.
This is looking good. This is looking good. Commissioner Fernandez, you're all doing great. Or we're all doing great, I should say.
Yeah, we're pretty close to the limit. I was wondering if, where I'm waving my mouse, if to the east might be some college housing or something, but we're almost at the limit here. I'd just be interested to hearing feedback about how we did on the colleges.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, Commissioner Fernandez, of going more east and then maybe backing off some of it from the west. And I also have my mouse pointing right there, so I'm sure you could read my mouse, Sivan.
Are you thinking like Euclid, Commissioner Fernandez?
So I moved this, it was previously as far west as Euclid, just to see if we could add this area. I just shifted things to the east. So this now goes as far south as Fender Ave, and it goes slightly south on South State College Boulevard because it looks like that's where Commonwealth Ave actually ends.
How about just one more? I'm going to be picky. This is my type A. Just one more street over on the.
We love your type
west.
A, Commissioner.
No, the other way.
Oh,
other way. Sorry.
Okay.
No. That next one right there where you're. Nope. Over to your right. More. One more right there. Oh,
okay. To cut it here.
No, one more to your left. Oh, actually, that might no, because that's Fullerton. One more.
Sorry,
one more major street.
To go include in the red or to
no to take out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is
no.
Farther to this way.
Well, actually, that one might work. That might work. you're good. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to point out that if you did want to go all the way to Euclid, it would be at 4.49. So this is as it is now is permissible, but I can still cut it back to here if you would like.
I don't know. I don't know. What does everyone else think? I was actually thinking of going further out, but if it works, I really wanted to make sure that we did include Fullerton College and the university.
So I'm just trying to understand the goal again. Like, what's the goal that we're trying to achieve?
So the goal that I was trying to achieve here is with CSU University of Fullerton, there's also some housing. So I wanted to make sure that we accounted for the housing. And then for the Fullerton College, it was the same concept. And it also trying to ensure that we're including the entire universities.
Great. And we did have community of interest testimony regarding this. So this sounds like a plausible idea. Let's see if we have consensus around this. Commissioner Sinai?
I just want us to be careful on the neck again. We've been good on necks, but the further we go south, the more that neck is with that little blip going up.
So which neck are we referring to? Is it, I'm trying to.
Just right in here.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Where the Costco wholesale is.
Let's get Dale on the line and see if he can talk to us about compactness. It looks pretty compact to me when we zoom out.
Hi, Dale.
I feel like
Hi, Dale. Welcome back.
The commission's favorite legal issue to discuss is next.
We love compactness, and we like to be compact. Go on.
That one, if that change is adopted, I am okay with that one.
But sometimes you can't, right? Especially when you're doing VRA districts, you have to. Compactness is one of the lower ranking requirements. All right.
He says he likes the neck.
He likes the neck. We had a lot of neck talk today.
Can I go ahead and excuse Chair?
I'm seeing a lot of yeses. I want to make sure that we're all in support because it's getting late, and let's take a look at this closely to make sure that we're all in alignment. So this is a college area, Fullerton College, if I'm understanding this correctly, housing and a COI here that we'd like to keep together. And it seems like we have general consensus on this, so let's move forward.
Perfect. And I would also like to point out that this portion is not technically Chapman Ave, it's Malvern Ave. So for the folks who were complaining about the southern border being Chapman, technically speaking, we have accomplished that. So hats off to you all. Would you like me to move down to San Diego again or Zoom?
Are we complete with Fullerton area? I just want to hear from the commission because it was many of you said you wanted to work on Fullerton. We got to work on Fullerton. Let's see if we completed our work in Fullerton. Can you scroll back so we can look at the whole district that we just modified to make sure that it actually is what we wanted? I believe it is. It achieves our compliance goals. It unifies an important COI identified by the commission, and it looks really reasonable to me. Everyone in support before we move forward or move back to San Diego for a quick refinement. Okay, and so I don't want to keep us too much longer. And so the plan for the rest of this meeting is we're going to go to San Diego for a quick refinement. That's my understanding. It's a quick refinement. And then after that, we're going to go, and I'm being told by our line drawers that it's going to be 30 minutes in Los Angeles to look at some of the refinements we requested. And then we get to go sleep. So that the incentive for being efficient is that we get sleep and we get to give everybody an opportunity to rest. And also we will have finished all of the areas in California, and we will only be looking at some of the, we will have actually approved every area of California. And so we have a completed map. We may have to come back and do some minor refinements, but we haven't approved, we will have a complete state map approved map to show the public. Commissioner Sinai, we're in Orange County, Mira.
We're in
Miramar?
San Diego, actually, in Mira
Oh, sorry, I
Mesa.
meant, thank you. Thank you so much. It's getting late. Mira Mesa. There we go.
I knew, I apologize that I didn't get this right earlier. I knew that I had the whole plan and I didn't look at my notes. So if we could, the goal here is to use Rancho Penasquito Creek as the line and make Mira Mesa whole and swap it with Carmel Valley. So Carmel Valley would go into, let's see, would it work? Go into San Diego Coast because it's in the same school district as San Diego Coast. So you, instead of using the 56, both for the central, you would use Rancho Penasquito, and then Mira Mesa would go up and then Carmel Valley down, I think. Let me see this.
So Commissioner Sinai, just it's late, so I'm trying to figure out what's the goal here. The goal is to unify Miramar?
Mira Mesa.
Oh, Mira Mesa, thank you.
So we're going to unify, the goal is to unify Mira Mesa because it's split right now. So if you use the Penasquito line, you also unify Carmel Valley because it's split with the 56. And Carmel Valley is part of the same school district with the coastal San Diego Coast.
And I did see the COI testimony coming in that those communities wanted to be together. I believe I saw it come in a couple.
Yeah, and this is,
30
Mira
minutes
Mesa
ago,
was
40
part
minutes
of the Asian business COI. And it was the one piece we didn't get in before. And I was like, I know that I did this before and I couldn't remember.
All right, so let's take a look at our deviations to see what's possible. So with the shaded, we would throw off our deviation in the central San Diego by a little bit. So this would require some refinement in the.
It would be a swap, correct? It would be.
We could do a swap. It would be a swap. Yes.
Correct.
Yes,
so
it's a swap.
I think we have some friends who want to help us out. So Fornashari, any ideas for swaps?
Okay, but I just want to make sure, Patricia, you were talking about moving Carmel Valley with the coast, right? With like Del Mar Heights. If we did that, then we'd have to rotate some population out of the coast into ESC Bonsrai. Because ESC Bonsrai is going to be almost 8% negative.
Yes.
And so we'd move that down, we'd move some over, then we'd have to go from the coast into ESCRI Bonsai to come out even.
Yeah. Yeah, no, as I was doing this, I was like, wait, there's 3 districts, not 2. Correct? Is that why my brain's not working? I got Neil and Andrew on the same line and both of them are bobbing up and down at me. Okay, guys, I got it. Okay, so that can we leave this to the line drawers just to explore a little bit if there is a way to make Mira Mesa whole? And
so let's figure out what our goal is to get Mira Mesa whole and to potentially rotate some population. Mr. or Andrew.
Would it be okay as Commissioner Fornachari suggested to move Carmel Valley to ESC Bonds Rainbow District? So swap between the 2 districts. So add to Central and then add to ESC.
So just to do a swap, and that would potentially correct the deviations.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be awesome, but it would at least give Mira Mesa, give that business district to be whole. It doesn't deal with the school district being cut, but the school district's cut several times down here, I'm noticing. So yeah,
so
sure.
You can live with that? Can the commission live with that? It's a swap.
Yeah, it's only the school. It's only the school, my school district, but yeah.
Okay, I'm looking to the commission. Everyone can live with potentially a swap here, connecting the business district of Asian business district, COI, and some population in towards the coast. Let's see here from Commissioner Fornashari, Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm just going to wait and see.
Okay, let's wait and see how this works out.
I just wanted to
Commissioner
ask
Fernandez?
Commissioner. Yeah, I just wanted to ask Commissioner Sinai, you mentioned it's a school district. Are we breaking up a school district for the swap?
No, the school district's already a mess, I've noticed. The swap isn't breaking it up. It's actually putting it a little bit more together.
Okay.
So
It's a large school district, I take it, Commissioner Sinai? Okay, Commissioner Savan? Oh, yeah, sorry, Commissioner Sinai. You please respond.
Yeah, it's Rancho Santa Fe, Solana Beach, Del Mar, Carmel Valley, Solana Beach, Encinitas, and parts of Carlsbad.
Yeah, there's no way to keep all of that together. All right, so Savan, especially in assembly.
So currently the swap is taking in about 25,000 people from this Carmel Valley area, the southern boundary being Carmel Mountain Road. And then I don't believe there's any population, but I could snap it back to the creek if that is desired.
I think
Commissioner Sinai, yeah.
The creek is what's used as the official boundary, so
yeah, so that it didn't change anything. So if you'd prefer it to be there, that's great. Yeah. Should I commit this change?
It does get us to the acceptable deviations?
It does, yeah. The Escondido district would be at -2.33 and Central San Diego would be at 2.89.
I've never seen a refinement that we say it's going to be quick and it actually is. So I'm hopeful. So Commissioner Fornashari, let's be hopeful.
Do you want to
go?
Do you want to get that little corner that would keep the creek to 5 there? That seemed like it was all part of it.
And then of course, Commissioner Fernandez, let's continue to be hopeful.
No, the type A wants to get that corner too.
Oh, good. Yeah. Oh, we love your type A. Can you imagine not having a type A? Well, we have a lot of type A's. So love working with type A's.
All right, those changes are committed, Chair.
Excellent. Our deviations are corrected, Commissioner Sinai. So we've achieved our goal here. Let's take a
real quick.
Oh yeah, Commissioner Sinai, do you have your hand raised? And then I'll check in with our line drawers while you're checking in.
Just because we have them everywhere, I'll just point out the neck that seems to be here along the coastal area.
Let's take a look at that neck. Let's just get, it looks compact to me though, but let's just verify with Dale, just because we're compactness, although one of the lower ranking issues we take very seriously at the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. So Dale, your opinion?
I'm okay with that one.
I figured you would be. Thank you, Dale.
You're welcome.
All right. See, everything looks good in we've completed Southern California. Hopeful that we might get some additional refinements for the coast in Orange County. Let's go towards Los Angeles. We're going to do a swap. And this should be a quick 30 minutes is what I'm told, because we're going to go see it. We're going to see if we love it. And then we're going to, and I am very hopeful that we will love it, because I see some faces here and everyone wants to go to bed. So, and then once we're done with that, we will have approved all of our, we'll have general consensus on all of our districts across the state. Certainly, there might be a couple of small refinements that we will look at, but then we wouldn't do that until Monday, and they would be, if we couldn't actually achieve those consensus on those refinements, the what we have is what we are going to be pushing forward. So let's switch over to Los Angeles County.
Chair, if I could, just one question. If we could work the refinement with Seal Beach and Huntington, if we could work with Commissioner Kutagawa to make that refinement to add Seal Beach. And I think that was one of the original changes that I think people.
So let's take a look at the coast and see if there's any refinements that we can do in the coast. Yes, please work with Commissioner Kutagawa.
We'll work offline with her on that.
Yeah, and we'll bring it back and see if there's any way to do it without major impact to our maps, because at this point we have approved general maps that we have general consensus on, and so we'll look at the refinements on Monday. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, my question was really going to be, would you be open to my working with the line drawers also on Fullerton to try to make it so that it can balance out, but we can try to keep it whole, given the testimony? I know we have a compromise right now, and I think if we can't find anything better, we'll just go with it. But I would like to try to see if I could just maybe talk with them.
Yeah, let's ask the commission if folks are comfortable with trying to, because we know we have a compromise right now. Folks are comfortable with trying to unify all of Fullerton if it's possible. Is that something we're interested in looking at a commission? Yes, no, maybe. I don't see anything either way. Anyone opposed? Like commissioners said, no. I'm not saying a yes. I'm saying more of a no. No, like I can't really tell actually.
It's comme si, comme ça. Sure, go for it.
Okay, so I think I didn't see any yeses and I didn't see any no's. So that's, to me, that's let's try.
I would just sorry, Chair. I would just request. I would just request, that obviously it's a sensitive area in terms of the Voting Rights Act, both in the area itself and the neighboring districts, which are VRA districts. So to the extent a major change to Fullerton is going to be made, I would request that VRA Council be consulted with through that process.
Oh, absolutely. And especially because that whole area there is it's so difficult, as we saw as we tried to do that with the coast, the VRA districts, another consideration. So yes, please work very closely with VRA Council, line drawers, and Commissioner Kutagawa, and let's see if there's anything that's possible, and we'll bring it back and see if it's something that we can live with as a commission. But right now we can live with the maps that we have, and that is what we would move forward with. If we don't, I'll agree on the refinements that come back. Commissioner Turner.
Yes, I'm fine with Commissioner Kutagawa working on the Cell Beach. I thought earlier you gave direction, or Sadwani volunteered to work on the other, but either way it goes is fine. My main point for raising my hand is I was hoping we'd go ahead and take that break before we start Los Angeles, since we're at break time.
Yeah, let's take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break. And Commissioner Sadwani, were you already working on Fullerton? Because if that's the case,
I had offered, but
you had offered.
Either way.
So maybe you can come up with a solution separately, and then, because we're supposed to be doing it separately. So if you can come up with a solution to make that, and maybe Kutagawa also, and let's see what we come up with, and we'll bring it back. The more solutions, the better. All right, let's take a break, and then. But at this point, Orange County and the rest of Southern California is complete. We're going to go to Los Angeles next. Thank you. 15-minute break. 15. Welcome back, California. And commissioners, we are working through the Los Angeles maps that we have been getting quite a bit of feedback from the community. Thank you so much. They were posted late last night, but early this morning as well in our district viewer. And we're getting quite a bit of feedback, mostly positive, I want to say. So I'm glad you guys are chiming in and letting us know that you are appreciating our maps. Our maps are pretty impressive. I mean, I was just looking through these, and so many of the community goals and the goals set by the commission were met. Actually, the goals that we set for this map were, and I think it's just incredible that what we were able to accomplish. We accomplished our 3 goals that we set out to do. And so, Jamie, please walk us through the incredible work that you've been able to do. I just can't imagine having, I just can't say enough great things about you and the team. So walk us through Los Angeles County. We're hoping to get an overview within 30 minutes so that the public can see what we have done, some of the refinements, and then hopefully get some sleep.
Thank you. Would you like me to do an overview of all of the districts or just the changes? Because we sort of did a brief overview yesterday. I really just made some small changes since then. Please let me know if you'd like me to review the whole thing on like a broader scale or just kind of look at those smaller changes.
We're just so proud of the work that you're doing. I want to hear it all, but let's just, for now, because you already gave us the overview and it's been posted and we've all been looking at it very carefully. Let's focus on the areas that the commission asked you to refine and see if we're comfortable with those refinements.
Sure, thank you. So I got direction to split Culver City at the 405. I did that. So all the parts of Culver City that are east of the 405 are in the N10 district, and everything that's west of the 405 is in the AD West Side district.
And that was feedback from Commissioner Vasquez to try to even out the lines and ensure that the coins are kept together. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's correct. And then additionally from Commissioner Kennedy got direction to keep Greater Toluca Lake and North Hollywood together. And so the line in North Hollywood got moved north. And so now those two neighborhood council areas are in the South San Fernando Valley based district. And that is really the extent of the changes. They're both minor, and everything is within the plus or minus 5% deviation. And I'll just zoom the map out to get a bigger
all
view.
the districts meet the deviation requirements. They also meet the 3 goals set forth by the commission, and in terms of districts and VRA. And so with that, let's hear from the commissioners on potential refinements. And we are looking at refinements. These are the input that I'm getting is so positive. So that I'm seeing, and I know there's some feedback from the San Fernando Valley and others places, but let's start Commissioner Akutagawa and then Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, I appreciate, Jamie, all the work that you've done, and I think we're getting to a really good place. I know that there's been some additional concerns raised about perhaps some packing of black kois and Chair. I don't know how you want to handle that. Is this something that we can try further refinements? I wanted to lift that up.
Can you say again what you said? Because I missed your statement.
Oh, I think we're getting some additional feedback on concerns about packing of black kois, and instead of trying to distribute the communities a little bit more throughout more of the districts. But I don't know how you want to handle that.
So let's go to council on that in terms of packing. So let's go to the districts in the in Los Angeles region where we have larger African American concentrations and see if there's any issues. Council.
I haven't seen that specific feedback. I'd be happy to take a look at it and we can do some analysis offline on it.
And of course, all of our maps go through compliance review. So far, there has not been any compliance issues that have been raised to myself or to the commission regarding our these issues, but we'll continue to analyze our maps as we get feedback, and of course as we make changes to them. Commissioner Taylor, and then Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, just something small. Jamie, if you can pull out, can you go to Wrightwood? It should be, I think it's in the 210 corridor, so it's north by Big Bear, Pinion Hills. There you go. Yeah, right there. Is there any way, and it might not meet the population deviation, any way we can put Wrightwood on the San Bernardino side?
Would you like me to explore that change now?
Yeah, just something real quick if the commission is in agreement.
Let's highlight it. And that is, can you,
based on community of interest, and that's their input wants to be with Pinion Hills and Feline. They have a similar industry, and that's on that side of the mountain. Their resources come from San Bernardino.
Any concern with this change? It's a minor change. It's not, as far as I can tell, based my eyes are giving out at this late of night. But as far as I can tell, the deviations still say well within up. There we go. 5.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you for highlighting it. I was missing that. Deviations go a little bit over.
So we need that population on the 210 side.
Yeah, we would need population on 210 side. We'd have to do a swap. So if there's any swap that you can think of, we could
No, I really can't. Based on the work that we've done, respective to what we've done, I do not see the swap unless someone else sees something else. But I don't see from the work that we've already done. I'm not trying to undo anything at all.
And 210 is one of our districts that we're trying to not take any pop. Yeah. Okay. So let's.
Correct.
But if there's a swap, that would be awesome. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring up the packing, quote unquote, that was used. So I don't think it's in the same way we would consider packing, and I will for sure ensure that our council receives this latest COI that came in. But I think it was just trying to balance out some of the areas that had some of the same concerns about historical disinvestment, so forth and so on. And it's in that 105, I think it is, corridor, in the 105 corridor where we're showing, 105 on there, it's showing a black CVAP of 39.51. And so there is some suggestions about moving around just a couple of streets and differences. And so I would, would take longer to figure out all of the CVAP variances and to ensure, but we have it in written format, and perhaps we can send it through and have just someone take a look at it and see if we can make those changes without having to make major alterations to the plan.
So these would be economic changes due to economic status and housing and essential workforce. Yes. So let's get those to our line drawers so that they can look at the potentially minor refinements in this area to ensure some balancing of the essential workforce and to get them into the same districts. And we want to make sure all people are represented and fairly, and that we have fair maps for California and for the Los Angeles region. Let's see, Commissioner Vasquez.
Commissioner Turner basically made the same point. I just wanted to reiterate, I don't think that this is a VRA compliance issue. It's not a VRA area, but there are communities of interest regarding sort of historical disinvestments that I think we'd want to address with some minor refinements, hopefully.
Lots of homelessness in this area, lots of disinvestment issues, lots of economic issues, business opportunity issues that need to be addressed. And we want to make sure that their voices are heard across all of this region, actually. And so Commissioner Taylor, Turner, then Kutagawa. Other refinements and or changes, any other?
No, sorry, Pedro. My delay is always.
No worries. Kutagawa.
I just wanted to say to Commissioner Turner, much more eloquent than myself in terms of expressing or communicating some of the concerns. So thank you for that. And yes, Chair, there are a number of very knotty issues in Los Angeles facing communities that are beyond just economic too. And I think we've all tried to ensure that we want to make sure that communities are going to be well represented to address a lot of these issues. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I did want to take a look at the San Fernando Valley because we have been getting some feedback from the San Fernando Valley about communities of business communities as well as essential workforce communities out there, and just make sure that we have about districts that adequately reflect the population here and meet the needs of the population. Any feedback on the San Fernando Valley or this area right here, and then we'll go on to the other areas. San Fernando Valley, Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have feedback here? Nope. Okay, Fernandez, feedback in the San Fernando Valley?
No, I was a different question, so I can wait.
Jamie, could you go through the San Fernando Valley and the districts that we have just to make sure that we are review them thoroughly and make sure that they meet the needs of our commission, make sure that we have solid maps for the San Fernando Valley, which is such a critical part of the Los Angeles region. Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner, Commissioner Turner, and then Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I did forward that testimony to staff to ensure that the line drawers get it, but want to make sure that either myself or someone else that's more comfortable with the area actually have an ability to work with them so that we'll stay within the goals that we've already had while making adjustments.
I just want to make sure we have a general consensus to move forward with potential refinements in the districts outlined. It looks yes. So Commissioner Turner, if you would work with our line drawers and bring that back, and then we can talk about it at our next meeting. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I had initially raised my hand while we were still on the south side.
Sorry about that. We can go back there and then we'll come back.
Okay, I just wanted to ask Jamie if she could talk us through what was or was not possible as far as looking at the Florence Graham neighborhood and the request from there to group them better with Walnut Park, Huntington Park, and similar communities. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So that specific trade brought up some deviation issues for AD Gateway. And then additionally, just based on some direction from the commission around basically looking at like population trades and trying to keep gateway cities together, trying to maintain San Pedro with northern cities, for example, just in looking at the population trade possibilities. That it's very difficult to accomplish, and meeting the commission's other goals in this area.
Okay, just following up, one of the ideas, and I don't recall how well developed the idea ever got to be, but the idea of kind of switching populations, reorienting the slants of 80 Gateway and 85 corridor so that you would put like Lakewood and Bellflower with Norwalk, La Mirada, South Whittier, East Whittier, La Habra kind of thing, and grouping, Vernon, Southgate, Commerce, Montebello over on that side. That seemed to make more sense as far as the groupings of communities. But we all understand population constraints. I just wondered, if you had been able to explore kind of that regrouping of communities. Thank you.
I am having a tough time recalling if in some visualization long ago we had something like that. I had received direction from the commission to try and kind of use 710 as to use freeways as connectors, I guess, in this area specifically, in these districts. So that's kind of how they are as they are now. I am just trying to think about like the population trade-offs and just the shape of this. I have a feeling right now that if the goal was to keep Downey, Santa Fe Springs, and Norwalk together, then just based on the shape of these districts, then that one might end up being overpopulated. And if this is a goal for the commission, it's something I can certainly look at.
Can we also get legal counsel, just because this is involved VRA district? I want to make sure that we get legal opinion on this area, because I'm sure that this is an area that is of concern.
We have a pretty healthy CVAP in both of these two VRA districts. If we're talking about swapping populations within these two and not impacting the districts around there, I think there are ways it could be done. My main concern would be to make sure that 71.97% CVAP doesn't go up. I'd start to have concerns if that gets too high.
And these are pretty dense and pretty minority populations tend to be, especially Latino and African American communities, tend to be clustered, and others as well. All right, Commissioner Fernandez, Akutagawa, and Sadwani.
Yes, I'm sorry if Jamie, if you already mentioned this, were you able to that Poso boundary? And I can't remember if it was in the assembly. I know it was 2 of the 3 maps. It was incorrect. Or I shouldn't say incorrect. I think we had the incorrect information.
Yeah. So the
you straightened it.
Split here is on Oxnard. Yeah.
Thank you, Jamie.
Love your type A, Commissioner Fernandez.
She's the best.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I want to go back to those VRA districts again too.
Yes.
And just for the record, I don't think we had a visualization of this grouping of cities, and certainly not one that grouped Bellflower, Downey, Norwalk, South Whittier, La Mirada, that grouping. I recall I did say that the gateway cities, specifically like Vernon, Bell, Maywood, Cudahy, Bell Gardens, and Paramount could also go in that district too if you needed to balance population some more. Those would be a better match, and it could go with Montebello as well too. I think either way. I mean, it's fine, but it's just one of those where it could just be a little bit better. But if you don't want to make the change, I think they could work.
Jamie, any thoughts about the trade-offs of rotating population at this point?
Just based on the shapes and where population is, again, I don't have like a firm answer right now. And if a goal is to keep Downey, Santa Fe Springs, and Norwalk together, just based on where like their physical location and also the populations there, then I'm not sure it would be an equal trade in terms of population. And if it's something that the commission wishes to explore, then I'm happy to look at that.
Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa.
I was just going to say, I think if you're able to do it, it would make for a more compact district in both cases.
If we're able to do what, Commissioner Akutagawa? I'm just
making that rotation.
If
rotation. You put like, Montebello Commerce, with Paramount, it would make for a more squat or compact district.
Do we have COI information on this? Like why the reason for the rotation? I mean, it may be more logical, but I'm trying to see what the COI data is so that we can give so we can put it in the record and all, as our basis for changing this and directing in this direction. Commissioner Kennedy? And I think we have all sorts of COI data. So I'm just
I'm not going to speak to the COI data on this. I was just going to say to Jamie, if in the exploration of this, it is necessary to split Downey, I would certainly be okay with looking at that split if it's necessary. I just think that we could group these communities so that it does make better sense. And again, you know, if there's a way to at least look at Florence Graham and you know, have a good understanding of you know, can it or you know, it simply won't work to get them grouped with more similar communities, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Kennedy. Mr. Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Kitagawa.
I was just going to mention, I took a quick look at the map, and Huntington Park and Walnut Park are in the 80 Gateway district. The one thing that I will recall seeing when we were doing the Latino CVAP heat map is that Florence Graham has a very high, I suspect, a very high Latino CVAP based on the, you know, the kind of the darkness of the reds. Mm-hmm. And I think the concern that could come about is it could boost up the Latino CVAP even more.
Commissioner, I mean, Ms. Clark, I think you've been dealing with this issue.
Yeah, and again, happy to explore these changes and work with your VRA council, who just gave advice to not try and raise the Latino CVAP above sort of where it's at now for the 80 Gateway district. And these specifically all are very, you know, highly concentrated Latino CVAP areas.
All right, so let's hear from the rest of the commissioners. It's getting late, so I see fewer commissioner, or there I see them all. My screen was actually changed. Any additional feedback, comments, ideas? Furnishari, then Akutagawa, and then let's keep
Thanks,
talking.
Jamie. I appreciate your hard work.
Yeah, Jamie, this is pretty incredible. You've reworked the Los Angeles area, I think 3 times now, 4 times, maybe more with visualizations. Let's see, Kutagawa, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I just want to also say my thanks to all the line drawers. You know, I know it's a constant refinement. With that said, I guess I'll just ask a question. I know that the AD LBC deviation is minus 1.6, but if we were to add in those parts of North Long Beach to this VRA district, would that help maybe balance out the Latino CVAP so that if Florence Graham, if there was an effort to try to bring it in, would that help balance it out?
Let's hear out Ms.
I think
Clark.
that depends on how big of a rotation you want to do and how much impact you want to have on the rest of the map. This area in I'm spacing right now on the name of the street, but
it's late, we understand.
Yeah, thank you. That northern area of Long Beach is about 100,000 people. And also is and also when previously in sort of redrawing this area, and you know, including the Orange County piece and the LA piece, when I tried adding that area with the AD Gateway district, it brought the Latino CVAP up pretty significantly, again, just based on all of the goals of the commission in this area, and certain cities that weren't asked to be in. It just is tricky. It's tricky.
It's tricky. Just like every aspect, every other part of these maps at this point, because we've made commitments across the whole state, so now it becomes harder and harder to do it. But as we saw this morning, it is possible. We were able to do so much in the Inland Empire, and I thought it was impossible, and you all proved me wrong because you're incredible, incredibly creative. So let's take a look at the San Fernando Valley, just make sure that, because we did receive testimony out there. And then if we're comfortable, let's check in and see if we are, I'm hearing that there may be some desire for some refinements potentially, and see, and I know we have that one refinement that Commissioner Turner is working on, and potentially a couple of others. But overall, if we're comfortable with all of these and we could live with all of these districts, if we, and then of course charge some direction on some potential refinements. But we'll first just go through the San Fernando Valley. Come on, Ms. Clark, walk us through the San Fernando Valley really briefly, and then we will have the conversation. You're on mute, Ms. Clark.
Thank you for that. Based on direction received from the commission, including, for example, not crossing Mulholland, and according to some of the changes in more of like the city of Los Angeles south of Mulholland, there are changes to San Fernando Valley. So Glendale, roughly north of 134, Sunland Tahunga, Burbank, North Hollywood, Toluca Lake, Studio City, Sherman Oaks, Poso, and Encino are in now in the South San Fernando Valley based district. In Central San Fernando Valley, it's Canoga Park, Northridge East and West, Northridge Hills West, Lake Balboa, Panorama City, part of Pacoima and Mission Hills. The East San Fernando Valley based district is Granada Hills, Silmar, San Fernando, part of Pacoima, part of Foothills Trails, Sun Valley area, North Hollywood West neighborhood council areas, Greater Valley Glen Council, and the northern part of Van Nuys. And then the rest of San Fernando Valley, Tarzana, Woodland Hills areas, Hidden Hills, Bell Canyon, West Hills, Chatsworth, Porter Ranch is with Santa Clarita Valley.
Great. Oh my gosh, that looks amazing. Thank you so much. Jamie, you did an amazing job. Certainly it brings in our all of the feedback and direction we gave you last just a couple of days ago. It feels like a month, but it's really only been a week. But all right, so the community input that I'm seeing says, while this is not perfect, that the community can live with it. We've received quite a bit of testimony from business and community groups out here, and it seems to be that community groups can live with it. If they can live with it, I can certainly live with it. I'm wondering here from the commission if we have any thoughts on this area, any refinements, any changes that we would want to make. Commissioner Sidwani.
Yeah, Commissioner Yee. I just wanted to know, I haven't seen much public input, so it would be helpful to get some.
Well, we can get additional from public. I mean, I've been seeing it come through the voters first email.
Yeah, I'm
comes
not
to the commission.
Emails.
It may be a little bit delayed though, but it should be coming through. Commissioner Yee? Oh, no. Any changes you would want to suggest? Anybody? Any refinements in this area? Commissioner Sinai?
Can we please request to staff that we make sure everything is uploaded tomorrow? So, because if we're going to meet on Monday, we really do need all the public comment. So we need to be getting it more quickly than we have been recently.
So the commitment from our line drawers is, and the public may not know this, but I just
no, this isn't from the line drawers. I'm talking about our staff. And
okay, but
yeah.
I get it. Oh, you're talking about the input that's coming in through the
Airtable and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. That I know that every communication that comes in also has to be scrubbed So before it gets posted, and that's the delay that we're seeing. There's it comes through, but it comes through and it gets scrubbed by staff. So we don't put like protected information in those things. Let's see. But in terms of the maps and posting the maps once we're done, the maps as they are, they're working on 3 or 4 different maps. They have to be merged, put together, and then they will be uploaded as one map into the into our system. Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Taylor.
Yes, thank you. So we are just, I know I hear it, I'm just vocalizing it. So we are going to be meeting again on Monday.
That's right.
And refinements are based on feedback and anything we might be, COI feedback, refinements are of course allowed on Monday, correct?
Yes, certainly. So what we're going to be doing, so here, and I want to see if the commission is comfortable with Los Angeles County, if we can live with the districts that are being proposed at this time, because at this point we could live, we've all said we could live with the maps as is. We would like to see some refinements. We're working on potential refinements if we can get them, and we can, and we're going to get them by Monday, and we can get them, we see them, we like them, we approve them, then they'll be incorporated into our final maps. If we get them and it just doesn't work out, doesn't meet our requirements, the commission doesn't have general consensus, or we need to go to a vote, then that's a different thing. But I want to have a map for all of California that is something that we can live with. This is it's not perfect. What we have right now across California is not perfect. We all agree it's not perfect, but we all can live with it. That's what I've heard. And so I want to have a map, a state map with that we can all live with. And at this point, I'm going to be looking. We've said we could live with all of the other aspects of California that we've. I'm looking at San Leandro or not San Leandro. Like I have my head in Northern California and Los Angeles, making sure that we can live with this map. And then, of course, commissioners are working on potential refinements that might impact that map, but we'll have to approve those things on Monday and see if we will incorporate it into our approved map. And that may change these maps, but they will be refinements. They could be larger, some are smaller, but individual commissioners are working with line drawers to propose changes, but those changes would have to be worked out and posted, and the commission would have to review and listen to them, hear them, either accept them or not. Or if we don't have consensus, we could potentially have a vote in that manner, but of course, what we always strive for, and we always have at the California Citizens Commission, we've always tried to get a general consensus on everything. And so that sometimes makes it harder, but occasionally, and if we have a difficult decision, we will need to take a vote, and that's okay. We will do what we need to do. So
thank you for that process.
Thank you. For right now, what I'm looking for is general consensus that we can live with this map as is. This is like our safety map, and at the end of the day, we'll have all of California completed. We go home, we sleep, we see the whole thing. We review it tomorrow, and we work on potential refinements individually with the line drawers, or we want to see some changes. And we'll on Monday have worked out those issues, and the commission can review them, like the coastal district that Commissioner Kutagawa is working on, the issue that Commissioner Turner is working on, the issue that Commissioner Jane. Actually, I think every single one of you is working on a refinement at this point, and that's okay. We'll review them on Monday and go through them and either approve them or not. So, Commissioner Sidwani, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, generally, yes. That being said, I still haven't seen any of the public comment for the LA map. So that's an ongoing piece for me that
absolutely.
Until we see some of it, until staff is able to get it to us.
So I think what we
for me, because there are things in this that I feel pretty uncomfortable with. But that being said, I can live with it because I was told that changes would be too much. So I'll live with it, but I do want to be able to see the public comment before I can say, yes, 100%, let's move this forward.
It's whether we can live with it. And so I want to see if we can live with it. Certainly, there has to be public input, and we're getting it through the our processes, but we have to be able to see it. And I'm directing staff to make sure that we can see it tomorrow, and to get all of that feedback to us in the Airtables by tomorrow, so that all commissioners can see what is coming through our emails and through our visualizations, and as well. But of course, the public always has to have a meaningful opportunity to present their concerns, their issues, their everything. And so we wouldn't, tomorrow, if we have general consensus here, it doesn't mean that we can't change them. Honestly, and you all know this, and we all know this, the maps aren't final until we certify them, right? So this changes can be made up to that, but what I want here is a firm commitment that we can live with this map. This is a map. If all the refinements fail, we will have a backup map, because I don't want us to not have a final assembly state map. And so this is the backup to the backup to the backup. This is what's going to go forward if we can't get agreement on other issues. Because this is something we said we could live with across the state, and we're here in Los Angeles, so let's see if we can all live with Los Angeles. And this is definitely our fail-safe map, as Commissioner Russell Yee says. This is the map that we would move forward if we have, if the refinements don't work out. So let's hear from, I want to hear and see if we have general consensus that we may not love it. There may be issues across the state that we might want to get some refinements on, but can we live with it? We said we could live with all other aspects of it. Let's see if we can live with Los Angeles. Commissioner Kutagawa, then I'll be going down. I'm actually going to, I just want to see general consensus. Yes, we can live with it.
Chair, just three things that I want to say. First off, I just want to say thank you to you. Great job tonight. I know it's been challenging. So I just wanted to just acknowledge you and what you've been doing. Secondly, I want to just re-uplift something that Commissioner Turner said earlier. It was a good reminder, and I think it's something that perhaps all of us should keep in mind. It's not so much can we as a commission live with the maps. We should just remind ourselves that it's the people who live in those districts that have to live with the maps that we're going to be willing to live with. So I think it's kind of just good to keep both in mind. I think we will have to at some point, because time's going to run out, but I think we should keep that in mind. And then third, I know we've been all on the phone a long time, but there have been 12 people that have been on the phone with us a long time too. And perhaps just for the sake that they've hung in there with us, perhaps we should take public comment and just extend our time.
Thank you for that. And I always love taking public comments. And so, and I want to thank you for that reminder. I want to thank you for that. Yes, I think, and I want to uplift that the public has to live with these maps. And I think what's wonderful about this process, and having had the honor to work with all of you, is that in my heart, I know that these are fair maps. They're not perfect maps by any means, but they're fair maps. We've struggled so much with all the COIs, with the VRA issues, with the compliance, with the compactness, with all of the 6 requirements. We've struggled, and we came to these, essentially what I think, I can't remember what Commissioner Lamons called it, when we first started, that we would have, I can't remember what it was like a unity, or I can't remember what it was, but that we would have something that we could all, be proud of, and essentially, but he had a much better way with words, but this is something that I think we can all be proud of. We've worked so hard. This is a map that is grounded in our COIs, that is grounded in all the outreach and public education and VRA analysis and everything we've done. And it's, our staff has put in hundreds and hundreds of hours. And so anyways, I'm selling too hard. You all know this, but this is something we need to be proud of. And I am very proud of these maps. These are not, these are good, solid, fair maps for the state of California. And I would be very happy if they were implemented like this. But of course, if there's refinements, even better, because those are refinements that we'd have with all of us in agreement. And I know that they'd be even stronger. We can always make things stronger, right? But we can't let perfection be the enemy of good. Commissioner Fornashari, and then we'll look for general consensus if we can live with it.
I had a different question, but.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go to. Oh, I just wanted to check in and see, double check where we're headed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because the schedule has, we've kind of blown up the plan in a lot of ways, but I just want to double check with Commissioner Anderson. Do you want to go to Senate next, since we just finished Assembly and we're kind of on a roll there? Are we still headed to Congress, so that, in my day off tomorrow, I can figure out where I'm going to focus?
I think that's a question for all of us. Do we want to go to the Senate? Do we want to go to the Congress? This is a question for all of us. Where are we headed next? Are we headed for the Congress? Or are we headed for the Senate? I also think we need to make sure that we have consensus here, because if we don't finalize this map, we're not headed anywhere. All right, let's finalize this map, and then let's figure out where we're headed next. Do we have general consensus on this map? Because if we don't, we can work on it until we do. I see some heads, yes. I'm not saying enthusiastic yeses. They're not. We know that this isn't perfect, and we're going to try to get refinement through. Commissioner Sinai.
I think we're all a little shy to be enthusiastic, because we were very enthusiastic for the draft maps.
And it's late too.
It's late, but we're very enthusiastic for the draft maps, and we've spent a lot of time on these, but we still feel like, oh, we haven't done it perfect. And it's just, it's going to be scarier each time we get closer to the deadline to say yes. And so I think what's best at this time, Chair, is let everybody, hear the public comments, let everybody kind of get their brain back together. We need to get, Steph needs to get us the public input tomorrow so we can spend some time reading a lot of that and come back with maybe our top 3 because some of us like to put every single comment we get. And I think we need to prioritize and really understand what folks are saying and what can be doable. But we're never going to feel like this is awesome. But you know what? I want to go back to the fact that this is awesome. This is awesome that we are an independent redistricting commission. We started from a blank slate. We've listened to the community, and we have created maps that were not envisioned before the community and us came together. So
just a reminder, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Commissioner Sinai. I think that's a great reminder. And also, I think, and the reason for me wanting a general consensus on this and commitment on this is because I would hate for us not to get something that we're all in consensus with, that we all can live with. Live with is not that we think is perfect, and end up with not having maps that maps that don't get certified and ultimately go back to the courts, because that is not what the California voters want from us. What the California voters, the voters of California, the people of California want us to have fair maps. They want us to draw those maps, and they want us to draw them fairly. And I think we have, and certainly we can refine more. And so I want us at the end of the process, and I know we will, because I know every one of you, and we're going to work every single minute until we get these maps done, but we want to get them finalized. So that's my goal, is to just see if we can live with these maps, because if we can't live with these maps, then this is our fault. It's not perfect, fail safe. And certainly we're going to get more community input, and we're going to hear testimony, and that those can always be incorporated but these will have, these are a backup. Is that something that we can live with? Yep. Okay. I'm seeing some yeses. Yes. So reluctant, but I'm here. Yes. Okay. So I'm hearing some thumbs up.
Chair,
Commissioner Sinai, and then Commissioner Fernandez.
I just wanted to say, in regard to the question that Commissioner Fonishari brought up, I think doing Senate after we just did
Oh, yeah.
Congress, after we just did Assembly may make a lot of sense. And really for us to think through, I would like us to begin with conversations before we pick up a pencil and start drawing, so just really thinking through, are there opportunities to nest or not, what that might look like? What is our vision for a Senate districts compared? We haven't had a lot of those conversations. We've just been jumping into line drawing. And we've never really talked about the transition from assembly maps to Senate maps to congressional maps, and what is our vision for all of them? We sometimes say pain and gain, share the pain, maybe we'll do it next time, but we haven't had those conversations so that we're all kind of on the same page. So I'd like to have that conversation before.
Thank you. Let's have that. And I did hear from Commissioner Lamont. He's with us right here listening in, and he's says that he's a yes, and he's not reluctant. Great, love to hear that. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I think like my concern is because you say they're not perfect. Can we live with them? To me, those are kind of like negative terms.
So let's rephrase it. Let's
no. And what I'd like to say is that I think they're good maps. I think there's some refinements, and I think it's 14 people that came together that didn't know each other and have different experiences and different knowledge. And we're not always going to agree, which is good. We shouldn't always agree. That was the whole purpose of having this an independent California Citizens Redistricting Commission. So in terms of what we've done and how we've gotten here, I feel good about it. Yes, there's a couple of areas I'd like to work on, maybe do a little bit of refinement. But at the end of the day, I think we did a good job of taking as much information as we could and working through some of these communities of interest that we can't, unfortunately, do because of our population constraints and VRA constraints. I think they're gonna whatever we come out with are gonna be perfect in terms of what 14 people could come to consensus with. That's how I'm gonna try to see it, as a positive way. So
I love it,
yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Love your positivity. And I am saying general consent. I don't see any opposition. I'm going to take that as general consensus that these are our backup maps. And so I'm going to ask the line drawers to please consolidate all of the maps across the state, to post them as our maps for now. And then, of course, we'll do it so that the public can see all of California and the commissioners can see all of California in one place. And then on Monday, we can do some review some additional refinement. And then we can move on to talking about congressional and state Senate. Commissioner Turner, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to call your attention to the mappers were not prepared for going to Senate districts. I think they had planned kind of the way you all discussed it or talked about a little bit. I think they were preparing to go to congressional next because, of course, we know the difficulty in trying to ensure that we get that down to a zero deviation. It may take a little bit longer. So us switching it tonight is going to cause a delay. So I just want to lift that.
I thank you.
In case there's an opportunity to change.
Yeah, thank you, because I wanted to raise that up. I know this was a conversation that we wanted to have. And so one of our constraints is staff is consultant, and then consultants and maybe not needing to make sure that we have the consultants to switch to state Senate. And I'm not sure if we have that right now. Commissioner Anderson, you may know more.
No, actually, Commissioner Turner really brought up what I was going to say. We did have the conversation, I thought, and really kind of came down to the point of we've done a lot of the work. We're very familiar with these areas. In the Congress, it is the next step. We can repair some of the things we wanted to do here, knowing that then we'll jump into the Senate. I believe it does make logical sense. And then when we start working on the Senate, it really will be, we'll know those areas so well. We'll look back at the assemblies and go, yes, these go together, those go together, those go together, those don't. And I also believe on the time frame that if we jump into the Congress now, even if it does take a little bit more time, we have it. Whereas if we switch to the Senate and talk a lot, and spread that out, we could run into trouble with Congress. So that's what I was planning. That's what my 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Maybe we can hear from our line judge and see some of the constraints, some of the opportunities, and what their recommendations might be, because I know that's and what they've been prepping for, because I know they've been working so hard, and we want to thank you so much. Long hours, and even tomorrow they'll be working on some of these refinements. So I just want to hear from them as well, so that we can have all the information we need to make a decision tonight about what's going to happen next in terms of our journey together.
Hello, Chair Toledo and commissioners. Thank you for that question. Yeah, we were prepared to go to Congress next week. If you are finalizing the maps for the assembly on Monday, then there are some technical steps that we would have to go through, because we want to make sure that they're all set before you can actually confidently use them for a potential nesting activities. So there will be a little bit of a delay in getting them ready. We can, of course, do what we can to make them available, but there's definitely a little bit of a technical step involved. And also, if you want to be able to go to Senate next week, we need to modify the data set so that we can do the deferral analysis quickly. We have not done that yet. So essentially, it requires adding some coding to each census block for the state of California to figure out what's in an odd and what's in an even district and so forth. So since we weren't planning on that, that hasn't been done. We were planning on doing that this week so that we will be ready for the week after to go to Senate. So there's a few acrobatics that need to happen before we can do it. We will, of course, do what you need us to do, but again, there may be a little bit more of a delay on some of these things because of that. So that the numbering and the deferral would not be able to be done as efficiently as if we were going to do that afterwards. And also, I just can't say that the assembly districts are going to be ready for nesting immediately. That's it. Right. I hope that made sense.
Let me see if I understood you. So one of the reasons we can't go to the state senate and really can do the nesting, which is the criteria, is because we might potentially have refinements on our assembly maps on Monday, because we'll be reviewing them, potentially approving. And because there's that Monday refinement issue, and our maps might change on Mondays. That does cause the issue with the Senate maps. Am I understanding correctly that actually is one of the reasons, not the only, but one of the reasons why until we finalize our state assembly maps, it would be difficult to move forward onto the state Senate because of the nesting requirements. Is that
yes, certainly. Yes, certainly, because we've heard from quite a few of the commissioners that you are interested in potentially nesting, so you definitely want to have the assembly districts ready to go, I'm assuming. And once you finalize the maps, remember, we haven't numbered them yet. Not that that has something to do with the nesting, but there are some steps still that we need to do. And we can make it happen. I don't want this to go into California history that the line drawers are preventing you from going to Senate.
No, it's not. It's certainly not you. It's us, right? Yeah. It's us. It's the commission, and we're responsible for getting the maps done. So, Ms. Fernandez, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I would prefer to do the congressional next week, because I would like to have the assembly somewhat finalized and have some time to have that sink in and actually look at it and review it, so that I could be better informed when we actually discuss it, if that makes sense. I'd like to be able to probably load it up into my QGIS and play with it. So, and then
once we, right. So that you can have it for the state Senate and for nesting and all those other things. Yeah.
Right.
Makes
so
sense.
I just think it does make sense to do congressional next week and then Senate the following week. Thank you.
So let's hear other commissioners about state Senate, congressional. Anderson, I'm hearing that but it would be a hardship for the line charge to go on to state senate, but they're willing to do it if that's the will of the commission. Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, I was going to say what Commissioner Fernandez said. In addition to, we have a sequence worked out. We're asking a lot from our line drawers all the time. To needlessly dump something else on them, I think would not necessarily get us the best product. And we had kind of laid this out and had made steps along in that direction. And I really feel that we wouldn't be as efficient as we would be if we did Congress next, followed by Senate, because then everyone would have time to, as Commissioner Fernandez said, think about them, review it, and then jump in. So I'm on Congress.
So I think Commissioner Fernandez wanted to have a conversation about it. We're having a conversation about it. Commissioner Sinai as well. Any other aspect of the conversation? Because I think there was another piece of the conversation that I might have forgotten in terms of next steps. Commissioner Lamont agrees that we should go to congressional next. Just wanted to throw that out there for the public and for our commissioners. Anyone not wanting to go to the congressional next, let's hear from you, because we work on general consensus at the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Commissioner Sadwani, I see a big smile on your face.
Just admiring you, Chair.
Thank you. Have to stay awake, huh?
And you're almost done, right?
We're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost going to go to bed.
Commissioner Anderson, you'll take over Monday or Tuesday? Monday.
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Monday is a review day.
All right.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. It's Commissioner Fernashari, Commissioner Sinai. Anything else we should discuss before we adjourn? We do. The last thing I want to just raise as a possibility, if we do have a couple, 7 people on the line, do we want to hear from those 7 people? Commissioner Kutagawa raised this issue. I am gonna defer to the commission, as I always do, because I work for you and for us, Commissioner Taylor, and for the people of California.
Hey, Chair. So I probably would be inclined not to, and that's because we didn't give everyone the opportunity to join us in this fashion. So I think for the sake of uniformity, I would lean towards no, in an effort to be consistent with the method we allow the public to use.
I love consistency, and so we can certainly hear from people through our online portals, through our email, and also via the other channels. And then, of course, on Monday we will definitely be taking public comment. Anything else we want to discuss that I might have forgotten? Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Fornashari, sounds like we're going to congressional next, and that's our journey. Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Taylor, you have your hand up. Commissioner Sinai, you all do also. Commissioner Taylor, then Sinai, and then Sidwani. Commissioner Sinai, then Sidwani, and then Yee.
You know that's a delayed lower, Pedro.
Quick question. What time on Monday are we all going to get together again?
Monday. Let's take a look. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, 1 o'clock, 1 p.m.
That was my memory, but I 1 o'clock. But I just wanted to verify. Commissioner Sadwani, Commissioner Yee.
It doesn't have to be figured out now, but I do think before Monday would be helpful if we figure out at what time public comment will be taken.
Absolutely.
I think that we owe that to the public since we aren't taking it today, and since we don't have a lot of public comment available to us. So
one thing we could potentially do also, I just want to throw this out there. I always like to throw for conversation, and I know it's getting late, so we need to end this conversation. But we also can discuss it. Is there's a possibility that we can do a continuance today for public comments early in the morning on Monday. So we can issue a continuance if that's the will of the commission and take public comment in the morning and then again in the evening so public comment on this meeting and then public comment on the meeting on Monday. If that's something that this group wants to do, we can start earlier and take public comment. I'm saying some nods yes, and I want to hear from everybody. Not everybody needs to be there because it is public comment, but you can always watch it later. But just want to hear. So I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Commissioner Yee. No, Commissioner Yee. I don't see general consensus. I see a lot of yeses and a lot of maybe not. So let's hear from Commissioner Yee, Commissioner Sinai, and Kennedy, and then Fernandez.
Yeah, we invited folks.
It seems like we all want to be here till midnight, which is, I'm happy to be here till midnight. I love working with all of you. And the Commissioner Yee, Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, we invited 7 folks today, and 7 are, we invited folks today, and 7 are still hanging in with us. I would like to hear them.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear that, Commissioner Yee. I'm having difficulty. Can you repeat one more time?
I think he said he wanted to hear the people that are still
he does want to hear the
today.
people. Oh, he wants to hear the people. Okay. Commissioner Sinai?
I would definitely want to hear public comment before we start doing adjustments, because I mean, we're going to get them by tomorrow, and we're going to read them. But I would also like to have it just always feels weird that we work on something and then people give comments, and a lot of times they end up giving comments on stuff before we worked on it. I would rather have their comments and then we can discuss it maybe and talk about priorities like we did, and then jump into it. Yes, I keep bringing up discuss first and then jump in second, because we do a much better job when we discuss first and then jump in. And I think the public, I think if someone's here, I mean, we've been talking to, we've been getting information in non-traditional, in all different ways lately. So even if we said we weren't, these folks have hung on. So I would say, go ahead. We've always said, let's be accessible.
So we'll do general consensus. And so Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Kutagawa, let's see.
Thank you, Chair. My recommendation would be I don't mind listening to whoever's still logged in, that's fine. But in terms of Monday, I recommend we start on Monday at 1 and we start with public comment. But I don't agree with starting earlier than 1 because we've already posted that we're starting at 1 o'clock for anyone that might not check. So that's my recommendation.
And we can certainly do that as well. Commissioner, Mr. Payne.
Chief Hello, Chair. Payne. Yes, I'd like to just, I am with all of you.
And you've been here all
in California.
Too, so thank you.
So I just would like to agree and recommend Commissioner Fernandez's comments. We would need to start at 1 o'clock. That's what has been agendized. Okay. If the chair so wanted to start with public comment, they could. The order of the agenda is always subject to the chair, order of the chair and running the meeting. But as far as starting earlier than what's been agendized, we would need to start at 1 o'clock for that meeting that's been agendized for Tuesday or for Monday. I'm sorry, for Monday.
Okay, thank you. If we did a continuance, would we be able to start earlier?
So continuance is a different issue. I may have brought this up before. The continuation is allowed when we do not, when a public body doesn't cover all of the agendized topics of the previously agendized meeting. So if we didn't cover all of the items in the previous meeting, a continuation order can be issued. It depends whether or not, so I'll leave it at that. So a continuation order could be issued, but we would need to, the chair would need to agree and understand that we didn't cover everything that was agendized. As far as what's agendized for today, you've covered what you've agendized. You can also take public comment this evening. Again, you can, or the other option is you can take you can always take public comment more often than what's required. If we're going just by the agenda, you've covered what's agendized for today.
Thank you. We did cover what's agendized. We have our maps for California to back up. Commissioner Kitagawa, Commissioner Kennedy, and Lamont.
Yeah, I'm going to be in complete agreement with Commissioner Fernandez. I was going to say exactly the same thing. I'm a little uncomfortable starting earlier when, yeah, it wasn't noticed.
Thank you so much. And let's hear from Commissioner Kennedy, Lamont, and then we will decide as a group. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, that is the purpose of a continuation notice, is to give notice of a continuation of the meeting. I'm looking at the agenda. I see agenda item number 5, public comment, that we haven't done today. And I feel that it is pretty much incumbent on us to issue a continuance notice and to have that session on Monday morning, close it out before 1 o'clock. We have justification for closing it out before 1 o'clock, and then the 1 o'clock meeting starts at 1 o'clock. The other thing on the question of fairness on this, at 5:06, the announcement was there's no public comment today. At 5:17, the announcement was maybe there will be public comment today. At 5:59, the statement was there may not be public comment tonight. I would say I'm happy to hear from people tonight, but I think we should issue the continuance order and have additional public comment on Monday morning. Thank you.
And we did say that we may or may not, depending on when we finish, because we were so optimistic that we might finish a little bit earlier, got us to 11. Commissioner Lamont.
No comment.
No comment. Thank you. All right. So, and yes. So consensus, general consensus. Advice right now is to just, the advice I'm getting from council is to take comment now at 7, to limit to 1.5 minutes, and to just take it and not issue a continuance. Anyone opposed to that? Have strong opposition to that? Could we all live with this? As our council has said, it's not. We can take more public comment than not. I think the challenge would be that, yes, Mr. Kennedy has raised the good issue that public comment is part of our agenda, and I see the argument there. Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Payne after that.
Thank you, Chair.
Chief Counsel Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm also persuaded by Commissioner Sinai's arguments that, we particularly at this point in the process, when we are going into what we believe are going to be our pretty much final revisions of these maps, I would rather have comment before we do that. So, if we don't issue a continuance, then, my inclination would be to start that meeting with public comment.
Okay, so we can certainly start the meeting with public comment. That may mean that we will be late again, depending on how long the public comment is and how long the refinement takes. But all right, so let's open up the lines, Christian. 1.5 minutes. Let's close the lines. Let's close the lines and then take these 10 callers. 1.5 minutes. Just the people that are in the line. Thank you. And we want to hear from all Californians at all time. So send us your feedback through our online process, and we welcome all your feedback on the maps.
Stand by, we're preparing the queue. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 884-6542-9407 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it's your turn to speak, you'll hear a message that says the host would like you to talk. Press *6 to speak. If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And you wanted to enforce a time limit of 1.5 minutes?
Yes, and I also wanted to close the line because it's just the people who are in the queue and have waited all night. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Okay. First up, we have caller with the last 4 digits, 9747. And after that will be caller 4599. Caller 9747. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Danny Moreno. I lived in the community of Walnut Park for over 40 years. We would like to request cleaning up of maps 110 LA and Gateway. Please move and keep Florence Graham, Walnut Park, and Huntington Park together and the 110 LA map. This will help fix your high population in the Gateway map and its Latino percentage, while also allowing our similar communities of Florence Graham, Walnut Park, and Huntington Park to stay together. Also, would please consider making the 10 freeway the northern boundary for the 110 LA map. Thank you once again for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking around with us.
And as a reminder to those who are calling in tonight, if you're watching us on the live stream, please mute the live stream before we open your line. This will prevent feedback or echo during your call. Up next, we've got caller 4599. After that will be caller 9048. Caller 4599, if you could please follow those prompts.
Sí, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
Buenas noches.
Mi nombre es José. Vivo en la comunidad de Flores y Graham por más de 30 años. Gracias por trasladar a Florence Graham a la mapa de 110 Los Ángeles. Aunque el cambio no es perfecto, se los agradecemos, pero tenemos una solicitud de magnificación de limpieza muy importante, que en realidad ayudará con deviación hasta el mapa Gateway. Como ha escuchado de la alcaldesa de Huntington Park y de varios miembros de la comunidad de Walnut Park, nos gustaría que nuestras 3 comunidades permanecerían juntas al mover Walnut Park y Huntington Park con Florence Graham en el mapa de 110. Nos ayudará mucho tener una voz unida. Gracias.
Gracias a usted.
Gracias. And up next, we have caller 9048, and after that will be caller 1535. Caller 9048, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, commissioners. It is late, so I will be quick. This is Mike from North Hollywood, and I just again want to thank you for your willingness to take public comment. My neighbors and I am unfortunately the last survivor, I think, tonight, but I will say again, thank you for taking public comment. You have heard us before when we have asked to be unified with Toluca Lake. We appreciate that. Valley neighborhoods are still very, very I think fractured over the way that you have organized the maps, and I really appreciate again you willing to take more time for public comment and to hear us out, as the last revisions were really so dramatic. Again, we hope the last bit of feedback we offered was based off of the last map. So what we're really hoping you can do is unite North Hollywood, Toluca Lake with the other working communities, Valley Glen, Van Nuys, and Sun Valley. These communities are aligned for a few reasons. One, they have a shared Lancashire corridor, which has all of our core businesses along it. It also takes in all the communities that are impacted by the Burbank Airport and by the flight paths of the Burbank Airport. These communities are traditionally more working class, again, below the line, not, and frankly, a lot more renters. So again, please unite these working class communities. Please unite us together with the Lancashire corridor again and the airport impacted communities. We advocate together all the time. And again, thank you for waiting for the public comment. We thank you for your commitment to the transparency. I've been on the phone for 4 hours. I'm committed too. So
thank you so much for your commitment and for sticking with us.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1535, and after that will be caller 5719. Caller 1535, if you could please follow those prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Tony Maldonado. I am Latino. I'm calling in reference to Santa Clarita. Can we live with these maps for the next 10 years? No. In my humble opinion, this appears to be an exercise in futility. I'm gobsmacked by how the commission has ignored the pleadings from the citizens of Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, Acton, Agua Dulce, Gorman, Fraser Park, Lebec, and Lake Andrews, asking to be joined as a community. With all due respect, it appears as if the commission is disposed to seek revenge on Santa Clarita for leaving the city of Los Angeles in 1987 and becoming a largely affluent, fiscally sound, thriving city. For whatever reason, the commission has shockingly joined the Santa Clarita Valley with Woodland Hills and other San Fernando Valley areas on the assembly map, which are about an hour away and shares nothing at all with us. On the congressional map, removes Simi Valley, our sister city, and on the Senate map, it joined us again with the San Fernando Valley with its rampant homelessness and gang activity, and its large undocumented Latino community that will feel largely estranged if tied to the affluent Santa Clarita Valley. Where's the benefit in merging affluent Santa Clarita Valley with the malcontent city of Los Angeles, especially when we will lose adequate representation? Thank you.
Thank you for sticking with us and for the comments and for your feedback.
Up next, we've got caller 5719, and after that will be caller 7697. Caller 5719, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you taking public comments as well. I think it's just really crucial and important. My name is Karen Roseberry. I called in a couple of times, and I'm still really concerned by the Antelope Valley map, by the Victor Valley High Desert map, and in the current iteration. I hope that it does revert back to what those 1110 draft maps look like. I also would echo very similar comments to the last caller that called in as well in regards to Santa Clarita because of the connection between the Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita. But the Victor Valley High Desert map going from Lebec to the state line cannot remain that way. Cutting through the Antelope Valley again, you're ripping apart school districts. The divide, like, it literally cuts our community in half with the way that iteration presently is. And I cannot implore you more to please revisit those maps. It really can't just be, can you live with it? It really can be, can the residents, can the community live with it? It will be for another 10 years. And these are not districts that are representative, that they're not fair. They're not what the community wants in the Antelope Valley for absolute certainty. And So really, really hope that, that there'll be some additional time given to that area. Like I say, so often we're overlooked, so often we're kind of forgotten, and right now these
15.
maps are doing a tremendous disservice to us. Thank you again. I know it's late. Thank you for all the hard work that you're putting in, and please do look back into those maps for future drafts and not that iteration.
Thank you so much for calling in, and we appreciate your sticking with us and following along the process. It's appreciate it. Thank you.
Up next, we've got caller 7697, and after that will be caller 3139. Caller 7697, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Diana, and I'm calling in from the Keep Long Beach Together Coalition. Thank you so much for everything you're doing, especially so late tonight. As you know, our coalition has worked hard to be involved with your process since the very beginning. In Long Beach, we have great respect for the independent redistricting process, and we even made our own, modeled after yours. Our coalition represents community service, racial equity, economic development, and arts and culture organizations and neighborhoods throughout the city of Long Beach, including numerous organizations and thousands of people across the city. Please know our coalition welcomes districts with our neighbors in Orange County and communities like Lakewood and Bellflower. We, after all share a common border. We also welcome cross-county border districts if that's the direction you choose. We currently have that now, especially in our congressional district, but it's up to you. And just know that we've heard from numerous residents, I think, who have called in from Orange County in the past that also support that position. This goes through the Assembly maps, congressional maps, and the state Senate. For many years, our city has been connected to communities in Orange County, stretching even as far as Huntington Beach within the last 20 years. We've also been paired with Salamitas, Rossmore, and even Stanton. We work well with these communities and are supportive of being connected to Orange County, again, if that's what you choose. We want to be supportive of you. We appreciate all you're doing on behalf of all of California, and thank you for keeping Long Beach together as much as you can and for respecting our diverse and inclusive community. Good night.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing this evening with us.
Up next will be caller 3139, and after that will be caller 9481. Caller 3139, if you could please follow those prompts.
Good evening. Good evening. Yes, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Vra Districts, and I'm a resident of the city of Downey. I'll be discussing my home assembly district 85 corridor draft and 80 gateway draft. After hearing the commissioners discussing my home district and the area, I do see that there might be a way that you can keep both of these districts compact. Currently, I see that they're not compact, especially the 80 gateway draft district, which stretches from Hawaiian Gardens all the way to the Vernon Huntington Park area. I did some math on the district to see if it's more compact. And what the commissioners can do is move the cities of Hawaiian Gardens, Lakewood, Bellflower, and Paramount, which have about a total population of 230,000, and move it to my home district, AD5 corridor. And in exchange for the population loss, the commissioners can move the cities of Bell, Commerce, Montebello, and Pico Rivera, which have a total combined population of 211,000, into the neighboring district, AD Gateway Draft District. Both districts will then be compact and closer to their communities instead of stretched apart. Also, I asked if the commissioners can please to not split the cities of Linwood in half.
Thank you so much for sharing the evening with us and for your feedback. We appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Up next, we'll have caller 9481, and after that, it'll be caller 8852. Caller 9481, if you could please follow those prompts. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Luis Montoya Adams. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm calling on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center. I'm calling to thank the Commission for providing a draft map that does not use the 163 as a dividing line in the neighborhood of Hillcrest and the surrounding neighborhoods. Additionally, after today's discussion, as the Commission has discussed extending the Central San Diego District into SDSU, we highly recommend using El Cajon Boulevard and neither Montezuma Boulevard nor University Avenue. That space can be extended as far east as College Avenue, but in order to continue to empower the BIPOC communities represented in the La Mesa District, we believe that extending that distance further would harm the majority-minority communities represented within that district. As has been represented within the heat maps that were reviewed by this commission, the spaces between the 5 freeway, 805 freeway, 8 and 94 freeway represent the heart of Hillcrest and the LGBTQ community. What has not been represented within this draft map is the area of downtown, which has been shown in the heat maps provided to the commission.
15.
If there's additional need to pick up population within this district, please consider using downtown San Diego as that additional space. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for staying up so late.
Thank you. Thank you for staying up with us.
Next up, we've got caller 8852, and after that will be caller 3995. Caller 8852, you know what to do. Floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Graciela Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Huntington Park. Thank you for listening to our public comments. You don't understand how much it means to our communities to have Walnut Park, Florence Graham, and Huntington Park together in the same assembly district. I'm here to ask you for a minor change that may help your overall goal. The communities of Huntington Park, Walnut Park, and Florence Graham have common social issues and in need of legislative changes. I ask you to please keep our communities together, but in the 110 LA map, where Florence Graham is now placed. If you remove Walnut Park and Huntington Park from the Gateway map, you will alleviate your deviation numbers on the Gateway map, and it will help us remain with our communities of interest and not with communities like Lakewood, as we have nothing in common with them. I understand that the numbers may not allow for all of Huntington Park to be in the 110 map, but at least it can be in an assembly district together with Florence Graham and Walnut Park. And Walnut Park. Then we can continue to advocate and provide resources to our communities. The City of Huntington Park is currently split by 2 assembly districts, and having 2 individuals representing us in Sacramento can be a great advantage for our constituents. I humbly ask for you to consider these 3 possible options: keeping Florence Graham with Walnut Park and Huntington Park in the 110 map, keeping Florence Graham, or keeping Florence Graham and moving Walnut Park and parts of Huntington Park into the 110 map. And if this is not possible, please keep Florence Graham in map 110 and keep Walnut Park and Huntington Park in the Gateway. Thank you for your consideration and your dedication. You are appreciated.
Thank you. We appreciate you too, Mayor. Thank you for sharing the evening with us.
Up next, we've got caller 3995, and after that will be caller 5038. Caller 3995, the time has come to press *6. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for taking public comment at this hour. My name is Will Martinez, and I please ask that you consider grouping my community of 29 Palms into the VVHD district. Personally, I think that we share way more community of interest with neighboring desert communities in San Bernardino County than we do with the current district that we're currently grouped with. Plus, this would allow for the option to group the Antelope Valley together with the Santa Clarita Valley while keeping San Bernardino County together. This is to keep all of our counties together, and this is, I feel like, what the true mission of the commission is. I please, again, ask that you consider grouping 29 Palms into the VVHD Assembly District. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the evening with us and for your comments.
Up next, we've got caller 5038, and after that will be caller 5314. And I'd also like to invite caller 3358. If you'd like to speak tonight, please press *9. Up next, caller 5038, and after that will be caller 5314. Thank you for that hand, 3358. 5038. That's a lot of numbers. It is your time. Please follow those prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. So this may run against conventional wisdom, but the city of Santa Clarita is actually a majority minority city. It's the 3rd largest city in LA County and deserves to anchor its own assembly district with neighboring communities like Acton and Agua Dulce, instead of diluting our power by including us with overwhelmingly white and affluent areas of the city of Los Angeles like West Hills, Woodland Hills, and Chatsworth. So please protect communities of interest by including us with our neighbors and Woodland Hills with their neighbors, respectfully. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking on with us. Continue to yeah, thank you. It's late. I give up.
It was nice of them to stick with us, Chair. I agree with you 100%.
Thank
And up
you,
next, we've
Christian.
got caller 53. Up next, we've got caller 5314, and after that will be caller 3358. Caller 5314. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I really appreciate you guys staying on. I know it's late. It's Saturday evening. Been on hold for about 6+ hours, so I'll make it short. My name is Patricia. I've been a member of the community of Florence Ground for about 49 years. I want to thank the commission, first of all, and the line drawer for moving Florence Graham out of the 105 LA map and putting it back into the 110 LA map. Although the change is not perfect, our community members are happy with this change and want to thank you for putting it with similar communities. I want to ask you for your help with a minor cleanup modification. We ask that you also place our next door neighbors from unincorporated Walnut Park and Huntington Park into the same 110 LA map as us. It is imperative to have Walnut Park and Florence Ground together with on the same map. As splitting the unincorporated island would only diminish our voices and efforts that we have fought so hard together over the last 30+ years. This cleanup will help decrease the excess 4% deviation that you have in the Gateway map and will also help to balance the Latino members in the Gateway map. Thank you again. I really appreciate your time and consideration with this minor change. Have a great rest of the weekend and joyous holiday.
Thank you, and thank you for listening to the commission and following our process. Good evening.
Up next, we've got caller 3358. If you could please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, and thank you for staying up so late. I too piggyback on what the last caller just said. You have an arduous task that you're undergoing and undertaking, and I appreciate it. The community appreciates all of you for your time and your efforts, and especially the commissions and the line drawers. The cleanup that we'd like done with the modification for the Florence Graham Walnut Park area, it's much needed. It's very much needed, and it will help us to become more close and more diverse. I am an African American, and I have been in this community, for the last 25 years. I appreciate all of your efforts, and I thank you all for taking the time and spending your weekend working for us. You much appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we appreciate you. Thank you for listening to us and following our process. With that, we are done with public comment. Is that correct, Christian?
The queue is cleared, Chair.
Thank you, Christian. So with that, we have compliant maps. The maps we've gone through the state of California. We may have some refinements that commissioners may be working individually and with our line drawers to propose to the commission on Monday for refinements of, and we will consider those on Monday. With that, thank you, California, for following our process. Thank you to the commissioners, to our staff who worked so hard, and everyone else. And we will see each other on Monday at 1 o'clock. And we will continue to move on in this journey to finalize the maps for the State Senate, Assembly, and congressional districts for the state of California. Thank you all, and thank you for following this journey. We'll see each other on Monday. Have a great evening and a great weekend. See you Monday.